morning. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry into Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation 2024. I begin by acknowledging that we're on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people as the traditional owners of this land and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the Australian Parliament House website. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to a committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in a private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the grounds upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether or not it will insist on an answer. If a committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera, and such a request may, of course, be made at any other time. As senators participating today are aware, this inquiry has attracted significant public interest and has elicited some polarising views. As such, I remind all senators that as we continue our work in implementing the Set the Standard report, as chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure their mobile phones are switched to silent. The committee has agreed to answers to questions on notice being provided by the 13th of November, which is a very, very, very short time frame. So I don't think anyone's looking to be given that joy of having such a short turnaround, but we'll see how we go. So I would like to welcome representatives from the Human Rights Law Centre, the Victorian Bar and Anne Toomey. I do understand that information on parliamentary privilege has been provided to you. Excellent. So for the Hansard record, if each of you could just state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing, and we might start online. We can't hear you. I would think you may be on mute.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Excellent.
My name is Anne Toomey. I'm a Professor Emerita at the University of Sydney, but I appear in my private capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Mejia Canales and I'm a senior lawyer at the Human Rights Law Centre.
My name is James McComish. I'm a barrister at the Victorian Bar and a member of the Bar's working group on Communications Legislation Amendment.
Thank you very much. We might go directly to questions. I will note that in the room with me I have Senator David Pocock, Senator Dave Sharma, Senator Ross Cadell, Senator Katrina Billick, and online we have Senator Matt Canavan and Senator Lisa Dunman. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you. If I can start with Professor Toomey. First question. I have a major problem that, starting at the beginning, this is the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. I feel they are fundamentally different problems that could be addressed differently. Do you have a view on, are they the same or should we be looking at different methods for those when they are disingenuous?
Well, look, I think there is a distinction, particularly in relation to the inauthentic behaviour, because I think that's more easily identifiable and it's less contestable. Where I have concerns about the definition of disinformation is how one deals with the other category, where you say that the person intends to deceive. I've looked at the material where they talk about well, you just now need some reasonable sort of suspicion that the person intends to deceive, and that could be because they have previously been told that their statements or their dissemination has been fact-checked and it's been said to be false, and therefore if they publish it again it makes disinformation. I have some concerns about that because certainly in some cases, if it really is verifiably false, then yes, fair enough, maybe they are trying to deceive. But I would imagine in many circumstances the person is not intending to deceive, in fact that they disagree with what the fact checkers have said and want to put their disagreement out in the public realm. And deciding that is disinformation simply on the basis that some fact checker has decided on the basis of one or two experts that something is false, it's not necessarily false. Just because you've checked with some experts, or even if there's an expert consensus that something is false, doesn't actually mean it really is. People can still believe genuinely what they are saying is true, and I don't think one should necessarily assume that they are deliberately trying to deceive people, even if they keep disseminating material that other people say is false.
Okay. And I'll open this to all the panel if I can. Historically, we've heard that ACMA saying that they won't become a ministry of truth, they'll leave it up to the platforms to make the decision. But if ACMA's to make a decision that the platforms aren't doing their job, surely they've taken a view contrary. They've come to a different view to the platforms, and the platforms are outsourcing their fact checkers. Does this make, ultimately, the ACMA the ministry of truth in Australia? I'll start with video and then I'll come in the room if I can. Yep.
I don't think it makes ACMA the decider of truth, or a ministry of truth. But it's certainly the case that ACMA would have to be able to make some kind of assessment as to whether or not the platforms are adequately dealing with misinformation and disinformation. And in order to make that, it will itself have to make an assessment as to what is misinformation and disinformation. So I don't think we can exclude the notion that it will be having to make those kinds of assessments. But when it makes that kind of assessment, it then puts it back onto the relevant digital platform about how it is dealing with such matters. It's not itself, for example, making orders to remove material from the internet. And in fact, I think there's, Section 57 or something or other says that they can't do that and make such an order except in relation to inauthentic material. So it sort of depends on how you're describing this. I don't think it makes ACMA a ministry for truth, but I do think it does mean that ACMA will, in certain circumstances, be making assessments of what is misinformation and disinformation in order to give effect to its powers. And whether or not it's actually got the capacity to do that is another matter altogether.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Senator. And I agree with Professor Toomey's view about ACMA needing to make some sort of assessment at some point. But I think what is also often ignored is that the platforms are already making these assessments. The platforms are already shadow banning, is what some folks call it. They're already taking action on content as well as on accounts, whether to prioritise content, to monetize or demonetize content. So these actions are already being taken by the platforms. And I think that it is important, while we're also just talking about balancing the rights to free speech, that we also take into account that these decisions are already being taken right now. And there is no way of knowing how those decisions are being made, who's making them. Often these decisions are made by technology, so that raises other concerns. And what we believe is that the bill does need improvement. It is workable from a human rights perspective because it actually does go to giving some oversight over what the platforms are already making, all the decisions the platforms are already making on content. And in fact, the platforms are the ones who are making the bulk of these decisions, either by technology or by having fact checkers or a combination of the two. So I do think that that perspective is really important to also highlight, and do agree, of course, with Professor Toomey that at some point, ACMA is going to have to make a determination, but also noting that, of course, the platforms are already making thousands of those determinations right now.
Okay.
The Victorian Bar shares those concerns. What strikes us is that, by definition, misinformation and disinformation won't be revealed simply by looking at the content of the post itself. It will always depend on a contrast being made between what is stated or depicted in the post and some extrinsic understanding of what the truth is. Because unless it's shown by reference to something else to be false or to be misleading, you haven't shown it to be, under however imperfectly, the definitions to be misinformation or disinformation. That relies on some person or some process making such a determination, and by definition under this bill, ACMA is the ultimate decider of that. There's another level which concerns us, which is not merely whether ACMA is rightly or otherwise described as being a ministry of truth by determining what is or is not true. There's also the problem that either ACMA, or possibly worse, platform operators decide what the official party line is, whether or not it's true. And that's the force of Professor Toomey's point, that simply because a fact checker has determined, perhaps for their own reasons, that a certain statement is or is not true, does not mean that as an objective matter it is. That's our concern.
So I will just say we have a lot of senators in the room and
I'm happy to
a
pass
full
the rotate,
agenda.
and if we get
So
back
we're
there.
just going to go 5 minutes each and just keep going round. But if you could all just be mindful of the number of people who wish to ask questions. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time. Professor Toomey, there have been concerns raised by the government and department about the constitutionality of setting up a data sharing scheme between these social media behemoths and researchers who want to actually find out what's happening in these black boxes. Do you see any issues with this in terms of our constitution?
That's one I haven't thought about, I'm afraid. So not really quite sure what you mean by... So you mean, is there a constitutional problem with a law saying that we can get into their database? Could be issues about extraterritoriality and the extent to which our laws can apply to, databases and stuff outside Australia. I guess that would be the thing that might be more problematic. I'm not so sure it's necessarily a constitutional problem, but if you've got more details about what they think the constitutional problem is, I've just never encountered this issue before.
No, they won't give us the Solicitor General's advice, but we can maybe put something on notice to you if that's all right.
Well, I may not be able to tell you any more in 2 days than what I can now, I'm afraid, without an indication of what the problem is that they actually think is there. The only thing that springs to mind is issues about extraterritoriality.
Sure.
I mean, there's a reality issue about how our laws can apply to, computers and businesses that operate in other countries that, that aren't here. I think, and there's probably going to be all sorts of confidentiality aspects, etc. as well. So once you start interfering in laws in other countries, I think there are real issues, but it's more a conflict of law sort of issue, I think.
Okay, thank you. And I guess related to that, we have this system in social media companies where algorithms are boosting content, which we've seen causes issues around social cohesion, potentially spreading misinformation or harmful posts. And then I assume we have algorithms identifying harmful posts and taking action. And these are black boxes. We have no idea what is actually happening. Should Australians have a bit more knowledge about how these algorithms are making decisions? We know what's in medicines, we know what's in food. Why not social media algorithms?
Yeah, no, look, I agree. Transparency is really important. There is a little bit of transparency around. So just over the weekend, I started looking at the reports that the various, I read the Meta report, the TikTok report that they put in under the existing codes that they have, and they tell you how many posts they've taken down or what they've demoted, the examples that they give. Now, that's not giving you all the detail of the algorithm, but it does give you a bit of an idea of what they're doing. So they are already doing annual reports on those sorts of things. I guess the question is, how much further can you go to allow other people to go in and verify those sorts of things? And it's probably easier to do that by way of a cooperative measure with those sorts of organisations rather than trying to use law to do it, because, as I said, there are real difficulties in making your law apply to essentially overseas companies that we don't have control over.
Anyone want to add?
We would have far fewer concerns from the point of view of the bar about a law that was aimed at those matters, seeing, of course, the force of what Professor Toomey says about cooperative measures being most likely more appropriate in the first instance. What strikes us about that kind of approach, those kind of questions, that kind of social issue, is it doesn't depend on any controversial definition of misinformation or disinformation. I mean, funny cat videos are just as capable as being promoted as more malicious content. And if there were a focus on those matters, it would seem to us that the controversial and unsatisfactory aspects of the definition of misinformation and, even worse, disinformation might very well fall away. That's not what this bill does, though.
And if I could just add to that, noting, of course, that the House has moved to amend the bill, as far as I understand it, to allow some of that transparency. And that is good, that is excellent, that is in line with some of the better regimes that exist around the world to give independent researchers that do not have a commercial thing to peddle, I guess, to give them access to platform data to allow us to be able to verify the veracity of their claims of what they're doing about the problem. But I do think that, maybe taking a step back, I do think that a much better approach to this whole issue is around having platforms have a legislated duty of care to ensure that their products, systems and services do not cause harm. Of course, that would need to be paired up with, requirements of platforms to publish risk assessments as well as the mitigation measures taken. The assessments have to be independently verifiable, including through research access data, which we think that actually something like that, which is not what the proposition that is before us, but something like that actually takes us out of these conversations about deciding the veracity or not of content, and it actually focuses the issue on the problem, which is the platforms. The platforms are the problem. Yes, they do host all manner of things that are causing real harm, and it's important to note and accept that. But I think that, looking at the platforms and actually making sure that that their entire suite of offerings do not cause harm, because harm is not just characterised by mis and disinformation. There's so much content online that causes harm that is not necessarily mis and disinformation. So an approach like that we think would be a much better approach, but we do also acknowledge the approach that is actually before us.
And just finally,
we're going to need to rotate if you.
Sure. It seems to me one of the big issues around mis and disinformation and just sort of general online the mess that can be sort of social media platforms is inauthentic behaviour, non-human actors who are either flooding your timeline with posts or boosting content. I'm interested if you think that non-human actors, essentially bots, have freedom of expression and some sort of human right.
No.
But the people who set them in motion, at the moment that's always going to be somebody, might, but it would seem to us that any restriction on fraudulent speech or inauthentic conduct is very less likely to infringe any natural person's human right or any broader liberal sense of freedom of speech, whether or not rooted in human rights law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan. Nope. Senator Sharma.
Just a bit unexpected. You there? Oh, sorry. Sorry, caught me off guard there. Just had to come off mute. Yes, look, thank you very much to all of you attending. I just had one question just around whether or not the bill, in your view, potentially restricts the constitutional protection for political freedom of political discussion. I know the explanatory memoranda has some attempt there to say it doesn't. I wonder whether it seriously does meet a test of proportionality. It seems to me a bit of a tick and flick around this issue. I think it raises serious issues about political communication. Just wanted your view on how do you think, I know it's hard to speculate, but how do you think a High Court might view some of the actions taken potentially under this bill?
Okay, I'm guessing that's to me. Well, all right. First of all, there are bits in the bill where they attempt to put in a proportionality test to address that. They pop up in a few places, but curiously, they don't use the same wording that the High Court does. So it's a more minimal test. So, for example, if ACMA can't approve a code unless it's satisfied that, it's reasonably necessary, etc. So they don't use the exact words, so that's going to be a problem in itself. But look, I think that there are potentially, and it depends, there seems to be a difference between what's actually said in the bill and then what the EM says it's supposed to say, all right? And this is where I find this all very confusing. So the bill, for example, says that it's misleading if it's reasonably verifiable as false and misleading, okay? And a normal human being would think, okay, then is that something that you can actually prove is a matter that's true or false? So, for example, an advertisement that uses a celebrity's face and says that, or Twiggy Forrest or someone and says that, I'm supporting this and here's my business thing. And it's a scam, it's false, okay? Things like that you can just prove that are false, fine. But then you look at what it says in the EM, and it says, no, we're not just dealing with facts here, we're dealing with opinions and commentary and claims and invective. And you think, well, you can't prove those things are false. You can't prove that someone's opinion is false. It's an opinion. And so then it goes on in the EM and it says, oh, how do you do that? Oh, you get a fact checker to decide. I deal with fact checkers all the time. In fact, during some periods, I felt like I've been working for free for them for an awfully long time. And that's a problem in itself. I mean, getting experts. Okay, there are very few people who are prepared to waste their time doing this stuff because they have a real job. Okay, so very few people who actually do it. You can be quite selective about the experts that you choose. On any political issue, you can find experts on both sides. So say, for example, coalition argument for the next election, nuclear energy is economically efficient and better than renewables. All right, assume that's what you're stating. Could you find 3 economists who'd say, no, nuclear energy is not more efficient than renewables? Pretty easy, I would imagine. Okay, so you can find that and you put it out there. You've now put out a fact check out there saying that that's false or misleading on the basis of what's said. Well, then you'd say, okay, well, does that cause harm? All right, and then you look at the serious harm and then it says, well, harm to the operation or integrity of a Commonwealth electoral process. And you'd think, on the face of the words, well, this isn't harming the process at all. But then you look at the explanatory memorandum, and the explanatory memorandum gives these examples of Germany, where disinforming news sort of drove people into the arms of a right-wing populist party. And it goes on to say that the study concluded disinformation beliefs are apparently one of the reasons for the electoral success of right-wing populists. And it goes on and says that misinformation of this kind can cause people to not be giving genuine votes, and that undermines the electoral process. All right, so if that's true, if what's said in the explanatory memorandum is actually right, then this is getting into the actual political issues that lead to the voting. So on the face of the words, you'd say, well, no, it's not, because it's only about undermining the electoral process itself. So, you know, people who make silly arguments about voting machines being rigged. We don't use a voting machine, we use a pencil. Okay, that's verifiably untrue. But once you get beyond what's verifiably untrue to things like claims and opinions that are made during an election process, and once you say, oh, it's not just the electoral process, but we say the electoral process is undermined if people are told things that might mislead them, then you're right slap bang into political communication. And that's where the thing will fall over. Now, the problem for me is that when I read the bill, I thought, oh, it's okay, because it's referring to things that are verifiably false, and it's only dealing with if you're mucking up the electoral processes, not the political content. But when I read the explanatory memorandum, I'm seeing something completely different. All right? And that confusion for me is where potentially the constitutional problem comes in.
If I could lead off...
Thank you, that's well said. Yes, I was happy to let others as well, thanks.
If I could lead off on this, because this most peculiar insertion in the explanatory memorandum, which is an extraordinary document, that opinions, claims, commentary and invective can constitute misinformation, is one of the most disturbing aspects of this bill for the Victorian Bar, and here's why. When the original exposure draft came out, the Victorian Bar made a submission to the Law Council of Australia, which used those words, opinions, claims, commentary and invective, as online content that did not seem to us possibly to amount to information, and therefore would not be encompassed within a definition of misinformation in the then exposure draft. And that the task of online platforms and the ACMA would be to distinguish information from things that were opinions, claims, etc. And that there will therefore be a temptation on both platforms and regulators to classify disfavoured opinions as being factual claims about misinformation and therefore within the regulatory net. And you can see that replicated in the Law Council's submission to this Senate inquiry. It's submission number 75 on page 16, replicating the language of the Victorian Bar's submission to the Law Council, which in turn made a submission on the exposure draft. What astonished us was then when the explanatory memorandum came out to see that our point, namely that there was a grave danger to freedom of expression, had been flipped on its head explicitly in the explanatory memorandum to encompass the very thing that we feared, namely that views, opinions, claims, invective, all of the kind of things that one sees on the internet that are not factual claims which are capable of verification are, according to the government's explanatory memorandum, encompassed in this bill. And as Professor Toomey says, that's getting towards the heartland of the constitutional freedom. As the Victorian Bar submission makes clear, yes, we have a capital C constitutional concern about the bill, but we also have a much broader concern about freedom of expression, whether expressed in human rights terms or not. And that inclusion of opinion and claims within the definition of misinformation, not according to the text of the bill, mind you, but according to the explanatory memorandum, what gives us grave concern. That's where the language came from. It was our concern about the overreach of the bill has taken on a new life in a very disturbing way in our view.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. I would echo the concerns raised by my colleagues here, particularly around the definitions, but I don't think that that alone is reason to get rid of the bill. The bill can be improved, and we'll be submitting some amendments, particularly to the definitions, on notice to the members of the committee to assist your determination. But I do note that from the exposure draft to what was introduced in the House, the bill was improved significantly, and even just very recently the bill was improved again. So it is open to the government and indeed to the Parliament to continue improving the bill. And I will note that I think when we're talking about the freedom of expression, we can only talk about it in terms of its human rights law, because that's its proper context. To restrict, because the freedom of expression can be restricted, but while being compliant with the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, the restriction has to be lawful in pursuit of a legitimate objective, proportionate to that objective, and for one of the grounds permissible, including national security, public order, public safety, public health, and, of course, the protection of the rights, freedoms and reputations of others. Now, the main criteria for the restriction for ICCPR is that it is lawful, so that the law that seeks to restrict a freedom has to be of sufficient precision to be able to know what is in and what is out, what conduct is and isn't allowed. And we think that the bill could benefit from tightening up some of these definitions, but that and provided that these things are done, you'd actually arrive at a much better product and a much better solution. So I do think that when we do talk about the freedom of expression, we have a more fulsome conversation about it, noting that it can be limited if it's being used to cause serious harm. But for a limitation to be compliant with human rights law, it has to be precise under a lawful instrument.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
you all too. Excellent answers.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. My question, I've got two main questions, and I'd like brief answers possible, please. Thank you for your submissions. Thank you for the way you're answering questions right now, very clear and precise. My first question, the government says that it can't trust social media platforms, and I agree with them. It says we need transparency, and I agree with them. Then it says we're going to hand the power to censor people and to assess comments to the social media platforms. Does that make sense to you?
Well, Senator, that's actually just the current state of affairs. That's what happens right now, is that the platforms are making these decisions. We have no way of knowing what parameters they're using, who is making these decisions. And if you look at the Digital Services Act Transparency Database, which actually lists per day the thousands upon thousands of actions that platforms are taken on various types of content, you'll see that these transparency measures, when they are implemented, do work to have some oversight. But at the moment, We have no way of knowing what the platforms are doing, and it's really important to note that the platforms make an unbelievable amount of money from mis and disinformation and indeed just inflammatory content that is beyond the scope of this, and noting that it is subjective. But they do make a lot of money from it because it is engaging content. It drives engagement, which drives their profits. So I do agree that we should not be trusting the platforms because they do not have a commercial imperative to do anything meaningful about the problem. But at the moment, we have no idea how they're making these decisions, and they're making these decisions every day, all the time, the livelong day, often by machines.
We're asking the peddlers of misinformation to control misinformation. So, Victorian Bar?
One of our concerns about the drafting of the bill, which speaks to a similar concern, is that the definition of misinformation complaint presupposes that people only complain about things being misinformation, whereas one of our concerns is precisely because the power of censorship does indeed lie in the hands of platform operators, that it's entirely possible for them wrongly to label, perhaps for an ideological reason, content as being misinformation and disinformation and therefore de-incentivising it or the like. And therefore it occurred to us that insofar as the bill, quite rightly, aims to increase transparency in things of that sort, one thing it doesn't do is provide any obvious redress for people whose content is wrongly labelled as being misinformation.
Thank you. Ms Toomey?
Yeah, well, look, I don't trust the platforms either in relation to this for obvious reasons, but one of the points of this legislation is to try and get codes so that we've got some kind of a basis of, some guidelines and rules around what they do. So from that point of view, the bill is actually supposed to be improving the current process. So if it can improve transparency and if it can put sensible codes and guidelines around what they do, then that's sort of better than what happens at the moment. But the reality is, this is their platforms. They're outside Australia. They run these things. They can choose what they put on and what they don't. We have pretty limited powers in relation to that, so we're pressing up against the edges of them. If we can improve that, that's a good thing. But as a general principle, outsourcing censorship to foreign corporations generally, no, not a good idea.
Thank you. I was going to ask a question about the need for transparency around their algorithms and how they censor people already, how they limit expression. But I asked that last week, and Senator Pocock's already asked you, so I'll honour that process. But the second question I have now is, who is the arbiter of truth in this bill? Who is the arbiter of truth?
Well, that's the peculiar thing. So if you look at the bill, when it talks about, what's reasonably verifiable as false, how do you decide? Well, at first instance, it's the digital platforms that decide. How on earth would they know? Particularly given the squillions of posts that are made and then making those really fine assessments about what is serious harm in Australia to our economy, et cetera, not a hope that anyone in America knows any of that stuff. So if you look at the bill, then they just seem to rely on fact checkers. And so they partner with fact checkers, and it's fact checkers who decide these sorts of things, what's true and what's not. How do they decide? Because they don't have a clue either. And this is one point I really do want to stress. They then ask experts. Now, I've been on the expert side of this. I've been asked for many fact checks, right? And here's my experience of it. The people that I'm dealing with are, they try hard and they're well-meaning, but they are not experts themselves in the field. They'll ask me a question in a particular form of words. I'll give them an answer that's suited to the way they ask me that question. And then sometimes later on, I read what they write and discover that they have misinterpreted it or themselves been misleading about it because they thought the sort of words that they used for me when they asked me the question actually mean the same as another set of words which mean something quite different, okay? So the problem with expertise is the expert might have it, but the person writing the fact check doesn't. And they often misunderstand the experts, so they often get it wrong. In the old days, they used to come back to the expert and say, well, this is what I've written, is it right? And he'd just say, oh, no, you've misunderstood this, you need to change those words, whatever. They don't do that anymore. And the impression I get is that these are just, frequently young kids out of university who don't really know. And they're taking on this really important role of making a decision that will lead some Meta or Google or whatever to make decisions about what is true and what is false, when the fact checker themselves hasn't properly understood what the experts have said. And it's also really dependent on what experts you choose. How many are out there who actually answer your email and say, quick, I need this response in 24 hours? You can get quite distorted fact-checking reports as a consequence. So the process of working out what is reasonably verifiable is not a very good one, I'm afraid.
Victorian Bar.
Senator, this is the gaping hole at the heart of the bill. I mean, it's the catchphrase is jesting pilot asked what is truth, but would not stay for an answer. The whole point is that for it to be shown that any content is misinformation or disinformation, the true position has to be identified. But the bill, other than the surmise that the platform does it, and if the platform doesn't do a good enough job, the ACMA will do it, it seems to be simply a statutory supposition that the truth will be discerned by that process. But the bill doesn't say so. There's a gap on the critical question about how the truth against which misinformation and disinformation is to be identified is to be set out. The bill just doesn't tell us.
Thank you. Human Rights Law Centre.
And, what I would say is that this is probably the reason why we actually need legislation or at least regulation of these platforms in a much broader way that imposes a legislated duty of care over them, because that would give you transparency over how their algorithms are working, not necessarily the algorithm itself, but the impacts that they have, because the algorithms themselves do cause harm or they do limit free speech. I know that many people, even just sort of around the table and their representatives, they complain that the platforms are already making these decisions, because they are, and we have no way of seeing what impact these decisions have. A legislated duty of care would be a much better way of proceeding, but than what we have at the moment, noting that what we have at the moment relies a lot on platform self-regulation, at least at first instance. Having that sort of systemic view of the problem might actually get us out of these conversations about the veracity of content or otherwise, and actually focus regulatory efforts on the platforms, and indeed have the platforms carry the burden of the regulatory efforts, because they're the ones who are going to have to foot the bill at the end of the day. So we do think that as an upstream consideration of the broader problem is best because of what the kind of ecosystem that we're building online, because it's not just mis and disinformation. There's a whole lot of other harms perpetuated online that are not mis and disinformation but are causing real harm to real people.
I'd like to ask one
Senator
brief question.
I am going to have to rotate
Bar.
the call. There's an awful lot of senators in the room looking to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thank you and good morning, and thanks to the witnesses. Just to the Victorian Bar Association, first, if you don't mind, you mentioned in your submission, I believe you've confirmed this in the hearing, that ACMA would be the ultimate decision maker about what is or is not misinformation, subject only to the unexpressed possibility of judicial review in the federal courts. Can you just explain to me how you reached that conclusion?
Well, most fundamentally because the bill reposes in ACMA various powers to put forward misinformation code standards and the like, and to assess compliance by platforms against both statutory obligations and what's set out in codes and standards. But it can only do so, you can only tell whether the platform is properly identifying misinformation or properly complying with whatever is set out in the code by forming your own view as ACMA that the platform has properly done so. And precisely because the thing that you're assessing is whether it's adequately responded to misinformation and disinformation, by definition, you have to have identified as ACMA what the misinformation and disinformation is to which there hasn't been an adequate response. So that's why ACMA is tasked with that role by implication, simply because of the definition of misinformation and disinformation. And ACMA being a Commonwealth public body, it would be subject to the usual administrative processes and judicial review that ultimately takes you to the federal court and then up to the High Court. But none of that's stated in the bill.
ACMA would also need to have its own or form its own opinions about categories of excluded dissemination, what constitutes a religious purpose,
Correct.
what's parody or satire, for instance. This would all ultimately fall to ACMA to make a decision about whether the digital platforms are complying with the code or not.
That's exactly so, because the definition of misinformation is so complex precisely because it encompasses a very broad and subjective understanding of what counts as harm, which is not limited to direct physical injury or economic loss or anything of that sort. In broad and very contestable categories, economic harm includes anything that diminishes confidence in banks. That encompasses an awful amount of content that people might have that expresses legitimate, indeed illegitimate, grievances about financial institutions. Similarly with artistic content, religious and the like, one wonders how can ACMA possibly know what is an unreasonable dissemination of art?
Or what constitutes a religious purpose.
Of course.
Unless they're theologians. Professor Toomey, could I just ask you, because you mentioned in your opening statement as well that ACMA would not be able to make an assessment of the effectiveness of these industry codes in dealing with these issues without itself deciding whether content disseminated by digital platforms amounts to the spread of misinformation and disinformation. So is it your view that ACMA itself will need to reach its own independent conclusions about what constitutes misinformation, what amounts to an excluded purposes, either for the purpose of conducting an investigation or advising the minister or instituting other enforcement action?
Yes, in short. Look, it may not ever get to that. I mean, because if it approves codes and the platforms all, comply with the codes, then it might not need to make those kinds of assessments, but it's probably going to end up making those assessments in trying to work out, well, is the platform complying with the code? And then once you start getting into that, you'll get into the nitty-gritty of particular issues, because they'll say, OK, well, you're not complying with the code because you're not dealing with this particular example of, misinformation which is flourishing all over your platform. And that's when the point will arise. So it may not arise initially, but it's probably going to arise somewhere along the way.
All right. Just one more question. If I was, we conduct a thought experiment and we're in 16th century Prussia or 17th century Italy and I'm Copernicus or Galileo and I start to say that the universe rotates or revolves around the sun rather than the earth, would that be, on the basis of the knowledge and opinion of the day, would that constitute misinformation? It's opinion, a claim, a commentary. It's reasonably verifiable as false according to the Catholic Church's teachings at the time. What's your opinion on that? I mean, I'm just wondering, is in a modern day scenario, if someone is to offer a theory that does not accord with conventional wisdom, prima facie that could be construed as misinformation.
There's a grave
well,
risk
that's what I'm asking the witnesses.
There's a grave risk that that's so, and that's in part because of the very wide definition of harm. We've ticked the box, it's information because it's a claim, says the explanatory memorandum. We've ticked the box, it's reasonably verifiable as false because most people say that it's false. We then ask, does it not cause but contribute to harm? I don't think it'll be too difficult, remembering, of course, first decision maker is the platform, next decision maker is ACMA, for them to say, oh, well, look, that undermines confidence in the Medici Bank or whatever it is, and therefore there's a harm to the economy. Or it dissuades people from doing exercise, and therefore it's because they've joined a convent or something like that, and therefore there's a harm to public health because of the social disorder caused by this pernicious view. Our great difficulty with the thought experiment is the element of contribution, which might only be a minor contribution to a harm, remembering, of course, the explanatory memorandum says, this is page 54, that the harm in question need not ever actually arise. And that therefore you might have a trivial contribution to dissuading people from exercising or dissuading people from having faith in investment banks or whatever it might be, and that can amount to a serious harm. And the concern is not whether you or I, senators, as reasonable people, would hold that view, or whether the federal court ultimately would be persuaded upon facts and evidence to hold that view, but it's whether the platform operator that you most dislike or the most censorious fact checker you can think of would hold that view. That's the grave risk.
I mean, even a modern day example, Stephanie Kelton's The Deficit Myth, for instance, if she posts about that saying that public spending deficits ultimately don't matter, and if she posts that on a digital platform, you could argue that she's making an opinion or a claim. She could argue, I guess, that there is an academic exemption, but you could certainly make a case that that would undermine confidence in the banking or financial system. Professor Toomey, have you got an opinion on that?
Could I just give you an even more pertinent example? Beginning of COVID, we were all told the scientific consensus was it was not an airborne disease, that it travelled by droplets, and so we all went around, wiping every surface.
Washing our hands, yeah.
2 years later, they tell us the opposite, that it is an airborne disease. Now, at the beginning, if we had, rules that said, well, there's a consensus, that what you're saying when you're saying it is an airborne disease, that's false, okay, because there would have been a consensus about that. And if you wiped all that out of the social media and all the rest of it, would that have been a problem? Well, it might have been for public health purposes because, potentially if people believe it was spread by one thing and not by others, they weren't then dealing with, better ventilation and all the sorts of things that would save people's lives. So that would be a classic case of where what people say is misinformation. By excluding those possibilities, you actually give yourself the harm that you said you were trying to avoid. Now, the only thing there is, I'd say, is there is that exception in relation to, reasonable dissemination of academic and scientific things. So then you could say, okay, well, you might have been allowed to write the scientific paper saying that it was an airborne disease, but you weren't allowed to publish that on social media because that was not academic. I mean, and that comes to a question, I don't even know how that's supposed to work. For example, I have a YouTube channel that gives public education about constitutional stuff. So if I write something about constitutional things in an academic paper, then that's not misinformation. But if I do public education, explaining it in more sort of publicly understandable terms on a social media platform, does it then fall within that category or not? I don't know from the definitions in this bill. And I'm thinking, well, if I don't know, then maybe that's a problem.
Thank you, Professor Toomey. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Isn't he well read? I thought Copernicus was Dr. Brown's dog in Back to the Future, but there you go.
Very man of the people. You are aware that scientific issues are not covered, they are exempt in the same way that religion is, just to be clear, that conversation went down a pathway that led me to think that you all think that perhaps science is captured here when it isn't. We'll go to Senator Darmerman.
Chair, sorry, can I just interrupt there, Chair? Just going back to the meaning of excluded dissemination, it says that it's excluded if it's reasonable dissemination of content for any academic, artistic, scientific or religious purpose, but whether or not, repetition of these sorts of things on social media accounts, falls into that category or not, I think is really unclear. Is it for a scientific purpose if you're making claims about certain things that are scientific? And is it a reasonable dissemination of it? I think there's no blanket exclusion on science from this.
There is a significant exclusion, I would argue, but we're here to ask you questions, and we're going to Senator Darmerman next.
Thank you. Just in interest of time, perhaps I'll just keep mine to one question. Just following on from the discussion that we've just been having around ACMA being this ministry of truth, or the concept of who is the arbiter of the truth. I would note that ACMA has been empowered to determine accuracy for broadcasting services for more than 30 years and, to my knowledge, have not shut down debate on a variety of views. So they do have some experience with this already. But I am interested in your thoughts around the instruments made by ACMA under the legislation will be subject to parliamentary scrutiny and disallowance. And, you know, there's also been some discussion about this already, about the ability to apply penalties is subject to the courts. So I just, particularly around, you know, the parliamentary scrutiny and disallowance is in there. What are your thoughts around that, perhaps all three of you?
Well, the fact that there is some parliamentary scrutiny is, of course, a good thing, but it's scrutiny of the delegated legislation or legislative instruments compliance with the authorising statute. And our problems with the authorising statute, coupled with the fact that our concern is what platforms might do so as to over-comply with the law, which is obviously something that Parliament, in disallowing an instrument, is unlikely to do very much about. So yes, of course, parliamentary scrutiny of delegated legislation, legislative instruments is terribly important. But if the problem is the authorising act, parliamentary scrutiny is not going to do very much. The suggestion that there ought to be periodic reviews of the act is, of course, itself also a good thing. But our concern is that there's a very grave risk to the infringement of freedom of expression well before you get to the point of a court striking down the subordinate legislation as not being authorised by the Act.
Ms. Toomey?
I haven't gone through those details. I did see some point they said something or other wasn't a legislative instrument, but then I think the making of the standard wasn't, but the standard itself was, or something or other like that. Anyway, I haven't gone back to look at them. The more scrutiny, the better, in my view. So it's good if there is. I do recollect, and again, I don't have the actual details here, but for something with the Online Safety Act and the orders that the Commissioner made in relation to the video concerning the stabbing of the bishop. I tried to get a copy of what the order was, what was actually required to be taken down online, and discovered that none of that was actually available. There was a description of what the takedown order was, but there was no actual copy of the takedown order. So that led me to some concerns about the full level of transparency in relation to these sorts of things. If orders or directions or standards or anything else is being made, we need to know what the actual details of them are, not just some summary of them.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for the question, Senator. The way I would answer that is that, of course, parliamentary oversight is critical, and the more of it, the better. At the moment, at least the triennial review of the bill only requires impacts on the right to freedom of expression. That is not the only human right. In fact, human rights law requires that all human rights are balanced in a way to facilitate the enjoyment of everybody to have to enjoy those human rights. And, we do put a lot of focus, rightly so, I think, on the right to freedom of expression, but it is not absolute. It can be limited when or in the potential that is causing serious harm. Now, the definitions of harm, particularly contributing to harm, I think need tightening up in the bill, but the oversight of any of these instruments by the Parliament is absolutely critical, but we would argue that it can be strengthened to make sure that the oversight also includes recognition that the freedom of expression is not the only right, and all other human rights, including the rights of the people who are very seriously harmed by misinformation and disinformation online, that they must be considered as well. And it should be open for a parliamentary committee to have inquiries into these types of matters, ideally the Human Rights Committee, but that would require amending legislation elsewhere, and that's not currently being discussed. But we would argue that more parliamentary oversight, the better. And finally, this is actually just boosting the point that third-party oversight by accredited researchers and independent think tanks and not-for-profit organisations, unions and others is absolutely critical to the work of this bill, because we also need to be able to verify from organisations that are aligned politically in all manner of places or not aligned at all, that what the platforms are saying and what ACMA is reporting is actually true. And the more oversight, included by Parliament and others, the better.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time this morning and your opinion and your expertise. we will let you go. You have, I think you did unfortunately take something on notice somewhere along the line. So there is an unreasonable deadline there for you to attempt to meet. But we will let you go. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome representatives from the Australian Jurist Association via video conference. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you, as it is to all witnesses. And I will note that the committee takes the protection of witnesses extremely seriously, and an issue has come to light that we will be pursuing through our processes here, and we'll deal with and discuss with you separately. But we do take it very seriously. For the Hansard record, I would ask that you both state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing with us today.
So, Robert Gregory, Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Jewish Association.
And Dr. David Adler, and I'm President of the Australian Jewish Association. Thank
you very much. Now, you have provided us with an opening statement. All the opening statements have been tabled and will be published. We will, because we are pretty tight on time, we have a lot of senators with us today. We'll go directly to questions if that's all right with you. And we'll start with Senator Sharma.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you for joining us today. I've got your opening statement, I believe, or your submission rather. You mentioned in there that there's strong community opposition to these proposed changes, and you've been inundated with messages of concern. Would you mind just elaborating on, I guess, the level of community concern you've detected amongst your membership?
Well, Senator, the AJA is guided by genuine Jewish values, by Torah values, and our tradition going back thousands of years for Jewish academic development is built on free speech. It's built on a contest of ideas, even back to biblical times when emerged two major Jewish learning institutes called Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai. They were known for having contrary views on the interpretation of Judaism and Jewish practice. If you like, they had their different views of what the truth is. And we've had a number of messages from rabbis, from people in the Orthodox community, that the whole basis upon which Jewish academia stands is that a person should be free to express their views, express their assessments on various issues, not so much obviously as to advocate violence, but the contest of ideas is a major part of our tradition. Jewish practice involves learning. It's a major part. It's why Jews are sometimes referred to as the people of the book, and that should be conducted in Australia. And in some ways, what is being proposed now before the Parliament is a less mature approach to the contest of ideas than has existed in Jewish tradition even a couple of thousand years ago. So that's sort of the basis of the concern. It's come mainly from the rabbis, mainly from those in the Orthodox community, but also those that are centre-right conservative politically and see it as an important foundation of Western democracy broadly.
And I'll just add to that, many members of the Jewish community, they come from places like the former Soviet Union, like apartheid South Africa, so they do understand the implications of the government policing whether certain speech is acceptable or not. And going into specific examples, I know we dealt with earlier today the religious teachings, things around gender and marriage. There's concern in the community that Jewish practices, which are thousands of years old, could come under in breach of the law. But the bigger issue is, even if individuals aren't going to be prosecuted, if it's going to be the social media companies that are, it has a chilling effect on free speech. And that's a concern we're hearing from the Jewish community, that people are going to self-censor. AJA has been ourselves targeted by various online campaigns. We've had strikes against our accounts. We've even had a social media account taken down. And we always manage to overcome these obstacles because they're unfounded, but the average person is not going to fight against the big social media companies, and they may just give in, they may self-censor, and this is going to create a really chilling impact on political speech and all speech in this country.
Just one final question then, Chair, thank you. There is an exemption in the legislation, the draft legislation, for reasonable dissemination of content for any academic, artistic, scientific or religious purpose. Would you be comfortable with the tech platforms or behind them, ACMA, making a determination about what's reasonable dissemination for a religious purpose for Judaism? Do they have the expertise to be able to make that assessment?
Clearly not, Senator. And we note also that there are exemptions for government. There's exemptions for mainstream media, for main media, but there's no exemption for a community organisation that represents a religious community, such as the Australian Jewish Association. So we, for example, every Friday afternoon publish a message on religious teaching in the lead up to Shabbat. Anyone that's interested can go onto our Facebook page and scroll any Friday afternoon and you'll see examples of that. Now, often we try to make the message related to current events, and it is eminently possible, in fact likely, that there could be people who take exception to our Shabbat message, for example, and that they make complaints. So we do not think it's the role of social media companies to assess whether the AJA Shabbat message is reasonable or not. We believe that it always is, and if someone disagrees, they're free to say so. But so it affects us very directly.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adler. Thanks, Mr. Kruger. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On that point that you've just raised there, Dr. Adler, do you feel that the exclusion, well, the exemption in the bill, and I'll just quote it to you, that reasonable dissemination of content for any academic, artistic, scientific or religious purpose, do you think that covers what you've... Because to my interpretation, it would cover what you've just said as a concern that you wouldn't be able to put out your Shabbat message.
No, what I said is that it would be open to challenge, and even if we were able to deal with the challenge, it opens a complaint mechanism. I'll give you a related example. And before you introduced us, you mentioned that there had been an issue. I'll perhaps have an opportunity to raise a concern later. But we are under extraordinary attack every day. I maintain my medical registration, and therefore it is possible to make complaints against me using the healthcare complaints mechanisms. I believe there was a period late last year and early this year when I was the most complained about doctor in the country. Not for any clinical reasons, just because people picked up my public comments and complained about it. We use Jewish values not just for the Shabbat message. we also use Jewish values for our Israel advocacy. So there is a Torah view on what the land of Israel is, and certain political issues, obviously, and contested political issues flow from that. So we do have concerns, not just for the Shabbat message, but I could give a whole range of examples where we base our commentary on Jewish values as it applies to all sorts of political issues. And of course, Israel advocacy is a major part of that.
Okay, but do you feel the exemption gives some latitude there in terms of enabling, because I think one of the things we are concerned about is the attacks on religious perspectives, the rise of anti-Semitism, etc. And do you see that exemption would cover some of your concerns?
It would cover it if it was purely religious, and occasionally that would be the case. But we work at the interface between Judaism and politics, and in combating anti-Semitism, in commenting on a range of issues, be they gender-related, marriage-related, be they related to Israel and conflicts and other Middle East matters. So, if it was purely religious, I understand the point you're making, but our role is that would be a small proportion.
And everything's obviously open to challenge. So, it's a Jewish religious teaching that the land of Israel is a Jewish homeland, but people would consider that a political statement and would challenge it on that. And because Judaism has a unique position where it's also part ethnicity, race, it's a bit of a mix between things. So it's not just going to be clergy that are speaking out. It may be, layman people. It may be even secular people speaking on the religious issues. So I don't think it's that clear that these type of things are covered with that exemption.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Senator Roberts?
You're muted, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here. First of all, Dr. Adler, I want to thank you for your work for all Australians. All Australians. You've been a proud supporter of freedom. The government says that we can't trust the platforms, the social media platforms. The platforms are the problem. And then they get them to do the censoring. Is that a fair assessment of this bill?
That would probably be the default position at the end of the day. Of course, the bill also talks about codes of conduct and other, intermediary mechanisms. But at the end of the day, and look, we've seen it played out in practice, and perhaps the most spectacular example is Twitter becoming X, and the difference before and after the change of ownership in what sort of content it would carry. So, it does potentially give enormous power to the social media platforms, and for many, many people, including much of our base, and it's probably worth mentioning for the benefit of the committee, that AJA is by far the largest Jewish organisation as measured by social media following in this country. In fact, we've built the largest Jewish community platform Australia has ever seen across the various components of social media. A couple of months ago, we announced that our reach on X annually had exceeded 40 million, which is really a big deal in the Jewish world. So we would be concerned about them being the arbiters of what is acceptable conduct and acceptable information. Yeah.
We've had experience with the social media companies we often had, when we started up, we had things taken down just by AI and then, by junior people in these organizations. And it was very time consuming to challenge it, particularly on Facebook and Instagram. Now we have senior contacts in the social media company, so we don't have any issues, but the ordinary Australian doesn't have those contacts, and they should not trust the social media companies who, by default, will just remove anything they think is controversial.
Thank you. And my second question goes to the fact that there is no arbiter of truth in this bill. Is that correct? And is that a problem for you?
That's a central issue. It's massive. And if I might draw to the committee's attention a health example that I gave, because I know a couple of people have been talking about the COVID pandemic. I used to be 2IC of the Australian Medical Association, and I've also had state and Commonwealth government appointments in a health advisory capacity. Some of you will remember in early 2020, near the beginning of the pandemic, Australia introduced something called the COVID Safe app. The Prime Minister at the time, Scott Morrison, even said that it was like sunscreen going out in terms of its protection. And I had a look at the way that the COVID Safe app worked. And even though the government and the health authorities said it was a really important tool that would deliver benefits, I was critical. I said there is no way that it will deliver the benefits that the government is claiming and that the health bureaucracy is claiming. Now, that is an example which falls squarely within a provision of the legislation about potential serious harm. Here I was in early 2020 criticising an initiative of the government to deal with the pandemic. It was about 2.5 years later that the COVID Safe app was abandoned because its performance was even worse than my assessment. I published my thoughts, collated them and published my thoughts in an article in the Spectator magazine, April 2020, which is still available online. So the arbiter of truth would not take into account examples like that, where what was put forward as truth early 2020 was demonstrated to be a falsehood 2022, 2023. And I was personally involved in that one, and I have other examples.
Thank you. Your statement states, quote, "The Australian Jewish Association shares the concern of some members there is a strong risk the bill will stifle religious expression. Following rejection of the voice referendum, it has been suggested the government is trying to prevent scrutiny of other unpopular government policies." End of quote. Can I confirm you believe that is an accurate reflection of this bill, that it's stifling proper scrutiny of other unpopular government policies?
Robert, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think that's certainly a concern we've been hearing from our members. This issue, every so often an issue comes around where we just get an avalanche of communication. The Voice actually was another one. We often deal with foreign issues, but in terms of domestic issues, this has been, there's been a huge outcry from the community, from our members, and we have heard that concern raised many times, that the timing is suspicious. Why has this been rushed before an election? Why did this come in after the Voice? I can't, speak to the motivations behind it, but that's certainly a concern we are hearing from many members of our community.
Thank you. For clarity, the Australian Jewish Association opposes this bill proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Thank you. Your submission uses the example of the
Senator
video.
Senator Roberts, we're going to have to rotate. Can you make it your last question?
Thank you, Chair. Your submission uses the example of the video of Bishop Murray Emanuel. Is it your position that the E-Safety Commissioner's actions in trying to remove that video served to defend one religion from scrutiny and elevated one religion's rights above another's?
Senator Roberts, I can't speak for the Commissioner. What we can say is that we thought that the video was important because it accurately portrayed a significant event. And we were one of the early people who put the video on our social media. On AJA's social media, it was seen over 700,000 times. And we got an approach from Elon Musk's legal team saying that they had received a takedown order. We thought the principle sufficiently important that we participated in supporting the legal case against the e-safety commissioner. And the reason we thought it important is because it rapidly became clear the perpetrator was a radicalised young Islamist. And although the target was a Christian cleric, the issue is of major concern to the Jewish community, and we learnt subsequently that the group that he was in were also discussing attacks against the Jewish community. And sometimes the only way to pressure action from our governments and from law enforcement authorities is through public pressure. And that's one of the reasons why we thought the video was important and why we supported the case of X in its federal court proceedings.
Thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Canavan.
Gentlemen, just want to pick up on where Malcolm was earlier around believing or trusting the social media companies. As we've discussed, this bill sets those up as needing to establish a code of their own to regulate misinformation and disinformation. I particularly want to ask you about TikTok, which I don't think seems to have gotten enough attention. The focus has been on American social media companies, but there's a very large one called TikTok, which has an interesting, at least, relationship with the Chinese Communist Party. I just want to ask you whether you have any concerns about the Australian government effectively sanctioning a social media company that at the very least has a tight relationship with a foreign government who may have an agenda that is very different from the agenda of Western free and liberal nations.
Well, I mean, we're not experts on TikTok, but we've obviously read the concerns and we share these concerns. AJA is active on Facebook, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube. We purposely don't have a TikTok account because we do share some of those concerns. I'm not sure whether it's for this committee, but I think the government needs to take a very strong look at social media companies connected to hostile governments. What we do know about TikTok is the #1 platform for spreading anti-Semitism, and including in Australia, whether this is being done intentionally, as some have suggested, encouraged by the Chinese government, is a major concern for the Jewish community. So that's...
Thank you, Chair. That's all I had. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Excellent. We'll go to Senator Billick.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I misunderstood what you were saying in regard to the timing of this bill, but I'm just wondering if you're aware that the original recommendation for an enforceable code came from the final report of the ACCC's Digital Platforms Inquiry, which was released in 2019, and that under the Liberal National Coalition government under Scott Morrison in 2022, he promised to introduce laws to combat misinformation and disinformation online by empowering the ACMA. So that was a long time before The Voice. So I just wanted to see if I understood what you were saying correctly.
I mean,
earlier.
we are aware of that, of that timeline. Thank you, Senator. We are aware, and we also understand the coalition has come out against this legislation. So I'm not sure whether it's in the form that it was originally envisaged, or whether world events have changed as they rapidly do, particularly in the social media space.
well, they have certainly changed their mind, that's for sure. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate you spending some time with us this morning and sharing your views. We will release you now, but obviously we'll be in touch over the other issue.
Chair, is it worth me making a comment on the other issue, or you prefer not?
Look, if you'd like to, but I'm not sure of the value. But it's entirely up to you, Mr. Adler.
I'll make it 30 seconds then. I'm not sure how often people who appear before Senate committees are warned not to, and that warning is accompanied by a death threat. But that happened over the weekend. We were sent an illustrated death threat of a hangman's noose, together with the words that if we appeared before the committee, we would die. And I just think it's a reflection of the spike in anti-Semitism that is now at crisis level in Australia. And this committee is not about the Middle East conflicts. And there are now people who think that at threat of death, we should not participate in Australia's democratic processes. And that's really all I want to say.
Dr. Adler, I received your information at about 8:45 this morning. The committee met before the hearing started. We discussed the issue. We have already reported it to the AFP. We are pursuing the Senate pathway that is articulated. We take this kind of action extraordinarily seriously, and no one who appears before a committee should ever have to endure those threats, and we will pursue this. Thank you. Senator Cadell.
The committee was unanimous in taking this action. Thank you for the chair for leading it, and thank you for coming despite those threats and giving your evidence today.
I want to
thank you for the action. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to second
we'll let
that.
you know.
I want to endorse that, Chair.
Great. Certainly. Thank you very much. We'll let you go. We'll take a break now until 10:40. Welcome back. I would now like to welcome a representative from our National Emergency Management Agency. I believe that information on parliamentary privilege and witness protection has been provided to you.
Yes.
Excellent. And I will remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of a department are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for claims. Having got through that official bit, would you care to provide us with your name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us today?
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators, and thanks for the opportunity to present to this committee. My name is Joe Buffoni and I'm one of the Deputy Coordinator Generals at the Australian Government's National Emergency Management Agency.
Thank you. We have received your opening statement and it has been tabled. So we will go directly to questions.
Okay, thank you.
And we will start with Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. Got your opening statement, gone through that. Thank you very much. This is important to FEMA. When you get NEMA on as we go through this, FEMA's in your submission, not the thing. Why didn't you put a submission in originally if it's that important?
It's a really good question, Senator. I think that initially we've just been incredibly busy with a range of actual emergencies at the moment, and sometimes these sorts of things, come in as a data, digital technology sort of issue, and you'll see in my submission that it's actually quite important. So when the opportunity come to address this committee, obviously we seized the opportunity so that it could be taken into account.
Okay. And I accept that, and I accept the reasons behind it, the examples you've given. If, with the business, I accept that misinformation and disinformation can be harmful in emergency situations, does this bill as it stands fix all those concerns, or is it just the fear of mis and dis more so than what this bill does?
I think from our perspective, it's predominantly focused around mis and disinformation. So that's the part that we're focused on. I don't know that you're going to fix mis and disinformation in its entirety because it's a complex environment. There are multiple channels that everybody can communicate on, and it's not only within Australia as you're fully aware. It's actually global. Yeah. So the ability to communicate, the ability to influence, the ability to put opinions in, and as I said, mis and disinformation is global.
Okay. I think back in 2020 when we had bad bushfires, I won't lift it up and I don't think there's any need to circulate it. I think there was a photo that was shared, Australia Ablaze, which was a quarter of Australia under fire, that was shared worldwide. Would that fit under the category of mis and disinformation, do you think, when that sort of thing's going well? Well,
I think it's about context. So, as you're well aware, there was 3,000 kilometres of fire front on the east coast. Yep. But as you've highlighted with that, image, it sort of looks like it's sort of, disproportionate to what the impacts were. Whilst we shouldn't, underestimate what the impacts of Black Summer were, but they weren't the whole of Australia alight, which again, creates, fear amongst community, uncertainty. And the key thing is, as I said in my submission, is around upholding public trust in the system, which is an important part. And that's changed significantly over many, many, many years. Even emergency services, sometimes, in the main, one of the most trusted institutions in a lot of our institutions, they're challenged these days by, their ability to cut through. So maintaining that authority and maintaining public trust becomes important.
And that is so important. So, coming from the Hunter Valley, we always used to go to regional ABC, the traditional lines of emergency communications, and the sources themselves are the apps that have that, Hazards Near Me and all that. With more social media coming online, with more places purporting to be the sources of information for this, whether stay, flee, hide in place, too late to welfare, is NEMA looking at these places on an ongoing basis and working out who's credible and not, and taking action against those who are purporting to be something they are not?
So absolutely, well, part of the system, I'll talk about the whole ecosystem, because one of the key things, we do operate in a federation, and states and territories have specific responsibility for warnings. You know, the national government can put out messaging, obviously the Bureau and others put out, you know, broad warnings, but the very targeted ones are generally done by states and territories and emergency services. So we do monitor broadly what's happening in social media, open source, a whole range of open source, you know, platforms, and then what we're doing is looking to see what, you know, community sentiment, and also, but importantly, if there is misinformation. There's a significant change, though, in how we operate in that communications, warnings and engagement environment. Historically, there was a bit of an approach that would say, oh, you know, you would fill the void or make sure there isn't a vacuum in the system. Well, there is no vacuum in the system anymore. You know, there is information, there is chatter, there is engagement going on, you know, with the community on these platforms. So as part of our collective strategy now, we actually have to be part of that conversation. So it's actually changing how we operate. And that's the important part, going back to mis and disinformation, because you can get credible information, you know, or it seems very, very credible. You know, you can digitally enhance, you know, images, you can, you know, claim to be authoritative, and people generally will look at that. The other key thing is generally people will try to, you know, validate with 3 points of reference. So they'll see the government and then they'll see what other information is around, including from their local community. And if the official source, because generally, you know, emergency services, governments are working on getting the most credible information in an authoritative context out for public safety. So it's about getting in there, being part of that, and then managing it. What we don't do, though, yet, is actually like actively, you know, sort of target the specific area. What we do, though, is if there is, you know, mis or disinformation, we will then put out key messages or work with the respective jurisdiction to put the authoritative source out to say this is actually the facts.
So I know we're not meant to go hypothetical, but I might seek some leeway. If I had Roscoe's Hunter Valley alerts and I was trying to do the right thing, but I was often incorrect, you wouldn't take action, or even if I wasn't, even if I was putting alerts that were not genuine out there in the world, you generally wouldn't try and take action against us. You'd just go louder with the positive action. That would be right. Okay.
Correct. Now, you know, there may be some, I can't speak on behalf of some other areas within government that might actually take direct action, but from an emergency management perspective, and even in the emergency services, it's about amplifying the key message, which is about community safety, actions that they want based on the information that the authorities have.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Roberts.
And thank you for appearing today. Trust in platforms, social media platforms in particular, has decreased because they already censor indiscriminately and subversively, and people know that. People check accuracy by, as you pointed out, by consulting many services. So isn't open debate the best way to confront misinformation and disinformation? Open debate in search of the truth.
Senator, it's a really good question, and as I said in my submission or opening statement, you know, I've been you know, in this industry for a long time, and when social media first came on, in actual fact, there was a view that, you know, we shouldn't even be using it for, you know, engaging, because, you know, you could, for similar things, you couldn't trust it, etc. And in the main, you know, I would suggest, you know, in line with democracy and in line with freedom of speech, you know, there is a self-regulatory aspect of all of these platforms. However, I do believe that when there is direct, in particular disinformation, you know, which is actively trying to put information into the system that either disrupts, causes harm, etc., I think that there needs to be some ability to be, you know, to have some sort of intervention. And from my perspective, not in a censorship perspective, but around ensuring that the information, the accurate information, is amplified and is corrected. So that's sort of the thoughts, and that's the approach that we take in the crisis and emergency management environment.
So we're agreed then, and I missed your opening statement. I'm sorry, because I lost my sound. I had to log back in.
It was circulated, not delivered, so it's been circulated. You should have it, but we'll make sure that it has been sent to you, but it has now been published, I believe.
Thank you. Now the government says that it can't trust social media platforms. I wholeheartedly agree. The platforms are the problem. Isn't it then quite ludicrous that to address a lack of transparency, we trust the purveyors of dishonesty, the social media platforms?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure of the question that you're actually asking me. If you could help me understand the specifics.
Sure. Yeah. Perhaps I asked it in an awkward way. The government says that we cannot trust social media platforms, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. The platforms are the problem. So it seems very strange to me that in order to address the lack of trust in social media, we ask the foxes looking after the chickens and we entrust the lives of the chickens with the foxes. In other words, we ask the social media platforms to ensure trust is upheld.
Thanks, Senator, for clarifying that. Look, again, I can only speak about, how we operate and how we see it. I mean, there's a range of different aspects. The other thing that we actually are part of, we're not the drivers of, but when there is abhorrent, information that's been posted online, we're part of that system that puts it into the e-Safety Commissioner to actually ensure that is brought down, again, for those reasons. So if I look at it through purely a technical capability, those that own the platforms clearly have to be part of the solution. Now, as I said, I think there's a range of different aspects to that, and they have to be part of the solution, because at the end of the day, those platforms, have the broadest reach. They're so powerful. They're so engaged, and not only that, with as you've highlighted, the algorithms that they can use, their reach. So I think that they must be part of the solution.
Well, isn't that the root cause? And I'm glad you raised it. We need to have complete transparency to find out what their algorithms do, what they restrict, what they let through. That's the first point, if you could address that. And secondly, there's no arbiter of truth. So in your line of work, people die if lies are told and misinformation is spread. People die. Who's the arbiter of truth in this in this bill?
I think what you've highlighted, I can't speak about the technical aspects of the algorithms, but I mean, obviously, we also work with some of these social media platforms in a positive way, to help us to understand what the impacts are, what the consequences are, as a very, very rich data source. But the point about who is the point of truth is back to my, back to what I addressed with Senator Cadell, that it's about the authoritative source amplifying the key messages and the accuracy and upholding that public trust. So that's an important part. Now that means that we have to work a lot harder at, sort of being in that environment. But as I said in my opening statement, Senator, I actually believe that in our system we can save, as you've touched on, more lives, reduce more harm, and uphold public trust by good messaging, good communication, and good warnings. And if there are any disruptions to that, then that actually reduces the amplification. So we just then have to work harder at making sure that the information that we've got, the systems that we've got, can actually meet the requirements in this new world. The speed in which information circulates and changes, the technologies that are used, change literally nearly on a quarterly basis. So every 3 months we're seeing refresh, changes. And for us, that's the thing that we need to. So for me, what the bill does do is provides another lever that can, I'll use the term influence, what the negative impacts are.
Thank you. Rather than give untrustworthy social media platforms the power to control speech and to censor people, and that's what's essentially done in this bill, wouldn't it be better to get to the truth through open debate, which is fundamentally what you're suggesting when you dig down beneath the words? Open debate, free open debate, is the best form of getting to the truth.
Well, Senator, I can't disagree with that statement because, you know, that's what our business is, very much around transparency, openness, you know, sharing the best data, sharing the best information. I do think, though, that there is value in having, you know, some levers that can influence some of these, you know, giant platforms, and they are giants. You know, I said about that they have a global reach and they can influence very, very quickly. And we've seen that in many examples in history where, you know, the disruption of social media in our social cohesion, in our democracies and all that has changed significantly. So I absolutely support the open debate and the transparency, but I also do believe that there is some value in having levers that can influence these companies.
Thank you. President Trump.
Senator Roberts, we are going to have to rotate the call.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to table a couple of publicly available articles. Predominantly the former Chief of the Australian Defence Force, General Angus Taylor, talked about truth decay.
Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor? Who's Angus Taylor?
General Angus.
Angus Houston.
Sorry, Angus Houston. Little slip of the tongue there.
I didn't know
Excuse
Angus
me.
Ex-CDF.
Well, look, he may well have some ambitions in that direction, and I wish him well if that is the case. Major Lee Howard from the Australian Army talking about mis and disinformation, and also the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
I think
we'll just pause. The odes come earlier than I thought.
lest we forget.
My apologies, that came on about a minute earlier than I had anticipated. Please accept the apologies of the committee for that. It was completely our intention to have done a precursor and stopped for that very important reflection. But I will, on behalf of the committee, just take a moment to say that we pay our deepest respects to those who gave their lives for our country in the First World War and in the 106 years since then. We pay our respects to those who have served in our defence forces and our peacekeeping operations and pay our respects to their families. Thank you. So, Mr Buffon, back to you. I've just tabled a couple of documents to sort of take us to that point of the issues we see in growing mis and disinformation and the impact that then has on emergency services and also on our defence forces. You touch on some of that in your opening statement. I wonder if you would just like to expand on what you see for your organisation in keeping our country safe and responding to disasters, what you see as the biggest challenges in terms of mis and disinformation populated online and how it impacts on your ability to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you've highlighted, it is quite challenging. So first of all, as I just keep going back to, as we get bigger crises or disasters, and as we have the consecutive, concurrent and compounding events, that's not just a single event. So, you think about how we have multiple events. We can have fires, floods, and our continent is so large. So we could have fires, floods, cyclones, all happening concurrently. Our resources are finite, and as we get into those more severe, catastrophic events, then we work really hard at, utilising all of our resources. Now, the reason I'm setting this context is our biggest lever around saving lives, reducing harm and upholding that public trust is warnings, information, and back to Senator Roberts' point too, though, still the transparency and openness around what's actually going on. And I often talk about near real-time situational awareness, so that not just emergency services but the community are fully aware of what's going on, fully aware of the risks and can make decisions for their own safety. We've spoken about the platforms that are now, and they are very, very vast. Obviously there are the official platforms such as Fires Near Me, such as Hazards Near Me, such as the platforms. In actual fact, every jurisdiction has a platform of some description, which is the official, but then they basically, the principle is post once, out to many platforms, so that we've got a broad reach. Now, once it's into the ecosystem out there, then we're hoping that those key messages, the warnings, the information, we also use telephone warnings, emergency alert, which is the national system that's specifically designed to basically break some of the noise in the system. So it's an intrusive system to try to get that to happen. So the challenge that we've got is we've actually got to cut through all the existing noise that occurs, but in some ways also leverage off what communities are actually engaging, because that's an important part of the system as well. So, communities on the ground sharing information about hazard, about risk, around impacts, around what's actually occurring. But we've got to be able to put this formal information into that system. So as I said, we utilise many, many, many different systems to get that out, including press conferences. including radio. I mentioned ABC Radio, and in actual fact they are the national emergency broadcaster, but so are a range of other radio system. And in some ways, that's actually one of the places where you can actually balance the system out, because you've actually got community members sharing what's going on, and then you can get the emergency service leaders that are actually communicating that. But when you're into the other platforms, you actually there are many more that can actually get into that and have an opinion or actively put disinformation in. So the difference between mis and disinformation that you are well aware of. So for us, what we need to be able to do is to be able to have capability and resources and technology that can be as active in those systems as everyone else. So that means more effort, as I said, not waiting and sort of trying to fill a vacuum, but actually being part of the conversation early so that we can amplify those key messages. Because a lot of our work, and there's a lot of research that shows that community members will look for that authoritative source, but historically they would go, oh, emergency services have made a statement, that's it. They don't do that anymore. They go, right, that's the authoritative source, I need to check it on 2, 3, maybe 4 other points before I'll actually act on it. And if there is misinformation in there, if there is disinformation, well then we have to be active to be able to, dispel any of those myths. And there have been many examples over the years, as we've heard. Black Summer was one, even prior to that, in sort of 2011 floods, even in those early days.
Could you maybe just expand on that, just to tell us what those risks are like? What are the things that you saw?
So what the risks are, I mean, one of the examples that I put in my opening statement is about where information has been put out around arsonists going out and lighting fires, and then putting an attribution to particular groups, which immediately impacts on social cohesion. But from an emergency management perspective, it starts to get people or the community, more anxious than they already are, and starts to then, change their focus from probably their own safety into, putting fear into the system is one example. Other examples are around where, fires or floods may or may not be, or the impacts that they are. So, for example, sometimes, well, in actual fact, there have been cases where, there have been social media things going, there's a hall, and it happened during the 22 floods, there are, 30, 40 people that are trapped in a hall somewhere. So all of a sudden, a whole lot of resources get shifted to try to validate if that's correct. And then, of course, the concern is, and it turns out to be false. So it's actually not actually occurring. So rather than those resources being focused on, what is actually occurring, you suddenly shift a whole lot of resources to deal with, some other noise. The other thing is around warnings in particular. If, the official warning is actually saying this is what the threat is, and this is where, I'll use flood as an example, and it's, it's going to be at this particular height, and then there is a whole lot of misinformation. Now, there is a bit of a balance there, because again, you use the systems you've got, and the environment's changing, you get different sort of thresholds, so you've got to balance that out. But you can see that it becomes quite complex. For me, the one that I mostly am concerned about is disinformation, where it's actually specific, it's targeted. Because I actually think that in some ways the system does self-regulate in an emergency management context in the misinformation. Because remembering, everybody looks at a particular event through their own lens. And if you ask 20 people in that same environment what did they experience, it would all be slightly different. So the misinformation, in my view, is that they might be sharing what their experience is, doesn't necessarily line up. So again, the authoritative source is about balancing that, and then it will self-line. But disinformation is where it's, directed to actually cause harm. and that's the one that I'm really concerned about. That just gives you, the example I gave about FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, where there was disinformation and misinformation that actually put their own staff at risk, and they had to withdraw. So that's just disrupted their whole operation, which is of concern. I'll give you another one, which was more recently, the CrowdStrike one, where we supported Home Affairs in the response to the CrowdStrike, the technology outage. Well, straight away there was effectively using platforms to effectively run scams, and there was a whole lot of misinformation. So that is one where the authorities were a lot more directive and a lot more active, and obviously through the relevant sources. Now, obviously that's a question for Home Affairs or AFP, but they're the types of examples that that we have to deal with.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Canavan. Senator Sharma, did you? Yes.
Question. How long have we got with this?
Not long. We'll go quick.
We're over time, but we're
all right. I'll keep it short.
Making things up.
Was the National Emergency Management Authority consulted in the preparation of this bill?
I personally wasn't, but I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, and come back to you if the agency was in other parts of it.
Okay. And have your views been sought on this bill other than through this process today from other parts of government?
With Home Affairs, so we've actually spoken to Home Affairs, and in actual fact, in relation to Senator Cadell's response, what I should have said is that we actually worked with Home Affairs in the submission into this particular inquiry.
Okay. They're appearing this afternoon, I believe. I'm not sure if they've made a submission, but if they have, were you consulted on their submission then?
We provided inputs into their response to this committee.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had, Chair.
I think Senator Cadell had something else who's just ducked out. Senator Darman, did you have any questions?
I think I'm okay. I mean, I was interested in, I think broadly, the role that you play in emergency management and how mis and disinformation affects that, and particularly like if you've got specific case studies. But I think that you've mostly covered that off. If there's anything else that you wanted to add around that, particularly in the Australian context, like what you've seen and how this would help.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think I've covered in the main, some examples, and there are numerous examples, but I do think the important thing is for us to maintain a capability where we can actively engage. I just reinforce that point. So it's no longer a point of an authoritative voice or message being put out and that's it. You actually have to engage in the conversation that is ongoing. So that puts significant pressure, in particular at the height of national emergencies, is an important part. The flip side of that, though, I would still argue that us being part of that is just part of how we've evolved in the information age as well. So, putting authoritative information out, dispelling any myths and making sure that the public have as much information that they have so that they can actually make decisions, but it's that authoritative source that is the critical part. But then just to wrap up, just reinforcing my point, I'm a very strong believer in transparency, openness, etc. But I do believe that we need levers, in particular when you're looking at disinformation.
Senator Cadell.
Just not wanting to put back. NEMA isn't always right though in all of these things. You get some stuff wrong yourself, don't you?
Well, I don't know so much about getting stuff wrong. What I would say is that we use the best information that we have at a point in time. And as things evolve, and I always talk about at the really early stages of a crisis or a disaster, there's always a degree of, the fog of a crisis. And so we work really hard at having the most accurate, the best information at that time, but we will correct as we go.
That was very similar to Dr. Coatsworth, who was here on first day of hearings, second day, first day of hearings. You give the best information you can at the time you have it, but that evolves, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's why the timeliness of information. We talk of the context and the timing of stuff. My learned friend here was talking about the Earth being the centre of the universe earlier today. At times that was correct. So we have to watch how the context of information flows for the honesty. I've been in a bushfire in my valley. My valley was, I saw information coming through 15 minutes before that the fire had turned and but it hadn't been updated that. So I don't say you go out there and create misinformation or sorry, you don't create disinformation because everything you put is correct at the time you put it. But time can turn information into misinformation, can't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a point in time, and as you said, what you're experiencing on the ground, could be slightly different around the system that's actually delivering that information. It was just a wind change that hadn't been picked up, wind change and local conditions as well. I mean, I come from an operational background, and I've actually been on the ground, and then I've actually been getting even information from different levels of within the system. So that's the key thing. You actually any good system uses multiple points of information. And so that's why I think there's a degree around when you talk about misinformation. An individual standing on the ground will experience, I'll use fire as an example, being that you've experienced that, Senator, you will see what you are experiencing in front of you, and that might be different to what the broad sort of messaging is. And that's why the importance of, the different layers of information that's being pushed in. And that's why, for me, the really focus point is around for more disinformation than the misinformation, because there is a degree of self-regulation within the misinformation environment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Just quickly, just really one question. Mr Buffone, you mentioned the importance of transparency. So do you think it would be useful to have greater transparency and accountability from social media platforms? Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt. I think that, as has been highlighted, the more transparency you have in the systems, in the algorithms, in, how they actually operate. Because for me as well, I'd like to understand that, because I would use that for good, leverage off that capability. And we do engage with the big social media platforms around, some of their data sources, and again, that near real-time information. They're a very rich source, but absolutely support the transparency aspect. Great. And I'm making a presumption here, but I'm presuming that you actually consider that the bill complements the work of NEMA?
Absolutely. I mean, that's why my premise is that it definitely does complement the work of NEMA.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go now.
Okay,
I do
thanks.
appreciate your contribution in terms of our investigation into this bill. So thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, committee.
I would now like to welcome Citizen Go to come to the table. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses has been provided to you in your preparation for this session. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing before this committee, that would be great.
My full name is Brian Marlow and I'm a campaigner for Citizen Go Australia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have received the opening statement from your organisation and it has been received and tabled. We will go directly to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Citizen Go for attending and also for your submission. President Trump, who's just been swept to power, promises to dismantle the censorship regime globally. The Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, has in the last few days indicated that the United States would penalise nations for adopting the exact measures contained in this bill. What effect will this have on the operability of this bill? Is this bill likely to undermine AUKUS?
Yes, it is, and the outcome of what President-elect Trump has said effectively makes this bill null and void and dead in the water. So you are trying to enact legislation, I say the metaphorical you, are trying to enact legislation that, well, you're not, are trying to enact legislation that would be effectively dead in the water. If I ran one of the major social media giants, Facebook, Google or even X, I would just merely shut down my Australian operations, operate out of America where I have free speech amendment protections, and completely ignore whatever your legislation says. I know you're not going to shut me down, so I will just continue to operate.
Thank you. Do you think they really will shut down operations in Australia? Because the government says that they cannot trust social media platforms. I agree. The platforms are the problem. Isn't it that we need more transparency of these platforms and what they do and how they censor already indiscriminately and for their own purposes?
The platforms are a problem. I don't trust them either. That being said, I definitely don't trust the government when it comes to trying to protect people from misinformation. The greatest peddlers of misinformation historically has been government MPs and the administrative state. So, an example, weapons of mass destruction, the Russiagate hoax, Hunter Biden laptop story. Safe and effective. Gladys Berejiklian effectively telling people if they sat down they won't catch COVID, but if they stand up they will. This legislation is the equivalent of saying, well, we have an issue with bushfires, so let's hand over power to arsonists. It is insane. It should not be enacted in any way, shape or form. So whilst social media companies have their issues, whilst I do not trust social media companies, what you're finding is there is already an open source solution to misinformation. X is a perfect example. Community Notes, I would say, is far more accurate than what ACMA would ever be able to achieve.
So what we're hearing from the government is we cannot trust social media platforms, yet the government now gives them added power, added incentive to actually censor people even more.
Well,
is that not correct?
They effectively make social media platforms another tier of government by working closely with them to shut down any online dissent or anything that could be deemed misinformation, using very spurious definitions of what would be considered misinformation or harmful content.
Thank you. As I understand the bill, the penalties for under-censoring are severe on social media platforms. The penalties for over-censoring are non-existent. Isn't that an automatic incentive to over-censor?
Yes.
Protect social media responsibilities?
Well, we've already seen cases where, albeit in other countries, social media companies have over-censored information, and that's in the absence of misinformation legislation. Hunter Biden laptop story is the perfect example. That was a completely true story. All of it was factually correct. The CEO of Facebook has admitted that he was approached by intelligence community assets and told to get rid of the information. They shut that down at a time during an election where it actually could have informed voters. And that's in a country where they have a free speech amendment and they don't have misinformation legislation. Imagine what would happen in this country if someone went out there and actually had information that could sway an election and it was truthful, but we have an unelected bureaucracy with deeply flawed people. We're all flawed, we're all biased, acting on legislation that has a very vague definition of what constitutes misinformation and what constitutes serious harm. Imagine what they would do in a country like Australia. They would crack down on all forms of information. It's an egregious bill.
So your proposal is perfectly clear. I'm going to quote. The bill represents an unprecedented threat to free speech in Australia.
Yes.
It goes on to say the right to free speech is a God-given liberty essential to human dignity and democracy, end of quote. Would you characterise this bill as a direct attack on Australia's democracy?
Absolutely.
And is one of the problems not the fact that there is no arbiter to truth, and yet in the real world, the best way to expose the truth is to have free and open debate until the truth is revealed?
Yeah, when it comes to speech, the best disinfectant is sunlight, right? So if there's bad speech out there, if there's incorrect speech out there, the best thing is to have more speech to counter that. We see that, in its early stages with Community Notes on X, where you've got an open source system where people can fact check misleading claims. And as I said, often these misleading claims come from the people that are proposing to regulate misleading claims.
22,000 of your members clearly agree with you. Are your members planning to campaign personally against any member of this parliament that supported this bill?
Absolutely.
How many members do you expect to have on the ground by next May?
We have over 100,000 members in our database in Australia alone. I would expect thousands to be on the ground.
You invoke the late Liberal Party founder, Sir Robert Menzies' quote, "The whole essence of freedom is that it is freedom for others as well as for ourselves. freedom for people who disagree with us as well as for our supporters, freedom for minorities as well as for majorities, end of quote. Opposition leader Peter Dutton did not vote against the bill in the House of Reps. Do you believe, and I believe that the Liberal Party, and I believe that Peter Dutton wants his own misinformation, disinformation bill. Do you believe Peter Dutton's reported support for this bill in some form is abandoning core Liberal Party value?
So I might just stop you there, Senator Roberts. At the vote last week, I believe you'll find that that Mr Dutton did indeed vote against the bill. That's
okay,
correct,
well,
is it not?
I stand corrected.
Coalition voted against the bill in the House.
Just so that you're putting an accurate question to the witness here.
Thank you.
I know it only
much.
happened very, very recently. Yep.
And it's illustrative of what we need. You've just corrected me, and I've accepted that correction. However, it's also correct.
We didn't have to go to ACMA.
Such misinformation, Malcolm.
Exactly. It's also correct. It's also correct that the Morrison Little Proud government introduced the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, and that Peter Dutton has said that he supports a Liberal bill and will go towards introducing that. Is the Liberal Party abandoning core Liberal Party values?
Look, the Liberal Party needs to just look at their We Believe statement and enact any legislation that abides by that. That's been my position for a long time. Sometimes the Liberal Party sleepwalks into stupid legislation to try and appease people who hate them, and it doesn't work. So my hope is that they do not enact speech controls, which is what these sorts of bills are. My hope is that they oppose the misinformation bill in its entirety, in any form.
We have heard from the Victorian Bar that they consider this bill as a guaranteed litigation risk. I note your submission talks about Citizen Go testing the bill in court. Do you think this bill has the capacity to turn into a legal nightmare the government wished they never caused? Will this bill be a nightmare for social media platforms, the government, the courts and social media users, and a harvest for lawyers?
Yes, it will, and we intend to challenge it if passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
One of the things you put in your submission is the impact on religious communities. Senator Sharma has raised for religious purposes has a carve-out, but we've heard from various religious groups they don't think it goes far enough. What do you think will be the impact on religious communities?
I think that not just religious communities, all communities would potentially face crackdown if this bill is passed in its current form. Full disclosure, I don't think that there should be any form of a bill going down this path. But when you have definitions that are this loose, which I believe is deliberate, it allows unelected bureaucrats to enact their own personal biases and crack down on all forms of speech.
In questions just now from Senator Roberts, you mentioned about the fact we will have, if this goes through, Senator Roberts' question, we will have the perpetrators of the social media companies being the arbiters of truth in the first instance in this regard. Is there enough data available to Australians now about the censorship that these bodies give already to social discourse on their platforms?
Yes, I think most people who use social media will have experienced having their content taken down if it's deemed to be, misleading or misinformation, and often the case it's not misleading information. COVID was a perfect example of that. Again, I'm pointing to America, but the Russiagate theory was a perfect example of that, and so was the Hunter Biden laptop story. These social media companies often over-regulate and over-censor because they want to avoid regulatory crackdown themselves. And the net effect of that is that the mere threat of a government coming in to try and shut down the content that they can put out there means that they already act as a pseudo arm of government and shut down content. Now obviously there's X now. X is a free speech platform to some extent, but even they have protections in place for things like hate speech or vilification or incitement to violence. I think a lot of the things that we actually want to protect against, we already have protections for. If I go out and I say something defamatory about any of you, well, you can sue me for defamation. If I go out and I spread hate speech or I'm vilifying someone or I yell fire in a crowded theatre, there's already legislation in place to stop that. So the question I would have, and all of our subscribers have, is what is the intent of this bill? And I'm a firm believer in the purpose of the system is what it does, and what this bill does is crack down on discourse and online speech, and therefore that is the purpose of it.
Okay. I have a view that you may differ from, but there's always talk every time we come into an election or a civil discourse, and it's about foreign influence, foreign control. By giving this power to social media platforms, large social media, none of the significant ones are Australian-based. Aren't we in fact enshrining and enriching foreign influence in all our elections to the future, whether it be TikTok and the Chinese government or the US government on foreign platforms, all of these? Aren't we enshrining foreign influence on every election from now on if we empower this?
Yes, we are, and we're also enshrining content that will only suit the establishment narrative.
Right. The establishment of the number of political parties or the party in power? My fear is it's probably the party that's in power at the time, slash the people that work in the bureaucracy tasked with handling this content. You know, people are deeply flawed and have deep biases. I'm one of those people. I do not trust unelected bureaucrats to have this kind of power. Okay. So this comes down to a might is right sort of bill.
Yes.
We've heard evidence earlier about the troubles of the number of complaints about a doctor to the health board because of unpopular views elsewhere. You think it won't necessarily be linked to truth, untruth, fact or unfact opinion. It'll be linked to number of complaints because it's easier and it'll avoid things. So I could motivate people to, the flat earthers to get out there and say the earth is flat and complain about everything. We talk about a globe, and if I get enough people going out there, suddenly the earth might be flat again?
Well, I think Senator Sharma sort of highlighted this earlier when he was using the Copernicus example. Just because the majority of people have a certain viewpoint doesn't mean it's the correct viewpoint. And if you have legislation that is there acting as a sort of arbiter of truth to then say, well, this is the current viewpoint at the time and the vast majority of people have this viewpoint, so any information you put out that counteracts that is misinformation. It's a very scary path that you're going down.
A viewpoint I am very swayed by in the evidence is that we already have censorship already, but we don't have enough visibility of it. Do you think we should force tech companies to have greater disclosure of the reasons, their takedowns, their suppressions, so we can all know what we aren't seeing?
I'm all for transparency measures.
Okay, thank you.
So following on from that, the fact that, as has been pointed out to us a number of times, and as we are aware, the platforms already make their own decisions about how they manage their content, and you've referred to it as well. And essentially a core part of this bill is just about publicising that. And whatever I respect your opinion, publicising that so people know how they're already dealing with misinformation and disinformation on their own platforms. Do you see that element as a positive?
Yeah, so transparency about how major corporations operate when it comes to open discourse, I think that's entirely fine. The concerns that we have are around an unelected bureaucracy having determination of what is considered reasonable and unreasonable content, what is considered misinformation and disinformation, and how that's defined. We live in a liberal democracy, and one of the bedrocks of a liberal democracy is the right to free and open debate and free speech. And a lot of the issues that we're trying to solve can already be solved with more speech and with freer speech. So, a lot of the times government is a hammer in search of a nail, and I do not believe that we need government overreach to try and solve these issues.
But transparency is good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have any further questions?
Yes, Chair. I just have a statement to make. One of my staff has just checked Hansard and it shows that Peter Dutton abstained from the vote against the misinformation or vote on the misinformation disinformation bill. The pairs were nil, so apparently he wasn't paired. He was not recorded, so he didn't support or oppose the bill.
Okay, we might get a point of clarification from the Liberal Party. I don't wish for Mr Dutton to be misrepresented here.
Neither do I. I'm just quoting the Hansard.
Yeah. No. But I think a point, I'll leave that to my colleagues from the Coalition to get us a point of clarity on that. But yes, pairing obviously is a standard procedure in both the House and the Senate, and I'm sure Mr Dutton's a very busy man, but we'll get that point of clarity. Mr Marlowe, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your opinions with us. We do appreciate the time you've taken. We will let you go.
No worries. Thank you so much.
And we'll just suspend for a moment. Welcome back. Oh, God, I'm terribly sorry. The video conference thing is in front of your name. Ms Markwell, hello. Can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I do appreciate it. You're from the Australian Muslim Advocacy Network. Would you please, for our Hansard record, put your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us on the Hansard? Hello? Ms Markwell, are you still there? It was going so well.
And then it wasn't.
She might not back in. This is Amman, isn't it? Yep.
Okay, we've got... Oh. Ms Markwell, let's try again.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Is my internet an issue, or
it doesn't appear to be, so I'm not sure. Maybe we just had a glitch. So let's barrel on. For the purposes of the Hansard, can you just give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us today?
So my name's Rita Jabri Markwell, and I'm appearing as in the capacity as a legal advisor to the Amman Foundation and the Australian Muslim Advocacy Network.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us. I believe you've been provided with information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses.
Yes.
Excellent. We will go directly to questions. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Markwell, for appearing. It's very much appreciated. This is a very important bill. Can I just ask, in view of the threats that were made against other witnesses, were you threatened for appearing?
No, I was not threatened.
Thank you. Now, the government says that we cannot trust social media platforms, and I agree with that. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. So the platforms are the problem. We need more transparency, not less. And yet, even though the government doesn't trust these social media platforms, it's asking them to do the censoring. Would you agree?
With this bill, or you mean in general?
No, with the government in this bill, it is getting the social media giants to do the censoring, foreign-controlled social media giants to do the censoring for it.
That is yes. There is a system in place to hold them to account if they don't sort of meet certain standards. But yes, essentially, the social media companies are still doing it. Right.
I can't find anywhere in this bill where there's an arbiter of truth. Can you?
So, I don't think there is. No, I don't think there is any. No, I can't see that.
No, doesn't that create enormous problems because it leaves open for the social media platforms, or if they're not doing it to the government's satisfaction, it leaves open to ACMA to be the arbiter of truth?
Well, I think the point of the bill is to demand higher standards of moderation from social media companies in relation to misinformation and disinformation, but it does link it to specific categories of harm. Our concern is that the categories of harm that are currently in the bill go too broad and that they should, especially the last three, I think in the list we have concerns about, but the others we think are important public harms that should be moderated against. And while there is no, complaints mechanism or ability for ACMA to really act as an arbiter of truth per se, there is scope for evidence about harm that is coming about from misinformation and disinformation to be surfaced, and then for ACMA to act upon it. We do think, though, that ACMA needs to be separated from government in making these calls. Political officers should not be able to influence ACMA in relation to suppressing any content, and ACMA should also have very clear guidelines about what is, for example, when it comes to the harm of hatred, what constitutes dehumanising material, so they are really clear on that. And there is also support from the research sector, which I think this bill currently neglects and puts a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of ACMA without empowering the research sector to be analysing what is exactly happening on social media platforms.
Thank you. Your clarity is appreciated. Your recommendation 2 in your submission is to, quote, remove the last 3 categories of serious harm due to a lack of certainty, namely imminent harm to the Australian economy, far-reaching consequences for the Australian community, or a segment of the Australian community, or severe consequences for an individual, end of quote. Do you think these categories are designed to control political misinformation, which may be used to counter political harm rather than physical or emotional harm? I get your point that we're putting this in the hands of bureaucrats aligned with the government whose future depends upon the government. So do you think they could be used to counter political harm rather than physical or emotional harm?
There is the risk of that.
Thank you. Your submission calls for transparency around communication into ACMA from the government, calling for a transparency register and a set of regulations around transparency in general. Should those be made available before the bill proceeds to a vote?
Yes, absolutely. I think transparency is extremely important. We shouldn't be having higher standards on social media companies than we do on our own government. our government should be transparent about any takedown requests or communications that are had with social media companies under these bills, particularly any that do impact on freedom of speech. And also, I think it's very important that media be included in the ambit of the bill, and that if you want to exclude media, that a higher threshold be provided for what constitutes professional media, because the current definition that the bill relies upon is too low and effectively excludes a huge chunk of current bad actors who are engaged in spreading misinformation and disinformation that has a very hateful effect about particular communities.
Thank you again for your clarity, Ms. Markwell. There is no way of knowing at the moment who is restricting content, and there's no way of knowing inauthentic behaviour. And people are hiding behind pseudonyms, which means they don't have to be responsible for what they say. Isn't there a need for greater transparency from the social media tech platforms so that we can peek behind their censorship that already exists? Just as you've said that ACMA needs to be more transparent?
Yes, so that has to be done, but with respect for privacy principles. So, for example, social media companies should be compelled to release data that doesn't violate privacy principles but shows us exactly what they are shutting down and and the reasons for it. And that is very possible. We've made suggestions about particular data that could be shared easily, and that would benefit also with our researchers being able to, in our universities, to be able to study those patterns and to give us, to advise the public, in the public interest, what forms of communication are being most suppressed, from which groups, and what are the reasons for that. I think that is important information for the public interest to know.
Suppression, as I interpret what you just said, suppression is the antidote of truth, of finding the truth. And isn't the best way to find out the truth, to expose the truth, free and open public debate?
That's more of a philosophical question, Senator. And I would say that there are boundaries to that which our law provides. So vilification is one such boundary. Incitement of hatred, severe ridicule, contempt, or anything that violates Section 18C of the Race Discrimination Act. Those are legitimate bounds on freedom of expression, as has been found by our courts. And therefore, operations that are running like a business, really, just to spread misinformation or disinformation about a group based on a protected characteristic to incite hatred, do need to have some form of accountability. And Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act and our vilification laws are not an appropriate avenue for these operations. If we were to bring a complaint against one of them, one of these, for example, they run very dehumanising stories about Muslims every day. If we were to bring a complaint directly against one of those bad actors, they would relish the opportunity to fundraise on the back of that amongst their support base, who think that they have the right and the license to make that hateful commentary about Muslims. So it would be completely counterproductive, and that's why we do need public regulators to have a degree of responsibility and not leave it up to complaint mechanisms. And that responsibility needs to be very tightly defined around very around very clear definitions of dehumanising material for actors that do it in a serial or systematic, repeated manner. And it should not be loosely defined, and it should be clearly linked to a protected characteristic. And we think that that is very possible for regulators to do in a responsible manner and to lift the burden that is currently on communities who are unable to fight such actors.
That would only be the case then if harms, as you point out, were more closely defined.
Yes, so we are okay with the current definition of the definition for hate or inciting hate in the bill. However, we do think that there needs to be so if they're going to, they seem to want to align the bill now to vilification standards or thresholds around inciting hatred, but those thresholds do have exemptions that are to do with, for example, artistic or academic contributions that are done reasonably in good faith. And in our submission, we've just said that should be also included in this bill to ensure complete alignment. Our view is that if this bill does not succeed, or even if it does succeed, it does need to have very defined standards of dehumanising material that it can use to ensure that there is not overreach from ACMA and to also ensure consistency in applying an equal standard to all human groups based on protected characteristics.
Senator Roberts, I'm going to need to rotate the call.
Thank you, Ms Markle, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms Markle, for your appearance today. In your submission, you make a number of suggested changes to the legislation, including the exemptions, for instance, for professional news networks, the harm tests, serious harm tests and whatnot. Could I just ask, would you support passage of the legislation as it currently, or passage of the bill rather, as it currently stands? Or would your organisation?
I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay.
There is a fair bit of concern that's been expressed to Aman about the risks with the bill at the moment. Mm-hmm. So there is a strong preference to improve it.
Okay. Okay, so you couldn't say whether you would support passage of the bill in its current form. You'd rather not answer. Okay, thank you. And then just to turn to one of the exemption categories, which is, I think it's paragraph 16(1)(c) of the bill, reasonable dissemination of content for any academic, artistic, scientific or religious purpose. What is your understanding of who would determine, at least in the first instance, whether the religious purpose exclusion test is satisfied? We heard from the Victorian Bar Association earlier and Professor Toomey that in the first instance the test of whether that exclusion applies would be decided by the digital platforms in first instance and then in the second instance ACMA. Do you have a view on who determines whether that exclusion is triggered or not?
No, don't have a view at this moment, but I'd be happy to take that on notice.
Okay. I mean, I guess, so accepting that you don't have a view, although noting the purpose of the legislation actually is for digital platforms to establish their own codes on this misinformation, would you be comfortable with digital platforms having a sufficient level of expertise, particularly in Islam, to make a decision about whether a religious purpose exclusion is satisfied or not? Do they have that level of expertise, in your opinion?
Well, no. I mean, the expertise among social media companies varies a lot. I mean, depends on the platform and the size and the. That's. I would say no. I don't have confidence in their ability to determine that.
Okay. No, I just wanted to hear your view on that because we've heard from other religious communities, I think the Catholic Bishops Association, but also the Australian Jewish Association, that they doubt the level of expertise digital platforms have in making a decision about whether something would particularly satisfy the test of reasonable dissemination in that regard. Could I just also turn to your recommendations on the serious harm test. So I believe you,
yes,
in your submission, and please correct me if I've got this wrong, you suggest removing the last 3 categories of serious harm under the current serious harm test?
yes.
So would you just, for the purposes of the committee, just remind us what those are and also why you would recommend that they be removed?
Okay, so the last 3 categories concerning imminent harm to the Australian economy, far-reaching consequences for the Australian community or a segment of the Australian community, or severe consequences for an individual in Australia. The rationale for our concern is that any infringement on freedom of speech needs to be strictly necessary to achieve a legitimate end. That is, according to the Syracuse principles and just sound lawmaking, but also legality requires that any red lines that you introduce into law should be very clear, so people have a good understanding of what crosses the line. My concern with the wording for imminent harm to the Australian economy is that there is no human rights. The Australian economy is not a human. It doesn't have human rights. So there is no human rights basis for including that kind of infringement on freedom of speech. Any infringement on freedom of speech needs to have some sort of human rights basis. The other 2, far-reaching consequences for the Australian community or segment of the community, consequences is undefined in that sentence, and it clearly differs from vilification because vilification is dealt with under a different clause. Severe consequences for an individual, also consequences there are undefined. And so where you have that lack of clarity and uncertainty, there is not only a potential for the law to be applied inconsistently, where some individuals garner great protection and others don't, and where some communities garner great protection and others don't. And I think that is very undesirable when you're talking about freedom of speech, because we need to gather as much public support and confidence that the Australian government has adopted an approach which very tightly defines any intrusion on freedom of speech.
Okay. Thank you for that very thoughtful explanation and your detailed submission as well. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Darmerman.
Thank you. There's been some discussion about this with you, Ms Markwell, and Senator Roberts already about transparency in for data researchers. I'm just wondering, and your submission mentions data access for independent researchers. I'm just wondering whether you've seen the amendments and are supportive of the government amendments that were made in the House last week that do establish a data access scheme for independent researchers.
No, I haven't. I apologise.
Okay, well, maybe that is worth looking at because I think that might address some of the concerns that you raised earlier. The amendment requires digital platform providers to give access to data to independent researchers in relation to the identification, assessment and mitigation of risks in relation to misinformation and disinformation. So that might address some of those concerns.
May I ask whether that independent data is made available to third-party researchers from universities?
To approved independent researchers.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
No worries. The other question I had was just, I guess more broadly, the explanatory memorandum of the bill sets out a number of examples around targeting of Muslims online. It looks at a 2021 study by the European Parliament on disinformation about migrants and minority groups, a news database study between 2018 and 2021 that found that many reported on migrants and or Muslims as a threat to European culture and identity, or as a criminal threat or a threat to health. You know, we've also seen various other examples of mis- and disinformation online that has prompted violence and targeting of various groups. From your vantage point at Amman, and despite all of our efforts, is the problem of racism, hatred and Islamophobia directed towards Muslim Muslim people online improving or regressing at this stage, do you think?
It's constantly regressing.
Yeah, so
there is an environment of impunity online at the moment.
Yeah. So I guess in this case, how important is it that we do get some sort of regulation in place, you know, transparency and accountability for the platforms as soon as we possibly can?
I think it's very important. You know, the Amman organisation has brought complaints against Meta and X Corp under vilification laws at the federal level and in Queensland. You may have heard that he won the first decision against X Corp to establish that Queensland vilification laws do apply to social media companies, and the other matter against Meta is still before the Human Rights Commission. But it remains a very long, exhaustive, expensive and painful process for NGOs to be running such complaints using the law. And really the subject matter of the contents, the complaints concerns dehumanising material that on the face of it would be immediately excluded by a regulator if they were empowered to do so, and to issue takedown notices. So, for example, we have recommended that e-safety's powers as well be expanded to include dehumanisation of groups based on protected characteristics. It is very important that a systemic approach is taken to misinformation and disinformation, because a lot of sophisticated actors use information operations rather than straightforward hate, incitement to hatred, as a way to incite hatred in a more indirect but extremely visceral and powerful way. Stories about Muslims being rapists, murderers, liars, and that the fact that, you know, saying that they do this because of their religion and this is who they are, those kind of stories have such a visceral impact on their audiences that they are socialised towards violence and towards accepting violence against Muslims as being proper and necessary. And we see that in the comment threads, which is why we are so extremely concerned, because the Christchurch massacre happened because someone was socialised in this manner online. And we have completely failed so far to achieve accountability using existing laws, and it has come with an extreme burden on our organisation. And you can imagine there are other communities that don't even have an Amman, that don't even have the capacity to bring such complaints. I'm thinking in particular the Aboriginal community, which faces extreme prevalent racism and dehumanisation online. It is the job of public regulators to act here and treat racism as a public harm for health, because it is a harm to our health and it's also a harm to our safety. So it is important, but at the same time, it has to be done in a way which keeps community confidence. And our concern with the bill is that the exclusion of news without a proper threshold for what constitutes news means that Sky News, for example, which is an entity that is not properly regulated by existing media laws, because it falls into this gap of being an online news provider. So we are in a situation where, very well-funded news entities are able to use the guise of opinion to run story after story suggesting that there is some sort of innate, irrational hatred and violence to Muslims. And at the moment, also, that argument has been made in relation to Palestinians. And it is extremely destructive to public discourse, and it also creates a sense of complete exclusion and being second class, being less than human in Australia. And we need to have some sort of standard that steps in there and says that is meeting a threshold of dehumanisation. So, for example, if you are saying that a group is polluting or despoiling society, you say that a group is, and this is based on race or religion or, some protected characteristic, that they don't love their children, that they prey on the elderly, that they prey on women, that they should be excluded because they're an existential threat. All of these kind of very dehumanising narratives have been shown to lead to genocide and to lead to atrocities throughout history, including the Holocaust, including the Christchurch massacre. And in Australia, we must have no tolerance for it, no matter what group is targeted, and we need an equal standard that applies, protection standard. And my concern is that the existing vilification law is not a good mechanism to deal with a problem that is this prolific and this public. And secondly, it is not a good threshold in itself just for this bill, because it doesn't give enough guidance to regulators. And I think that's why we also need some standards around dehumanising material. And Aman has proposed working definitions for those standards which are attached to its submission.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms Markwell. It's been very good having you here. Appreciate your time and the effort you've put into contributing to this inquiry. We really do value your time, and I think that was a very good way to wrap up. We might break for lunch now, and we will return at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Australian Media Literacy Alliance who are on video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. Excellent. For the Hansard record, could each of you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
I'm Professor Michael Dejuani from the School of Communication at Queensland University of Technology, and I am representing the Australian Media Literacy Alliance today.
Thank you.
And I'm Christine Evely. I'm Head of Education at ACMA in Melbourne, and I'm Deputy Chair of the Australian Media Literacy Alliance, representing that role today.
Thank you. Okay, and we have one more person online. I can see you, but I can't read your name because it's too small. Miss Planchon?
Hello, sorry, I've just got audio kicking in now, so I'm sorry if I've missed anything. Yes, my name's Anita Planchon. I'm Chair of the Australian Media Literacy Alliance.
Lovely, thank you very much. Now, you provided us with an opening statement that has been tabled, so thank you for that. We'll just take that as read, but obviously you can draw on it as you see fit. We will go directly to questions, and we'll start with Senator Bilyk.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for your submission and for appearing in front of the committee today. Always a little bit tricky by video, but we'll see how we go. In the Minister's second reading speech, he referred to your research and he stated that, and I quote, "Similarly, the Australian Media Literacy Alliance report on adult media literacy released in August 2024 highlights that 80% of Australians want the spread of misinformation in Australia to be addressed." For the benefit of the committee, could you tell us a bit about your report on adult media literacy and the research as a whole?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. As one of the authors of the report. The report was led by Associate Professor Tanya Notley at Western Sydney University, and also was in consultation with researchers at the University of Canberra as well, and here at QUT. We conducted a survey of 3,500 adult Australians. It was a scientifically representative survey, so we are very confident that it does reflect the attitudes and experiences and needs of adult Australians in relation to media literacy. And yes, as you've pointed out, the survey does present a number of very interesting findings, including that adult Australians are worried about misinformation to a very large extent, and that they do want something done about misinformation. And in addition to that, one of the key areas of support for misinformation is media literacy interventions, both within schools and within the broader Australian community.
Did either of the other people want to add anything to that?
No, I think Michael is expert on that particular report.
All right, well, we'll go back to him. Can you give me some information about that finding, on the demographic information, such as, are men and women equally concerned? How do young Australians versus older Australians feel? And maybe, I don't know if you went this far, but a state and territory breakdown?
So it's a little hard to speak to the state and territory breakdown, because even though this survey is nationally representative, we haven't made the state and territory breakdown readily available in the report, so I can't talk to that. But certainly we do see, as you would expect, we see some minor variations across age demographics, for instance, and across also demographics in relation to the level of education that people have or the income that people have. We do see some minor variations in relation to concerns about misinformation, but I think it's fair to say that the data shows that quite comprehensively across demographics that there is very significant support for misinformation to be addressed in Australia, to be responded to, both by government and by industry as well, so by the technology companies. And when we asked adult Australians who should be responsible, they did place the emphasis on government and the technology companies, and not so much on themselves, for instance. So we did ask them if they thought personal responsibility should play a role, and there was some support for that, but that support was by far and away seemed to be less important than the support, those interventions from government and technology companies.
And what do you think is needed for a coherent approach to online mis and disinformation and media literacy in Australia? How will a unified strategic approach, I suppose, help join everyone up? And do you think of any, have you got any comments on what else might be needed?
I'm happy to start this comment again as well, but then I think it would be very useful to turn to Anita and Christine as well to talk about the broader Australian Media Literacy Alliance approach. But essentially, the Alliance exists because we believe it is really important for anyone who's interested in supporting media literacy to have a unified response and to be able to draw on a common approach. So the Alliance has got a framework for addressing media literacy as a whole. I should say that separate to the Alliance existing as an entity, we also have a current research project that is funded by the Australian Research Council, which is specifically focused on misinformation and media literacy. And that research project is currently looking at the various kinds of interventions that might be successful for addressing misinformation specifically. So the industry partners in this project are the Australian Broadcasting Corporation's education team, the Museum of Australian Democracy, the National Film and Sound Archive, the Australian Library and Information Association. And these organisations are all using the data that we've gathered, and the Adult Media Literacy Survey is one of those data points, but we have other data points as well. They're using that data to create responses for their individual organisations to create new programs and new interventions that will be appropriate for adult Australians. So there's this systematic response that's currently being worked out, I guess is the best way to put it, as part of that research. But perhaps at this point, Anita or Christine might also want to talk about ACMA's broader approach.
Thank you.
As you just nip across, can I just ask, in terms of that research that you've just stepped out for us, what's the timeline on that piece of work?
So we're about halfway through that project. We have about another 18 months to go. But what is very pleasing is that we have gathered all of this survey data at the front end of the project. So we have the Adult Media Literacy Survey that we've already just talked about. But in addition to that, we asked a subset of people who responded to the survey to complete an activity-based survey. So about 2,000 adult Australians completed that activity-based survey, which is a survey where we actually asked people to complete 4 tasks to see if they could actually identify misinformation and the process that they would use to identify misinformation, for example, fact-checking. And we found in that survey that, in fact, the vast majority of Australians cannot identify misinformation. Only about 2 to 3% are very proficient at identifying misinformation. And in addition to that activity-based survey, we've gone a bit deeper with a diary study and then some follow-up interviews as well to try to get into talking about some of the causes and nuances around why people find it difficult to respond to misinformation. So we've got all of that data. So we've got that as a complete data set. I think it's important to say that. And then the second stage of the project, which happens over the next 18 months, is to work out these responses.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Billick.
That's all right. We might go to Mrs Everly if we can now.
Oh, sure. I think, thanks for that, Michael. That was a really helpful background. I think Anita's probably better placed to begin talking than me, but I think ACMA is quite clear that there needs to be more than one approach, that we do need the legislation to be supportive of a national approach to dealing with misinformation, but the secret for us is that there needs to be a media literacy framework that is national, that can be delivered by organisations that are trusted and that can create programs that meet the needs at grassroots level. So, Anita, you might like to expand on that, perhaps.
Thanks, Christine. As Christine and Michael have both indicated, we do at ACMA see a need for a national strategy that promotes a coherent approach, as you were saying. I think there are some really good European models that we're attracted to, where government support, coupled with independent, trusted public institutions, are able to give a framework to the work that is done that talks about the building of media literacy. but that in addition to the proactive and strong evidence-based regulation that we support, there is a really effective approach of grassroots media literacy education. So a strategy can give a framework to that allows trusted organisations at the grassroots who are best placed to deliver support to draw on the guidance and the tools that can be developed nationally or through a framework or through an organisation like ACMA, which is made up of cultural institutions, to actually reach into communities where media literacy education is most needed, whether they be communities with particular areas of disadvantage, communities from different language backgrounds, various different groups that we've identified through the research Michael was talking about as having particular needs. In all cases, those communities told us that the most effective approach to raising media literacy in those groups would be for media literacy education to be delivered through those communities by trusted organisations, but supported with the evidence and the guidance that can come from a national strategy.
Thank you for that. The chair's wound me up, so thanks so much for that.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. I'll ask the same questions I've been asking of other witnesses. The government says we cannot trust platforms, social media platforms, for example, and I agree. Platforms are the problem. Doesn't it seem strange then that the government is using them to do the censoring?
That's a really good question. I think if the legislation enables some sort of follow-up to the censorship or the work that the platforms are doing, then that's acceptable. But I think that the legislation will need to provide very strong guidance and some sort of a response to be able to deliver on that goal.
Does the legislation do that?
Well, I guess it's having to balance that safety net with the need for people to be able to speak freely. So I think it's doing the best it can given that. But I think what we need is citizens who are empowered as well. So it really needs a three-pronged approach. It needs the legislation, it needs the platforms to be doing the right thing, but it also needs citizens who understand and who can adapt to the changes that are going to continue to happen in the media landscape, and so that they can be thoughtful and critical thinkers about what they're engaging with.
Thank you. That leads to another question. Sorry, did you want to add something?
Sorry, can I just add? I think we welcome the recognition in the legislation that media literacy can be used to empower users of digital communications platforms to identify and respond to misinformation. That is an important recognition in this legislation. I think what we're saying is there's a role for the platforms in supporting initiatives that build media literacy education, but we don't think that those platforms should be, they're not well placed to be the ones designing the media literacy education. So the regulatory approach can ask platforms to take certain steps, as Christine, those are valuable, but as Christine noted, that can't solve the problem on its own.
Yes, and that leads to the next question. I agree, and I saw all of you nodding in agreement then. The best arbiter, there's no defined arbiter of truth in this legislation, none at all, which is worrying from a number of concerns. But to me, the best arbiter of truth is free, open, public debate. That usually exposes the truth. Any comments on that? Because that would develop media literacy.
Well, it could develop it, but it won't develop it on its own. And I think what we all agree in the current media landscape in the contemporary world is that in empowering open debate in itself is no longer sufficient because the challenge of interpreting what is misinformation and disinformation. And so for that, there actually needs to be a proactive approach through all ages, from schools through adulthood, because we can start now and get it right for our future generations, but we already have a generation of adults who are navigating the media landscape who need support. So the ability to participate in that free and open conversation is enhanced if you have some of the skills of media literacy around critical thinking about what are the sources, who is actually putting forward a position from what perspective and why. Those are all the tools which we collectively had as a society in a pre-digital landscape in a much stronger way. But in the modern world, we need support to interpret that, and that's what can build that capacity to then have that free and open debate in society.
And I would just add, agree entirely with what Anita's saying there, but I would just add that the digital platforms are not neutral spaces for conversation. We know.
You've been reading my mind.
Well, they're algorithmically mediated, for instance, and we don't. They're often opaque. We don't have the right kind of data or information to understand how they make particular decisions and whether they promote particular conversations. And so we don't know if that open kind of public sphere type of conversation is a fair conversation or not. And so therefore, I think it's a very fair thing for the legislation to be asking for the digital platforms to play a responsible role in ensuring that that they are not contributing to the spread of mis and disinformation.
Thank you. I was going to ask that question next because we need transparency. I think that everyone agrees on that. But the algorithms from the big tech platforms are not open. They're not transparent. They're actually purveyors of misinformation and disinformation at the moment. I know they cut people off. Surely that needs to be a first step, complete transparency on what a social media platform is doing.
Well, I mean, I think it may be very difficult to get to complete transparency. However, at the very least, we should be moving towards steps where the technology companies open themselves up to scrutiny. We know that there has been a problem, for instance, with researchers gaining fair access to data from the platforms and being in a position to be able to to undertake good quality analysis of what's happening on the platforms because of that lack of access to data. So I think at the very least, that would be an important first step.
Thank you. Let's move to a broader topic because I agree with you on the need for media literacy. Human progress, human civilization, and in particular Western civilization and democracy is based on free debate for sharing ideas openly, for the contest of ideas, and free expression of ideas. So this would seem to stifle that and put those fundamental building blocks for human progress in the hands of big tech for their own ends. Any comments on that?
I think I'd come back to what Michael was just saying before. I think this is the way we read this is that it's more about trying to come back to a space where we all, as people participating in free and open debate, can have a better understanding of the information that we're engaging with. So I come from a library space. National and state libraries Australasia and the Australian Library and Information Alliance are members of AMLA. We have a very strong push in the library space for freedom of access to information. That's the reason for being. And I think in our space, when we look at social media platforms and other digital platforms, we don't see the ability that you would have previously had to walk in and engage with material in a library in a way that enabled you to access all sides of the argument and understand that you were doing that. So I think we're dealing with a very different beast and it needs a different approach.
I think also with the
wrap up a little bit. Yeah, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, and given the ability of the platforms to be able to generate content so quickly and for it to permeate so quickly across so many different people, the ability for anyone to keep up with that is quite complicated. So I think that need to have those critical thinking skills is paramount, that if people don't have those critical thinking skills and the ability to ask the questions that Anita referred to earlier, then there's no way that people can be empowered to be able to have that critical thinking and make decisions about what it is that they're encountering in that media landscape.
So I acknowledge your message. Last question, Chair. I acknowledge your message that critical thinking is very important. It's an important media literacy function. If I go to the Victorian Bar, who gave evidence this morning, this may not be an exact quote, but I wrote it down pretty much as I remember it at the time. Freedom of expression in this bill has been flipped. Opinion is squashed, and that's the heartland of constitutional freedom. So isn't it essential for effective communication, for people to make up their own minds about things, for taking responsibility, to have free and open debate, including opinions? And opinions should not be outlawed, unless, of course, they're already covered by current crimes, which is incitement to violence, hate speech, etc. So isn't free and open debate and freedom of expression, including opinions, essential?
I would argue that having opinions is absolutely essential, but having an opinion on a digital platform it's not necessarily the same thing as being allowed to simply push or peddle clearly and blatantly false information. They're two different things, I think.
I agree with you, they're different things, but isn't the free and open debate a good way of exposing an invalid opinion or an incorrect opinion that is actually misinformation, rather than have some untransparent backroom algorithm or 22-year-old discussing it or censoring it?
But it's only valuable if those people who are having the discussion have the ability to think critically about what it is they're discussing. Otherwise, they could be inadvertently continuing to spread misinformation because they're not understanding what they're seeing or hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thanks. I've got some pre-prepared questions, but I'm just reacting to some evidence we've had today. Just want to go back to that, Mrs. Everly, that last answer. Only people who are sufficiently aware. We're not saying free speech is only for the educated, are we?
Definitely not.
Well, you're saying an opinion could be spreading misinformation.
Well, if you don't have those critical thinking skills to be able to understand where the information's come from, whose information it is, and what the motivations are behind that information, how will you know how will you know how to discuss that in a way that is not continuing to spread something that's not true or correct?
I accept that. Dr. Deswani, just from your research, and I'm just jotting down numbers and working this out in my head, it's not a pre-prepared stuff, you're talking about 80% of Australians are concerned about misinformation, that's correct?
Yes, that's right.
How do they define that, given that there's every chance that 40% of that will think that the other 40% of that's the misinformation givers? How are they defining misinformation?
Well, the way that we phrased the question was quite straightforward in terms of asking if people were concerned about misinformation. So we were just asking their opinion about that. I would accept your question. It's a limitation of our study that we haven't gone into the nuances of why people might have answered that way, but I think it's fair to say that the data does reflect a general sense in the Australian population that there is a problem with misinformation, that it's a big public issue. And when we asked Australians what they wanted to learn more about in relation to media literacy, following scams and predators, misinformation was the next most important thing. So well over half of the Australian population said that they would like to be learning more about how to find news that's reliable and trustworthy, and how to identify and respond to misinformation. So there's clearly there's an appetite for education about these things, however people are defining them.
I remember back in the old days and going to the AV room in the library and watching Behind the News. It was a great way to learn that basic thing.
Still exists, you know.
Yeah, it still exists. There we go. As we go forward, but the really interesting stat to me was he said 2 to 3% of these people, of the 80% are able, or the 100% I guess, are able to identify misinformation. How do you determine what level are you using to determine what is misinformation when you're putting in front of them?
Well, in that case, in terms of the ability of people to identify, we gave them 4 very straightforward tasks. So we provided them with examples where there was a clearly wrong thing in the example, and then we asked people to identify whether or not it was misinformation. So one of the examples was the misuse of a photograph from the bushfires that occurred during Black Summer bushfires.
Is that the photograph? That's the Australian one with all of it burning, or a different?
Yeah. 2019-2020 bushfires. Yep. There was news reporting at the time.
Can you see that?
That reused. I can't really see it. But reused the photograph from a much like a previous bushfire.
Yep.
And it was a very emotive photograph. And we just asked people to identify whether or not it was an accurate portrayal of what was happening. And we found that the vast majority of people couldn't in that case.
So it was nuanced. It wasn't a factual thing. It was a nuanced. It could have been. It was potentially from that, but not. Yeah.
It was a fact that the photograph wasn't representing the current bushfires.
Yeah, but it wasn't a flood saying, look at this bushfire. It was, it was. I understand that. And so 2 to 3% could identify. Did anyone get close? What were the different brackets of no idea?
Well, just I don't want to get into the nuance too much, but the 2 to 3% is across the 4 tasks.
Yeah, okay.
And so, but yes, only a very small number so we allocated points for the levels of response. So to get 2 out of 2 points for each of the tasks, you had to identify that it was misinformation, and you had to be able to justify your response as well. And only that very small percentage could do all of that.
Okay. I've spoken in the chamber and other times that I think the true answer to this is in ensuring and building up the structures that do give more qualified and trusted information sources, regional newsrooms. I'm from, National Party regional newsrooms. I've seen a change over my time of journalism, in some cases to journalism, where I've seen almost press releases cut and paste, and even they're losing some of their that stuff. But surely building up respected sources of information, building up, like I had the Encyclopedia Britannicas on the wall as books when if they weren't in there, it was wrong, I'm sure. But as we go forward, should we not be, as a society, looking to strengthen and reinforce those pillars of strong community and solid information, so that they are a better source, like libraries, like all these things, so there's a better source of independent truth and knowledge, should you wish to look at it?
We as AMLA certainly argue that is crucial. We've put that point to several other committee hearings and on various different issues. Building public trust in credible, reliable institutions that give credible information is incredibly important. But one of the interesting things that we have seen in quite a lot of the research, particularly other research around young people and the news media, for example, is that increasingly any institution is not trusted by young people. And that brings us back to that point about needing to develop the ability for people to understand where they're getting information from and why they should be able to trust it or not be able to trust it. If I could just make a comment in relation to your earlier point, and also Senator Roberts' querying about opinion versus misinformation. I think I just want to really stress that we are absolutely not in favour of censorship or quashing debate or any of those things. And I think what we see in the bill is the reference to reasonably verifiable as false, misleading or deceptive. That's what we're talking about. And I think that your point about credible institutions and sources goes to that. You know, we need to have a legislative and regulatory sort of landscape that allows us to be able to challenge reasonably verifiable, false, misleading and deceptive information as part of the process of building up trust in people as to where they can trust the information. If we don't have that, if every piece of information sits on the same level of validity, then people don't know where to go, and therefore they back away and they don't trust, and we get into news avoidance and we get into a whole lot of other issues that are ultimately damaging the ability for people to participate in free and open conversation and democratic society.
I get that, and devil's advocate here, not sure I necessarily believe what I was about to say. But aren't we going, isn't the world now very similar? I go back to my primary school days, when the two sources of truth for me were, you had your Encyclopedia Britannica families and you had your World Book families. They were the pinnacle of the two sources of information. And outside of that, there was virtually no other way I could think of doing a research paper back in primary school than that.
Your mother.
Yeah, mum and dad. And that's where we get to. Are they reliable sources of information? This is a question there. Are we not getting that way now, where the social media giants, search engines, these sorts of things, the TikToks of the world, are just replacing one, a different source? Aren't we going just to a different source of truth with less reliability than we had back in the day?
Well, there's so many sources of truth, so many different platforms and channels, and they're changing all the time. And I guess it still always comes back to, if you want people to be able to have that public debate, to be able to have opinions that are valid and informed, then they have to have those skill sets in the first place to be able. How do you know whether it's a trusted organisation if you don't have that critical thinking skill to be able to compare this organisation with another organisation and to think about where they're coming from? What are the sources of their information? What have they checked? What have they not checked? Do they have particular things that they're pushing that are not appropriate or that are incorrect?
What do we say when, and I was really taken by, second time I referred to it today, Dr. Coatsworth's evidence, where on the COVID vaccines, they looked at the alpha and the beta, I think he said, where the vaccines at that time did stop transmission. But by the time the vaccine came, they're on the Delta or the Echo, and they no longer did. And so there was a real battle of truth between where people have taken the government evidence that this will stop transmission, but by the time it didn't. And those that now came out and said this won't stop transmission, suddenly they're cookers and crazy people, even though they were right at time. How do we stop that transmission of knowledge over time when trusted sources... How do we cope for that in this thing where you can't actually have a debate on that?
So I might pop in there, and others feel free to say. I guess we've been talking a lot about the receptive side of media literacy. Media literacy is actually also about the ability to produce information and engage with media to disseminate information. And I would argue that actually all disseminators, including government, including trusted organisations, need to be aware of that possibility. And if that piece of information had been a bit more specific, it sort of said that this particular vaccine is useful now for this particular strain of the disease, but it might not be a few weeks down the track, then that's the information that's circulating and people can refer back to that. I think we all as a society and all of the institutions in it need to adjust to this speed of the dissemination of information and produce information that is ready for that acknowledges that that's a risk and is set up to enable people to see it for what it is.
And that's a part of that is that people are able to ask the questions that are going to give them that information. is this a relevant piece of information for me now? Is it the same information that will be true in 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years' time? So you've got to have the expertise or the knowledge or the critical thinking to be able to ask those questions when you're receiving information.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before we let you go, is there any jurisdiction that you're aware of, or any structures that you believe are delivering sort of best practice media literacy training or scope that that we should be looking at? I'm very aware that through this parliament we've looked at a range of things, like in terms of how young people are obtaining information, certainly through the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. We've got an inquiry that's about to report on civics and citizenship, and that we've done a lot of work in there looking at what's happening in the school system, how people are gaining information, how do they understand how to engage in our democracy, understand the structures of our democracy, and understand then how to influence them. And I know it's been a really powerful piece of work for a lot of us, seeing what's happening and seeing where the rather significant gaps are. From a media literacy keeps coming up through that process. People keep raising it alongside this issue of citizenship and civics. Do you have a sense of best practice or jurisdictions we should be looking at in terms of that media literacy piece?
Michael?
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in. I mean, we need to be looking to countries that have got a national strategy for media literacy. And so they would be countries like, not surprisingly, I guess, Finland, which tends to lead in the literacy space generally, but also leads in media literacy. And then jurisdictions like the Netherlands as well, which have a very comprehensive framework, actually, that ACMA is inspired by. So ACMA is, the structure of ACMA currently is inspired by that model from the Netherlands, where national public institutions have come together to create that national strategy for media literacy response.
Great, thank you. I don't know if... No, that's it, good.
Sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
Please go ahead.
So I think underneath that, in answer to your question about specifics of best practice media literacy education, there's no one size fits all, because it does depend on that grassroots engagement. So the model that Michael's talking about is the model that could facilitate and structure that, but then we need to look at each individual community's needs and be inspired by some of the other things that are happening around the world.
Great, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate your contribution and your time. We will let you go, but thank you so much. I would now ask representatives from the Local and Independent News Association to join us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, when you're ready, if you could just introduce yourself, your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us today, that would be great.
Of course, my name is Claire Stutchbury. I'm the Executive Director of the Local and Independent News Association, known as LINA.
Thank you. You have been provided with information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses?
I have, yes.
Excellent, glad to hear it. You have provided us with an opening statement which has been circulated and tabled. So we'll just go straight to questions if that's okay.
No problem, so we'll take that as read.
Excellent. Senator... No? Okay. Senator Darmanin, you would like to start?
Thank you. Thanks for your participation in this inquiry today. I wanted to ask how important hyperlocal public interest journalism is as a defence to mis and disinformation. And also if you could talk a bit about how successful the hyperlocal model is here in Australia.
Sure. We'll start with some big questions there, I guess. Thank you for your question. Thanks for the invitation to speak today. Look, in response to, maybe I'll start with the success of the hyperlocal space in general, and then go to some of the models around mis and disinformation. At the moment, there's a fairly well-documented decline in the provision of local news that's been happening across the country, accelerated in the past 10 years or so. There's significant challenges to business models at the hyperlocal level. We've seen a consolidation of news media across the country. I won't go into too much detail on that because I think it's a well-known issue. What we're interested in supporting at LENA is emerging newsrooms and hyperlocal newsrooms and their capacity to build sustainable business models, and we are seeing an expansion in that space, particularly in the digital distribution of news, which has a lower barrier to entry than print publications, for example. So we're seeing a transition in a few different ways. We're seeing a transition from news publishers who have been in print for a long time, who are increasingly moving over to digital distribution, in part in response to audience behaviour and also in part in response to economic pressures. And then we're also seeing the emergence of local newsrooms who are responding to a lack of information available in their communities. So largely community-minded people who are very passionate about providing local information to their areas of interest. And I think where we're seeing that as particularly successful is where the journalists who are working in those areas have a very strong connection to the community that they're serving. And so through being embedded in local communities, they're very well placed to identify misinformation when it starts to circulate in particular areas. And they see that through things like community Facebook groups. They start to see it, when they're in conversations with different representatives in their area, and when they start hearing something being repeated or starting to kind of take hold, they're well placed to have the skills and capacity to then fact check that and to look at how valid that information is and to report on whether it's accurate or not. And so what we're seeing at a local news level is newsrooms really identifying and then addressing mis and disinformation or verifying information if it does prove to be true. But we've seen a number of examples, particularly in response to emergencies, where mis and disinformation starts to circulate and can be quite damaging to emergency response. And we see newsrooms really well placed to be able to identify that where it begins and to be quite targeted and know people to speak to who are good and reliable sources of information to try to nip that in the bud, I suppose, before it becomes very problematic to emergency response. But we also see that in a whole range of different areas around environmental issues. So we see that in pockets around elections and local council elections and those sorts of things we've seen recently. So there's a whole range of different roles that hyperlocal media is well placed to do, and because they've got those strong community connections, they hear about it as it's starting.
Thank you. And you talked a bit, I think, or you touched on the challenges on continuing to deliver local media services. What's your sense on how difficult it is for the industry to monetise the provision of good information, I guess, as opposed to how easy it is for platforms to monetise bad information? And, are you seeing that AI is making this even harder, or what are you seeing?
In terms of the resources required to provide accurate and transparent and fact-checked information, that is much more significant in terms of time and in terms of producing public interest journalism under strong editorial standards. That's much more time-consuming than it is to put a few words on a photograph and distribute that in an online setting. So in terms of the resources that it takes to actually to address mis and disinformation, it is much more significant in terms of the time it takes to produce fact-checked and valid information as it is to share something, with a click of a button on a social media platform. And that's probably more around misinformation than disinformation. I imagine there's probably quite some time that goes into the strategies behind disinformation, but really in terms of resources, public interest journalism is a resource-heavy activity, and small newsrooms in particular really struggle in terms of making a business model that can sustain that in an ongoing way, and that's why we've seen the newsroom closures that we have around the country.
So given kind of that environment, how are your members adapting, and what kind of innovative approaches are being taken to manage these kinds of challenges, including, I guess, AI, but also provenance issues?
Look, there's a few things going on. There's a whole range of activities in terms of the business model and the transition for news product thinking, and thinking about the way that newsrooms can be of service to their communities in a broader sense. There's obviously the provision of information, but then there's also complementary kind of business activities where they're well placed to be able to do things like run events or to be able to engage with their communities in different ways and share their skills. One of the things that we've been talking about is the capacity for local newsrooms to engage in the media literacy space, for example, as something that would help support their activities. But we're seeing newsrooms respond in a whole range of different ways around their engagement with communities, and that really does vary dependent on the community that they're serving. But I think the strongest business models that we're seeing are the ones that are most connected to the communities that they're serving and responsive to what their audiences are saying that they need and want. To a greater or lesser extent, I suppose, depending on the environment that they're operating in. I think particularly in regional areas, newsrooms are really struggling because the business model around advertising in those areas is particularly difficult. I mean, that's also the case in the metropolitan areas, but we see that in a more pronounced way in regional spaces in particular. And that does leave people particularly vulnerable to mis and disinformation in different parts of the country. But we do see news deserts that are in the suburbs of particular areas in metropolitan areas as well. And I'm talking there about the capacity to respond to actually local information as different to, obviously we need international news, we need national news, we need statewide news, but that leaves a significant gap in terms of the things that are happening on the ground in local communities. And so the newsrooms that are most successful in a business sense are the ones that are really gathering strong audiences from responding to those needs at a community level. In terms of the AI question that you raised just now, so I realise I didn't speak to that in my previous response, but I think that there are two things going on with AI. There are some efficiencies to be gained through the use of some of those tools. I heard Senator Cadell before speak about the provision of the republication of press releases without query, that kind of thing. So we do see AI tools that can be quite useful in terms of being able to take some of those press releases and assist with the editorial processes around fact-checking them and comparing them with other information that are available. So there's some potential efficiencies, but with care, I think, and we certainly wouldn't be advocating for newsrooms to be publishing AI-generated content without human oversight, of course, and without editorial rigour applied to them. There are some efficiencies to be gained through AI in terms of business management, in the backgrounding of a whole range of different things. But I think also with that becomes what we're seeing at the moment with particularly images. It becomes much more difficult for the public to understand what is a real image and what's not. And we've been involved in conversations around trying to help educate newsrooms themselves around how to reverse check where images are coming from and make sure that people who are actually responsible for producing news services are well placed to identify fake images in particular, and fake audio is becoming a really significant issue because it's a lot harder to identify audio materials that are completely AI generated than it is for images even. So that is an ongoing piece of work.
Mm-hmm. We'll need to rotate the call, Senator Dunn.
Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Interesting just what you said about audio, because in the old days on a tape you see spikes or something when things were cut in. The whole thing's AI now. You wouldn't see that, would you, at all?
Correct. And it's also, the tools are getting more and more developed, and so it's not as difficult as you might imagine to actually generate someone's voice.
This is, in your opening statement that's been tabled, you speak about challenges to finding professional news content. Going back to day one, there was this balance between what is professional news content, the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, comply with their things versus contractors. How do you see that as a definition?
In terms of professional news content, we think about it in terms of the editorial standards that are being applied to the content that those newsrooms are produced. So in particular, we would expect to be seeing people comply with things like the standards produced by the Australian Press Council. LENA has its own set of editorial standards which we require all of our members to adhere to, and we can remove their membership if they're found to not be complying with those editorial standards. They're fairly typical of what you would expect to see. There's certain themes across all of the editorial standard groups which are around kind of transparency, around fairness, right of reply, those kind of things that are fairly standard. There's nothing radical in particular in our editorial standards, but we do require that newsrooms are actively pursuing those editorial standards. And I think we think about that as different to other tests like revenue tests or like the number of employees that an organisation might have, because that has proven in previous kind of policy spaces to be a barrier to entry for emerging newsrooms in particular. So when we're thinking about the news services, we think of them less about who's getting paid to produce the news as it's about what kind of standards they're producing that information under.
Right, and that's how you distinguish between sort of independent journalism and content creation, that professionalism?
Correct.
Okay. How do we go then about influencers, content creators? I hate saying. People with specific agendas, how do we go about differentiating that in the marketplace? Because they are out there acting as if sort of stuff. So how do you think we can go out there and help make people more literate about who they are and what their goals are?
Look, I think there's a space for independent content creation and the role that it plays in the media space, but I think that is different to public interest news, and that's different to professional news content. And I think having a broad understanding of what people might expect to see in I guess, the demonstration of what we would see as good journalism, and that is journalism that's been validated, where facts have been checked, where you see more than one source of material, for example, in a story, like has this been checked and against whom, and are there multiple sources where this has come from, and those sorts of things. I think that's part of the media literacy piece and helping people understand what they might be looking for. Otherwise, I think there's no problem with independent content makers putting information out, but that really is opinion and probably should be understood as such.
In between getting your opening statement and now, I think in your opening statement you said there's a positive crossover between this legislation and the NewsMap program.
Yep.
I haven't been able to dig up, while I've been here, what is the NewsMap program and how does it fit in with this?
Sure. So the NewsMap program is the News Media Assistance Program that...
Understood.
Yeah.
I've just never heard it.
Maybe I didn't expand on the acronym, I'm sorry. Yeah, News Media Assistance
We have so
program.
many acronyms here, it's just hard keeping up with them.
It's in development at the moment, I understand, through the Department of Communications.
I thought some funds have been given out already.
That's the News Media Relief Program.
Yeah.
It's been announced, but it hasn't actually begun yet, so we're expecting a grant round to open for that in late November, I think.
Right, okay. Your opening statement, also the Edelman Trust Barometer, shows that people are looking for people like me. They're looking to be validated, not informed, more so.
Globally, that is a trend, yep.
How do you... This comes back to something I was saying before and about local media. Along as that NewsMap program, we've seen the potential pull-out of other players in the meta funding these things going forward. How do we build these things up where they are trusted, local, on the ground? Do you see any other ways we can build them up other than... I don't want them to become government dependent where they've become smaller versions of ABC. What can we do to assist these organisations?
Look, I think there's a couple of different things. One is obviously we see an opportunity for local newsrooms to become trusted sources of information in a bigger way that they are now, and to try to curb the trend of people avoiding news altogether by being essentially people like us. They're people who are in the community, who are often known to the community and who are well placed to put forward validated and fact-checked information. And I think in terms of what government can do to support that, we look at really business sustainability models and capacity building. And what we're seeing at the moment is a lot of people who are entering this space with a background in journalism and reporting, but not necessarily with a background in business development and business management. So helping to support that side of news businesses is something that we're particularly interested in seeing through the News Map or through any other programs.
Throughout this inquiry, even today we had a witness in their submission was talking about there shouldn't be an exemption for professional media. And then at the first day we had the professional media saying this is good if it doesn't apply to us. And it's sort of, you know, 2 legs good, 4 legs bad, other way around. Yeah, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. How shouldn't this be an equal play field everywhere for misinformation, particularly disinformation? I think that's a different kettle of fish, but should it not be an equal playing field for people doing their best and having a crack and potentially getting it wrong? Shouldn't it apply to everyone?
Look, I think when we're thinking about the media space more broadly, there's a difference, I think, between what's happening in the online media space and what's happening in other forms of media. So in the licensed media space, we've had guardrails around that. If you're on radio or on television, then you're not able to just say or do whatever you like, whereas in the online space, you more or less can. So I think in terms of a level playing field, there's a differentiation between media types in general there. And I think similarly in that space where you've got licensed media, it's fine to have opinion represented, and that's part of open debate, but it should be understood as opinion rather than being, I guess, factual information. And it's fine for people to publish opinion if that's the way it's understood as well, I think. And so what we're seeing in the online space is a blurring between whether something is opinion or whether it's fact-checked, and often opinion represented as though it is fact. And that is, I think, a different space in terms of professional media more broadly.
Last question as we rotate. I can hear exactly what you're saying, but evidence this morning again from Victorian Bar says in the exploratory memorandum, opinion is specifically stated as something that can be misinformation and cause harm. So if I said, for example, Senator Sharma's socks are the best at the table today, they're quite striking, quite nice.
You can't say that.
Yeah. But if they cause one of the harms listed, that could be my honest belief. But these things, go forward. I'm just really concerned about the fact that in the exploratory memorandum it says opinion may lead to the harms or contribute to the harms that fall foul of this. Shouldn't that be addressed?
Look, I think I would go back to things like the media law more broadly around defamation and things like that, it's okay to have an opinion around something and for it to be represented as such, so long as it's not damaging to an individual in particular, and so long as it's not, that's really where I think about it.
Thank you. Before we let you go, can I just take you sort of more explicitly to the bill? What's your sense of the areas where you think it may be too narrow or too broad?
I think in particular when we're defining what professional news content is, and I go to kind of some of the comments that I'd made in the opening statement and also just now around professional news content being seen as something that has to be a paid endeavour. I think that's potentially too narrow. I think potentially some of I don't have exact wording suggestions, but things around the definitions of misinformation as, or particularly in disinformation, as something that must be deceitful is also relatively narrow. I understand that the bill does also kind of mention some other wording around the ways that it could be potentially interpreted, but I think it doesn't necessarily speak about deliberate confusion or those kinds of tactics that we see in people who are deliberately trying to disrupt conversations, and that can be quite problematic as well. So I think potentially some expansion on the definitions of disinformation could be valid.
Okay. And do you see the value of addressing these issues of misinformation, online disinformation, particularly as we're seeing quite an increase in the prevalence. What sort of importance would you place on doing something about it?
Oh, I think absolutely something needs to be done about it, and I think not just something but many things. And so we would encourage like a whole of government response, because I think mis and disinformation disrupts a whole range of areas around health, around emergency response, around environment, all kinds of democratic processes really. So I think this bill, as I've said in my opening statement and in our previous submissions, Lena is supportive of it in principle, and as one measure that should be part of a whole raft of measures that are required to address what is an emerging and escalating problem both here and globally.
Great, thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Stutchbury, for attending. The government says that we can't trust platforms, and I happen to agree with them. The platforms are the problem. And yet now it gets the platforms as the chief censorers and to guard misinformation and disinformation. That doesn't make sense to me. What are your comments?
Look, I think we've seen attempts at voluntary codes that haven't been successful as yet, and that's probably part of the reason that this bill's been put forward, I would suggest. But I think, what we're suggesting is that platforms are definitely part of the solution to a problem that they're 100% contributing to, but shouldn't necessarily be left to their own devices in terms of addressing this issue, and that should also be informed by people who are on the ground and seeing what's emerging in their communities around mis and disinformation. So we think that any kind of media literacy programs, for example, should be informed by the education sector and should be informed by the media sector as well, rather than just the tech platforms operating in that space alone.
And yet the bill has no arbiter of truth. So we're handing the power to determine what is truthful and accurate to agencies that the government doesn't trust and that very few people trust. How can that be? How do we decide on what is truthful?
Well, my reading of the bill is that there's the test in there is a reasonable sort of test, and that really is, my understanding of it is that it would be looking to the ACMA to be investigating and to be playing a bigger part in that role. So I'm not necessarily reading it as something where the tech platforms would be the arbiters of truth or any other individual, and I don't know that would be appropriate, but I do think that there's not a single arbiter of truth, and I think that also we need to be able to present information with the facts that are best placed at the time, and that's an evolving space at all times,
So ACMA, that's my understanding too. It's not stated, but it's implicit, it's logical, that the ultimate arbiter of truth is ACMA. So we have the government overseeing what is misinformation and disinformation about some of its own issues, its own positions. Is that right?
Well, I don't read it that way. I think it wouldn't be that the ACMA is necessarily determining what is true or not, but would certainly be placed to look into it, I suppose, and to work with the tech platforms and others to establish if there are problems.
Isn't in a democracy, many people have different views, different opinions. There are sometimes different sets of data, different ways of looking at the same data. Isn't the best way to determine truth free and open debate?
To an extent, I think free and open debate is part of determining, what a range of opinions are around a matter and what the different views around a particular matter might be. But I think just because one person says something is one way and another person says it's another way doesn't necessarily mean that the truth is always right in the middle. I think there's a role for journalism and also for the education sector around looking into into validating information that we see in the public space. And what we've got at the moment is I don't think there's necessarily of value to have a free and open space that is entirely unfiltered and unchecked and unedited. I think there's a role for fact-checking in a range of different spaces. I think there's a role for opinion as well. But I think audiences need to be able to understand the difference between the two and then make their own judgments around that.
Right, that's really important. Audiences need to decide between the two. I'm not suggesting unchecked because debate, because we already have laws against racial hatred, inciting violence, hate speech, vilification, racial vilification. So why do we need these? Because the law is already there.
Well, that is true, but I think the laws around hate speech in other areas, I don't know how applicable they are in a context where some of that information is coming from sources outside Australia. I'm not sure what the implementation of those laws is or how strongly they can be enforced here, but I think what we're talking about is the role that the tech platforms play in the dissemination around that information, and also what role media and others can play in helping people understand what they're looking at when they're seeing that kind of information and where it comes from.
So, building on something Senator Cadell said in the second hearing, we're entrusting a group of foreign multinational players who have a very poor reputation for trustworthiness. We're entrusting in them the role to censor us and tell us what's available and what should be said in Australia?
That's not my reading of it, although I'm not sure, sorry, Senator, what the question is around that.
So why are we trusting untrustworthy platforms that are owned by foreigners with things that cover Australian debate? We've just agreed that debate is refreshing and cleansing, and yet we're entrusting this to untrustworthy foreign platforms to come in and arbiter what is truth in our country, when debate would be the best. Why?
Well, I think that responds to the way people are getting information at the moment, in that we're not just receiving information from Australian sources, we're receiving information in a global information economy, and so we have to respond to that as best we can. I think it's an imperfect kind of response in some ways, and that's why we're saying that there needs to be a whole raft of measures around it, but I think this bill is one step toward it, and my understanding is that the bill is suggesting that power is actually given to the Australian Communications and Media Authority more to work with the tech platforms, more so than entrusting the tech platforms themselves to self-regulate, which I think is where we're at. That's my understanding.
You've come to the same conclusion that I've come to, and that is that overseeing the lot is ACMA. So it's really ACMA. And the other thing we've got, and I happen to agree with you, the other thing we've got is that ACMA's punishment on under-censoring is enormous.
Senator Roberts, I just caution you on speaking on behalf of the witness. I think she's well able to provide her own view.
She certainly is. She certainly is. That wasn't my intention. ACMA's power financially to penalise foreign tech platforms is huge if they under-censor. But there's no penalty against over-censoring, so that would drive the platforms to over-censor.
I wouldn't necessarily agree that it would drive platforms to over-censor. I think the platforms are motivated by commercial reasons, really, and so they're most likely to want to respond to what audiences want, and I don't think audiences are necessarily asking for over-censorship. So I think in terms of there is a response to maybe some under-censorship that could be perceived that way, but I think really what we're talking about, whether something is over-censorship or under-censorship, if we can go back to the concepts around mis and disinformation, it's about what's defined as disinformation and whether it is in fact deliberately harmful and the social harms around that, which I think is a much more conservative step than what you're suggesting around complete censorship.
Well, what I'm suggesting is, so I'll be clearer, is the bill is skewed to censorship. If a tech company under-censors, fails to censor something that needs to be censored, heavy fines. If they over-censor and be stronger than they need to be, no penalty. So if they're going to err on the side of protecting their hip pocket, they will over-censor.
Take that as a statement or a question, Senator Roberts?
Well, the intonation was it's a question. So they're
I guess that is
financially driven towards over-censoring, aren't they?
I don't think so, because I think they're financially driven towards trying to get the largest audience engagement that they can possibly get. So I don't think that lends itself to over-censorship. And I think where we'd see tech platforms is trying to find the balance in between the two so they can get maximum audience engagement. And really, the stronger the debate, the better for a tech platform, because it's going to actually get eyeballs to their media outlets, which is really the game for tech platforms, is trying to make sure that they get as much audience engagement as possible. And I don't think it's necessarily in the commercial interest to be over-censoring in the way that you might be suggesting.
Well, the penalties, if I'm not,
going to
not
wind you
wrong...
up, Senator Roberts.
Last question, Chair. The penalties, unless I'm mistaken, I'll go to the penalties. Maybe digital platforms may be subject to civil penalties of up to 5% of annual global turnover for breaches of misinformation standard, and for up to 2% for approved misinformation codes, but nothing if they don't enforce it. So that's what I'm saying. They got huge penalties. 5% of global revenue is enormous. So that would trump many. That would trump the views of many, allowing many subscribers. It'd be cheaper to just turn off the subscribers than to pay 5% of global revenue.
Or potentially, it would be even cheaper to comply with the regulations, and therefore you wouldn't have to pay any fines. Seems like a sensible pathway through the middle to me.
There's so much doubt in this about who draws the guidelines, who draws the boundaries, Chair, that the social media company is automatically going to err on the side of over-censoring, just to make sure it isn't accused of under-censoring.
I appreciate your opinion, Senator Roberts. I have a different one, but I guess that's the whole point, isn't it? But I do think that potentially those questions would be well put to the department and to ACMA this afternoon in terms of how they have perceived it themselves.
And to the tech platforms themselves. I'm sorry, Senator, I'm probably not best placed to speak to that on their behalf.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tuckbury.
Yeah, entertainingly, the platforms didn't want to come visit. Okay. On that point, thank you so much for coming and sharing your opinion and taking the time to participate in this inquiry. We really do appreciate it. We will now take a break and we will return at 2:30. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome our representatives from the Department of Home Affairs. I understand that you've been provided with information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses. Excellent. I will remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matter of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, would you both like to state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I believe we have another witness online. Yes, we do. Excellent.
Can we start with the head of our delegation, Dr. Whalen?
Thank you. Jenny Whalen, First Assistant Secretary, Department of Home Affairs.
Thank you.
And I'm David Chick, Assistant Secretary of Counter Foreign Interference Policy and Coordination Branch in Home Affairs.
And Alexander Goldie, Assistant Secretary for Countering Violent Extremism in Home Affairs.
Thank you. Opening statements have been tabled, so we'll just go directly to questions. And we'll start with Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending today. Let me ask the same question that I've asked everyone. The government says we cannot trust social media platforms and happen to be in rare agreement with the government. Why would we get them to do the censorship for the government?
Thank you for the question. Look, questions about the specifics of how platforms will be asked to identify mis and disinformation are best directed to our colleagues in the Department of Communications in Duterte and ACMA, who I understand are appearing before you in the next session. As Home Affairs, we certainly welcome the provisions in the bill that would impose transparency obligations on digital platforms, which require them to be upfront about what they're doing on their services to combat misinformation.
Thank you, Dr. Whalen. During the COVID mismanagement, or COVID response, I should say, the Department of Home Affairs was in contact with some of the tech platforms, I think Facebook and one other, maybe X, to ensure that they took down certain posts. Will that be your Home Affairs role when this bill comes in?
If I can just clarify that, Dr. Whalen, because that was an area that fell to my part of the department after it was wound up. I'm not sure that I'd agree with the characterisation. It was simply a referral of information to those social media platforms. And in terms of what the future will be under the bill before the Parliament, Home Affairs has no role in referring, certainly not from a foreign interference point of view, information in relation to mis and disinformation.
What will be your role in regard to this bill? Thank you for that answer. It's Dr. Crick, is it? Chick?
Chick.
What will be the Department of Home Affairs' role with this bill?
Senator, the bill does not see Home Affairs take any new powers or responsibilities through this bill.
What is your purpose in being here today?
We're here to answer any questions that you might have about the submission that Home Affairs has made.
Thank you. Is Department of Home Affairs concerned at all about the lack of an arbiter of truth? There's no defined arbiter of truth. So who do you see is the arbiter of truth in this bill, or will become by default the arbiter of truth in this bill? Because there will be disputes. It's so massively sloppily defined harms, so on, it's so sloppily defined and so broad that there's going to be a lot of debate.
Senator, thanks. We, again, suggest the specifics on that are best directed to our colleagues who are the government's lead on this bill in Duterte, yet to come. But we certainly welcome the high threshold definition of mis and disinformation in this bill and its appropriate balance with the protection of freedoms within our democracy, including the freedom of speech and expression. And the transparency obligations on platforms, which are the core purpose of this bill, and we certainly give our broad support to those in a range of the areas for which Home Affairs has responsibilities. They will help us to understand the nature of information flows, mis and disinformation on digital platforms. They will help us to understand the risks that poses, and therefore to ensure appropriate responses and effective advice to government.
Does Home Affairs hope that one of the outcomes is opinion being squashed? As the Victorian Bar Association said, this is roughly, I'm trying to quote, freedom of expression has been flipped, opinion is squashed, the heartland of constitutional freedom is destroyed. So won't that help you do your job by shutting down people needlessly?
We wouldn't share that view, no, and it's not our hope from this bill.
Okay. The trust in platforms is already very, very low because they already censor, we know that, and they censor indiscriminately and subversively. Do you think that we should be having more transparency from the social media platforms in regard to their algorithms, how they actually censor already and how they suppress various followers on their sites?
We certainly welcome transparency of all kinds, but for the purpose of this bill, we very much support the transparency obligations that are limited in scope to those contained within this bill.
Does Home Affairs believe that trust cannot be rebuilt with censorship? Censorship would lead to distrust deepening, wouldn't it? I would imagine the Department of Home Affairs would want citizens to be responsible. And Maria Montessori said that wherever there's a lack of responsibility, there's a lack of freedom. What we're doing here is removing more freedom so there'll be less responsibility amongst the citizenry.
Senator, one of the things that we welcome about the transparency obligations here are the ways in which that they empower users to form their own views and advance their own critical thinking about those issues.
Could you explain that and put the reasoning behind it, please, Dr. Whalen?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just heard another voice in the feed there.
So did I.
Could you just repeat that question for me?
Could you explain your reasoning there, on what basis you're making that statement, that it'll increase responsibility?
I said what we welcome is the increase, the contributions of increased transparency to the ability of users of digital platforms to form their own opinions, to think critically, to be able to discern trustworthy information, reliable information, and to respond accordingly.
Isn't that the opposite of what this bill does, Dr. Whalen? Because free and open debate is a way of developing responsibility. Maria Montessori, perhaps arguably the most informative, most informed, most comprehensive understanding of human behaviour and human development, said that wherever there's a lack of responsibility, you will find a lack of freedom. Giving freedom to people gives them opportunity to engage in debate and develop responsibility and awareness, surely.
Senator, I couldn't comment on the breadth of that contribution. Certainly we welcome the efforts in this bill to appropriately balance protections against the serious harms of mis and disinformation with the protection of freedoms within our democracy.
Thank you. The bill is skewed to censorship. Global social media platforms, if they under-censor, face heavy fines up to 5% of global revenue. If they over-censor, there's no penalty. So there's a natural skewing towards over-censorship. Now, censorship in history is the way to suppress, when what we need to expose truth is free and open debate. How can this possibly develop responsibility? It just suppresses responsibility.
Senator, again, the specifics of what will be asked of the digital platforms are best directed to our colleagues in Department of Communications in the later session.
Minister Butler, Mark Butler, the Health Minister, said the government during the COVID response didn't trust the people. The government was clearly afraid, and people could sense that fear in the government. Isn't that's what led to the extra controls and now coming out inhuman, unjustified, unscientific controls not based in medical or scientific data? Isn't that what's going to happen across many fields now if this bill comes into place?
Senator, we wouldn't share that view.
Why not?
No. Why don't we? I'm so sorry. The
yes, why not?
Is a little bit interrupted. We wouldn't share the premise of the question. We would also point to, again, the transparency obligations of this bill as a contribution to increasing the supply of trustworthy and credible information within the public debate, including the ability of government, but also end users to understand the risks and the information flows, the content and nature of that information, balanced with appropriate protections for freedoms within our democracy.
How does taking the hands of deciding what is misinformation and disinformation, what is essentially truth, out of the hands of the public who are participating in open debate on social media, albeit choked at the moment by the social media platforms themselves, how does taking it out of the hands of the public and putting it in the hands of social media giants, foreign-owned, help the freedom and responsibility of Australians?
Again, it's the transparency obligations of this bill that we, the Department of Home Affairs, support in its contributions to improving the information environment on which our democracy thrives and flourishes. The specifics of your questions with regard to decisions about information flows, again, are best directed to our colleagues in the later session.
But it's interesting you raised... Thank you, Chair. It will be my last question. The government says it can't trust platforms. The government says we need more transparency. And I agree with them in terms of both those statements. Transparency in particular from social media as to the nature of their algorithms, what the basic premises of their algorithms, what they effectively do to suppress certain groups already. I think they should be required to be made public, but they're not. How can this bill increase transparency when it just cements the hiding of the basic algorithms that already thwarts free speech in our country on social media platforms? We know that's happening.
Again, those go to responsibilities of those in other departments.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick some things out of your submission. Your submission mentions social cohesion and democratic resilience. Misinformation and disinformation pose serious threats to the health of the information environment. I wondered if you could talk to us about the issue, the relationship between misinformation and disinformation on the one hand and social cohesion and democratic resilience on the other, and how they interrelate, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And in answering it, I'll refer to the report of the Strengthening Democracy Task Force released in July of this year. I'll also note my colleagues in the room may have other contributions to make in their areas of responsibility. The report of the Strengthening Democracy Task Force highlighted, on the one hand, substantial and enduring strengths of Australian democracy, but increasing vulnerability to a range of shared challenges that are facing liberal democracies around the world. And they include, those challenges include the spread of false and misleading information online, particularly through digital platforms, the ways that that interacts with other challenges to democracies, including foreign interference, societal polarisation or division, and experiences of prejudice and discrimination. And it's in those interactions that the key connection between democratic resilience and social cohesion lies. Among the enduring strengths of Australian democracy has been its provision of trusted institutions, the free and open flows of credible information, and the provisions for social inclusion. We see the range of challenges facing democracy as risking erosion in those three key areas of strength. With regard to social cohesion, we understand that to mean the extent to which society supports connections between people and families, friends, communities, values diversity and respect, and allows people to participate in that democracy freely and openly. There is nothing new about false and misleading information or mis and disinformation, but what is new is the ability for that to be spread with unprecedented speed, scale and intensity on digital platforms, and the way that that is manifesting in risks to harms to societal well-being and the division and exclusion of people from the public sphere.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to add? Yeah, sorry. You go.
No, I think that was a very comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Thanks. And so I think you've explained that very well, and I was going to ask about the task force. Could you talk to maybe what sort of mechanisms we have already to counter mis and disinformation from your perspective?
I can talk to that to an extent, though some of that goes beyond the remit both of the task force and the Department of Home Affairs. What we were asked as the Strengthening Democracy Task Force to focus on were the practical initiatives that could help to strengthen democracy in light of these challenges, and in particular the strengths-based rather than risks-based approaches. So in that sense, the report highlights 3 areas of practical initiative to strengthen democracy, which are applicable to efforts to address mis and disinformation. The first is to protect strengths. So that goes to protections for freedoms and rights within our democracy, protections of electoral integrity that are well covered elsewhere across government, protections of the information environment, of media literacy, of the flows of credible, high-quality journalism and information. And crucially, they are responsibilities that don't reside with government alone. Indeed, some of the responsibilities there sit beyond government. The second thing was invigorating civic engagement, people's engagement and participation in democracy and their connections across community. So much of the work, we must remember, to address mis and disinformation happens among citizens, among people in their everyday lives, in the conversations that we have, in the role of community leaders, sporting organisations, workplaces and so on. And the third thing that the report highlights that should be done across the board on strengthening democracy is an embrace of experimentation and innovation. This has been a long tradition in Australian democracy. Indeed, we've in many cases led the world in terms of democratic innovations in our electoral institutions, in our integrity institutions. We can see that spirit of experimentation and innovation in things like inoculation games, in critical thinking and civics education, in pre-bunking efforts and other things to empower people and communities to better navigate a more difficult information environment.
Mm-hmm. We've heard throughout this inquiry from a range of witnesses that there is a lot of public concern about misinformation in Australia, and some saying it's up around 80% concern level. I wondered if you could comment on why it might be up so high at this point in time, and also how high on the list is mis and disinformation as a threat in Australia from Home Affairs perspective?
Thanks for that question. We don't rank threats in that way, but to what you've already heard, I can also contribute some of the findings in the task force report.
Ms. Wales, can I just ask you to also, please go ahead with your response, but also to table that report so we have it on hand?
Of course, yeah, it's freely available online, but we'll also make sure that that's tabled, of course. There was a survey as part of the Australian Public Service Commission's ongoing survey series into trust in public services. We worked with the Public Service Commission to commission a specific survey that looked at democracy and Australians' satisfaction and trust levels within it. One thing that highlighted was that while Australians overwhelmingly valued the importance of their democracy, 85% of people thought it was very important or important to live in a country governed democratically. There were a range of concerns. This one found 72% of people were concerned about misleading information, particularly during election campaigns. So that's just another data point to reinforce what I understand you've already heard. you've asked me why people think that's important. I don't have the specific evidence on that beyond what would be reflected in the wider research, and that is the information environment is increasingly difficult to navigate, and that is, in a sense, the water we swim in today. So people are encountering that on a daily basis.
Thank you. Do I have time for one more?
Yep,
yeah,
one more.
okay. All right. So when it comes to countering foreign interference and information manipulation, do you think there's a clean line between disinformation and misinformation, or can something start as disinformation and then become misinformation? So, for example, does it start off as an online story but then becomes mainstream? And do you see that there are narratives that different foreign actors might want to peddle in Australia, and if so, what might motivate that kind of behaviour?
I might take that one, David Chick here. It's not a clear delineation and sort of overlap between mis and disinformation and foreign interference. A foreign government, one element that's necessary for foreign interference is there to be a foreign government or a foreign state, foreign power. It needs to be clandestine, coercive or corrupting and affect our national security interests. You could have disinformation from a foreign government that's spoken by an ambassador, and that's not foreign interference. That's a view that's wrong, a deliberate lie told by someone who's clearly representing that country. If, however, a country were to tell a lie, a deliberate lie, without attribution through a third party, a robot, whatever it is, that would be foreign interference. Similarly, if the foreign government was actually saying something that was true, but amplifying it in a way that was hidden, that could also be foreign interference. So you exaggerate a claim to make people think that that's the norm and that's really what's happening. You override the information environment with a viewpoint that is unhelpful and helps their interests without ever saying where they're from or why they're doing it. It just becomes part of the environment and is there to sway public opinion in their favour. So we would say that it's almost never misinformation, although because they know generally what's happening and it's a deliberate information operation, but they can and often would take misinformation and amplify it if it suits their purposes. So it's often you'll see narratives that are real being amplified covertly for malign intent, and that we would call foreign interference. I hope that helps understand it's not a clear-cut delineation, but that's how we would see it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time. Mr Chick, you mentioned in the context of foreign interference a robot. Could you maybe talk me through what are the sort of common ways that foreign actors are interfering? Is it bot farms or what's happening there?
They will have a number of approaches. I think that's fair to say based on public reporting. Yes, they will take information and I'm not that technically literate, but put it through the bots, the troll farms to amplify it so it has many, many likes and becomes highly visible. They could, similarly, they might pay influencers. That's a separate vector. They may have large group of people actually with with aliases and fake names, fake accounts pursuing that narrative. It can link with parts of an information operation that are not clandestine. So state-sponsored media may have the same messages as an influencer that's been paid as having the same message as a bot farm or troll farm pursuing that same message. So there'll be many tactics that can be deployed by a foreign government to pursue its information objective, whatever that is. It's not always simple and they're often offshore.
Thank you. A number of submissions and witnesses have said that a better way of dealing with misinformation would just be to ban non-human actors. So bots that are impersonating humans, troll farms, bot farms, things that are amplifying information rather than actually cracking down on individuals' right to say something. What do you think about that?
I think it's probably a question better referred to the Department of Communications and ACMA in the next session as to what is effective? The bill is not aimed at foreign interference as much as mis and disinformation and the tactics and approach to address that the Parliament would support. Foreign interference is a niche element within that broader problem set. So I would defer to the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Communications.
It seems to me that part of the reason being put forward, and I guess the reason why Home Affairs is here, is the foreign interference element. And from all the commentary I've seen, it really does focus on bots, troll farms, either generating or amplifying information. And we've got submitters saying, well, just put the onus on the social media companies to get rid of these non-human actors, which we've heard from the legal experts that have no human rights, no freedom of speech. And yet we're taking an approach that will impinge on people's actual sort of freedom of expression. But I understand it's not your role to answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell. Oh, Senator Canavan.
Chair, I come back online. Thank you for all appearing today. I just wanted to go and start where one place Senator Roberts was. And this was this question that during the pandemic, the Department of Home Affairs had a role, some role, in policing so-called misinformation. Can I take you to some specifics? Did the Department of Home Affairs ask then Twitter to remove a tweet which said that lockdowns are ineffective?
I'm sorry, I don't have that detail with me today. I can take that on notice.
Okay, well, I can take you to it. There was a question on notice, I'm sure you're familiar with, replied to by Senator Alexandrich. Are you familiar with that question on notice? At the detailed 4,000, or over 4,000, I believe, the social media posts the Department of Home Affairs had flagged with social media companies?
I'm aware of the engagement we've had with the Senate on it, and I remember a number of questions of notice, yes, on the issue.
Yeah, BE 23146 for the record, an FOI request, with over 4,000 posts. On 1,000, the line item 1,054 of those 4,000 was a tweet on the 8th of March 2021. The department's description of the tweet is a tweet claiming that lockdowns are ineffective. The department's rationale for flagging this with Twitter is that content is assessed to have breached Twitter's COVID-19 policies and protections by claiming government-mandated COVID-19 restrictions such as lockdowns are utterly ineffective. The content includes categories of potentially harmful information explicitly prohibited by Twitter, including false and misleading information about the efficacy and/or safety of preventative measures, treatments or other precautions to mitigate or treat the disease, such as lockdown laws. Does the Department of Home Affairs continue to believe that claiming lockdowns are ineffective is misinformation?
I don't think that's the belief of the Department of Home Affairs. I think the process that went through at that stage was to identify posts and to seek to, at the time, align them with the content moderation policies of the platform. Just for the sake of this bill, and that's, of course, where the focus is now, Home Affairs will have no role in identifying any content that relates to this issue.
That may be the case. That may well be the case. But this is a clear, real-world example of governments implementing misinformation policies. In this case, I don't believe there was a specific law. I'm not exactly sure what legal authority you had here to do these things, but this was a policy of the government at the time. It was a policy. I was a member of the government. I'm ashamed to have been part of this. And it was clearly an utter failure to take down that content. I'll just take you, that tweet was tweeted by an account called Martin Kulldorff. Martin Kulldorff, at the time, was a professor of medicine at the Harvard Medical School. He was a member of the US Food and Drug Administration's Drug Safety and Risk Management Advisory Committee. And the Department of Home Affairs flagged somebody being of his stature being critical of government policy as misinformation. How can you justify that? How can the Home Affairs Department justify that action?
I'd have to look into the detail, but clearly it's not about the character of the individual that was the central concern of the Department of Home Affairs. The officers involved in that were seeking to align views of the day with what they perceived and what they saw as content policies of social media platforms and referring them for their decision as to what to do with it.
But you are here, you are members of the executive government, seeking to police, in this case, seeking to police criticism of government policies. How in any way could you be viewed as an independent arbiter of assessing these types of claims, especially from a professor of the Harvard Medical School, nonetheless?
Senator,
I'm not sure where that question goes.
Yeah. Both Mr Chick and I have reinforced that this bill sees Home Affairs not acquire any powers or responsibilities, and certainly not in the sphere that you're referring to. With respect, I think it's very relevant to our investigations here to ask about previous government attempts to police misinformation. You are the clearest example of that occurring to date in the Australian government, at least, and you cannot in any way, by the sounds of it, defend what is the indefensible now, what we know now, of doing this. Now, maybe could you say you don't have the details from me, and I realise given you sought to censor over 4,000 social media posts, you might not have each one at hand, but could you please take on notice to me that one, 1,054, and come back to me about whether the department has done any assessment of the censoring of that particular tweet from a professor at the Harvard Medical School and whether it was the right approach.
Happy to come back to you, Senator.
Right. Now, you say in your submission, you make a number of claims in your submission, that policing misinformation will be helpful to social cohesion, in your words. Do you stand by that comment?
Senator, I don't believe that's the claim in the submission. What the Department of Home Affairs submission reinforces is that the transparency obligations and surrounding requirements of the bill will be of benefit to end users, to our broader democratic resilience, to our social cohesion, as well as to some of the other overt harms of mis and disinformation.
Okay, so you do agree, because your submission says you welcome the bill because it's flow-on implications of efforts to strengthen social cohesion, so you believe it will.
Where perhaps, Senator, we may differ is in the premise of your question.
Okay, the characterisation of a policing, sure. So I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to look at the independent inquiry into the COVID pandemic. That inquiry found, and I'm just going to quote here from it, that people felt they were unable to criticise or question government decisions and policies. Focus groups described how fear-based, patronising and heavy-handed communication from political leaders added to the perception that restrictions were not up for debate. Fear-based communication, coupled with punitive approaches, caused some people to turn away from official and credible sources of information, further eroding their trust in government. I mean, that conclusion from the independent panel seems totally at odds with your submission. That report found that the heavy-handed policing of misinformation in the pandemic, in fact, eroded trust in government. I personally think that's a very reasonable conclusion given the world we're living in now. But are you maintaining that the experience of your direct experience of tackling misinformation and COVID actually enhanced social cohesion against the findings of the independent panel?
Senator, I don't believe anything in the submission went to anything along the lines that you're suggesting. Indeed, the submission notes, as you do, I think, that access to credible, accurate and trusted information is a core underpinning of strong democratic societies. The submission reinforces the importance of free and open flows of information to a flourishing democracy, as well as to the other outcomes for which Home Affairs is responsible for.
Right. Well, I think the conclusions of the independent panel are very observant to almost all Australians, and unfortunately, we no longer have the same high levels of trust we used to do. And a big reason for that is the inability of government officials to accept any criticism during the pandemic. It was disgraceful, and we're setting up the same sort of process here. Now, just a different topic. I'm not sure if you probably haven't seen the comments of the US Vice President-elect JD Vance during the US election campaign. I might just read them in then. He was asked on a podcast with Sean Ryan during the campaign about the EU's attempts to regulate and fine Twitter or X. And JD Vance said, and I'll quote, "The leader, I forget exactly which official it was within the European Union, but this leader sent Elon this threatening letter that basically said, we're going to arrest you if you platform Donald Trump, who, by the way, is the next likely president of the United States." Vance went on to say, "So what America should be saying is if NATO wants to continue to supporting them and NATO wants us to continue to be a good participant in the military alliance, why don't you respect American values and respect free speech? It's insane that we would support a military alliance. If that military alliance isn't going to be pro-free speech, I think we can do both, but we've got to say American power comes with certain strings attached. One of those is respect for free speech, especially in our European allies." I wonder, has anyone from the Department of Home Affairs received national security advice on whether this law would add tension or threaten the close relationship we have with the United States?
We'd need to take that on notice, I suspect, Senator. Let me just check with my colleagues in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I've seen no advice, so I'd be advised to take it on notice so we can give a comprehensive answer.
Sure. Have anyone in the room, okay, fine. Thanks. Has anyone in the room proactively sought to seek advice on this matter, especially to dealing with our cooperation with US intelligence agencies and the potential political implications of a bill which seeks to impose a fine of up to 5% of an American social media company's global revenue?
To the best of mine, certainly answering for myself, that would go beyond the scope of my role and responsibilities. I suspect the same would be true of my colleagues. But
yeah, that's right. I certainly have seen nothing, Dr. Whalen, and I'm very happy to take it on notice to get a comprehensive response again if that's useful for the Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking on notice. Thank you, Chair. If there's time, I'll have a lot more questions, but thank you.
Okay, we can come back to you. I just want to take you back to that issue of the interface between misinformation and disinformation and how things are sort of perpetuated. I think we sometimes think, misinformation might sort of just filter out, grow, gather a life of its own. But the other way around, I think also is potential that you would have some intentional disinformation put out there that then, through its dissemination by individuals and by groups, that it then takes on a life of its own. The issue of misinformation and disinformation and the interface between them. Can you just give me a little bit more about your perspective on how those things develop?
Sorry, can I clarify? Are you asking from the framework of foreign interference or just in general the relationship in a general sense between mis and disinformation?
Just in general. I mean, because I think I think Senator Darling asked you the question and it went directly to your sort of foreign influence piece. I think I just want to bring it back to a broader sense of how you see that happening between misinformation and disinformation and misinformation. And I'll just contextualise that. I don't see this as being like a sort of a very hard one way to develop. I think there are many ways that we end up with information that's not helpful or is harmful out there in the world. And I'm just keen for your perspective on those two different pathways.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to reflect what we've gleaned. When it comes to the specifics of that, obviously for the purpose of regulation, I'll leave that to colleagues in the Department of Communications. Certainly what we have seen as the Strengthening Democracy Task Force looking at these dynamics around the world reflects pretty much as you've set that out. The flows of false and misleading information can have deliberate intent, and they can have they can also be driven without that intent, and those lines can cross. Where it comes to serious harms, the most serious harms, which again are the subject of this bill, I am not aware of too many cases, but again this is my awareness of the research and evidence, too many cases that would not see some form of intent at some point. but the spread and speed at which these information flows can be spread on digital media does not depend on the intent behind them.
Okay. And in terms of, we've spoken a lot throughout this inquiry about the role of bots and bot farms and whatever else that might, troll farms, whatever other sort of term, that they may well be the root of all of this. I mean, are they just one form of perpetuating this, or one form of delivering misinformation or disinformation, or do you see them as being the sole problem? I'm just trying to work out whether...
I think the account that Mr Chick gave in the foreign interference space is a good one. The information environment, writ large, has always depended on very many sources and very many techniques of information flows, credible, trustworthy information flows, as well as less credible and less trustworthy. What's new is the advancing technology, the ability to do things through, for instance, networked, coordinated, inauthentic activity, including using AI. And so that should be of particular concern in the current climate, because this is a newer and emerging and evolving dimension that has not been so common in our information environment previously.
Okay, so if we were to say, right, let's ban troll farms, bot farms, all of that sort of stuff, that wouldn't solve the problem we're looking at here from your perspective?
Very few things that certainly we have canvassed widely on, very few things would solve a problem as complex as information integrity alone. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I think that covers it. Senator Cadell? No? Sharma?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Senator Pocock? You're all done. Senator Canavan, back to you.
Yes, thank you. Look, just on another line of questioning, one of the concerns that I don't think has been aired enough is that this bill would effectively sanction the social media companies to create their own rules. And that has been aired a little bit. But one thing that hasn't been focused on is one of those social media companies is TikTok, who has a very close relationship, may we say, with the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, how is the Department of Home Affairs going to make sure that TikTok's misinformation and disinformation code is not simply a smokescreen for TikTok to remove any dissent of the Chinese Communist Party, to remove any sentiments that are pro Hong Kong freedom, that are pro for Jimmy Lai, that are pro Free Tibet, the Free Tibet movement? It seems to me this creates a grave risk for our own internal security if we sanction even a company like TikTok to remove such content. How are we going to make sure they're not doing that under the guise of combating what is a government-enforced misinformation regime?
Dr. Whalen, I'm happy to just lead off by saying that, as we've said before, the Department of Home Affairs has no role in the implementation of this bill, and that I think your question would probably be better directed to the Department of Communications that does.
But your submission talks about social cohesion, it talks about the risks of misinformation spreading, risks of terrorism, risks of social breakdown in trust. I mean, surely there are implications from giving a free pass to an organisation that is at least aligned with the values of the Chinese Communist Party in spreading propaganda in Australian society that might break down that trust, that might break down trust in Australian institutions, that might limit the freedoms of Australians here who would like to support Tibet or Hong Kong or Jimmy Lai or dissidents within China itself. or even Australians who have been imprisoned in China recently. We've seen a number of cases. I mean, your submission talks about it. So what I'm asking is, how are you going to deal with this? If this regime comes in place, how are you going to make sure? You say you have a role with fact-checking and all these bodies. How are you going to make sure that the Chinese Communist Party is not given a free hand here to create the very issues that you point out? Your submission can be done through social media.
Yeah, again, sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
No, I mean, I think our submission points to the potential benefits of the legislation in aiding transparency. It doesn't suggest that it's a panacea for all problems. And otherwise, I just, again, in terms of the management and how the government and government agencies would work to support the bill, I would again refer you to the colleagues who will be appearing after us who have that role.
Well, perhaps I'll ask it another way. Has the Department of Communications asked you, or ACMA asked you in the preparation of this bill, about these risks, about the risks of TikTok in particular being allowed a free hand to silence anti-Chinese Communist Party propaganda in Australia?
We've been a part of many conversations with the Department of Communications, but haven't addressed that particular question.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on another part of your submission, you say you have a relationship with AAP Fact Check. Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, happy to. The department administers some grant funding to AAP Fact Check, which was provided specifically in the context of local consequences, local challenges for social cohesion emerging from events, crises in the Middle East, in response to community liaison, community understanding of concerns about harmful mis and disinformation, and requests for more information on that front. Administers a grant to AAP fact-checking to provide fact-checking services to the broader public.
Right. Were you aware that AAP fact-check during the referendum debate, AAP fact-checked marked something as false, as a statement on social media that Anthony Albanese was lost for words when asked whether the voice to Parliament will have primacy over the government? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, Vincent.
I mean, that doesn't, to me, that seems a very stock standard political statement that's open for contentious description of somebody. They're lost for words. It's pretty hard for me to understand how a fact-check organisation could decide that's true or false. Do you have any concerns that AAP fact-check were effectively silencing political arguments during the voice debate? You haven't reviewed their performance?
I think we've just got a little technical problem this end.
Yeah. You're back? You got me? Hello?
Ms. Weiland, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I seem to be back connected. Have you got me?
Yep.
Okay. I was just going to ask, I don't know how much you heard, but that statement I read out, I think you heard, about Anthony Albanese, it seems like a pretty standard, political back and forth claim. Have you at all reviewed AAP Fact Check's performance during the voice debate?
Senator, I'd need to take that on notice, and it is a different part of our department which administers that funding. I do have some more information about the nature of that grant funding if it's helpful at this point, and otherwise I can take that more specific question on notice.
Maybe just come back on notice on that given the time, but I just...
Senator
just read another one here.
Just let you know we're coming up to 3.
Okay.
So we've got about 10 minutes left, but Senator Roberts and Billick both have questions. So do you...
Okay. I'll make this my last for now.
That would be great. Thank you.
You can share the call. So look, just another statement. There's multiple ones here. AAP Fact Check also marked as false that a statement on social media that the executive government must take into account relevant representations from the voice to Parliament or else be at risk of judicial review under administrative law. Now, I know from following debate closely that a number of legal experts agreed with that statement. Some didn't, but it was a matter legitimate contention, and AAP has marked that as false. In fact, the Institute of Public Affairs, who appeared before this committee, they did an analysis of AAP Fact Check's record, and they had flagged 107 different social media posts during the Voice debate. Only 8 of them targeted the Yes campaign, and 99 targeted the No campaign. 93% targeted the No campaign. Have you read that report? Has your department looked at the analysis of the IPA on AAP Fact Check's balance, which does not seem, on the viewing of those examples, to be stellar?
Senator, again, because that grant is administered in a different part of the department, I'll need to take that on notice to make sure I'm accurate in my response to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, you're on mute.
Thank you. Have I got it now?
Got it now.
Thank you. Things we forget. Mr. Crick, you said that, quote from what you said in response to Senator Canavan's question, potential benefits in aiding transparencies. You and Dr. Whalen have talked about improving trust and social cohesion through this bill. Dr. Whalen, you said that the Department of Home Affairs has no power from this bill, but yet you support this. Mr. Crick, you said in response to Senator Canavan's question about the removal of an post on X during the COVID response, that it wasn't about it wasn't about the character of the man who posted, the doctor who posted. Does that mean it was about the government's narrative being contradicted?
No, Senator, it's probably neither. The intent of what was established over the period of the pandemic was to observe the content policies of social media companies, have a third-party company review a number of platforms to see if things related to COVID-19 were contrary to those social media terms of service, and to refer that content that was found to those social media companies for their decision as to what to do.
Exactly. It was found to those social media companies to be misinformation. Yet, as Senator Canavan pointed out, it was completely correct and factually correct, completely correct. They were doing that, and we know that the Department of Health did the same after denying they did the same with former MP Craig Kelly. Now, if they're doing that without censorship powers, government departments are doing that without censorship powers, now you're advocating the addition of censorship powers, which ultimately, as we've seen from many witnesses today, lie in ACMA, which is a part of the government. What we're doing is building a totalitarian state.
So my understanding is that the only area where there'll be any ability to require takedown will be where it's inauthentic behaviour under the bill's terms. And I suppose when I listen to the issues that you're raising, I wonder what it would have been like if social media companies had more transparency, like is proposed under this bill, to give more information to the public on what they were doing in the takedown of content.
I wonder too, but I'm happy to answer your question because that's a fundamental thing. The government has said they do not trust platforms, the social media platforms. We need more transparency, but they haven't done anything here to bring out the algorithms that are secretly suppressing some people and promoting others. That hasn't been happening. This is not about transparency, Mr. Crick.
Tobe has a statement?
Yes, statement.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's it.
Excellent. Senator Bilyk.
Thank you. Just one question, really. In your submission, you talk about online terrorism and violent extremism, and the bill combats racial and religious vilification online. So do you think that this will assist in curbing the excesses of violent extremism in Australia? And how did this factor in the Wyambilla incidents a couple of years ago? What sort of conspiracy theories contribute to that kind of mindset and behaviour?
Senator, I can lead off on that. We know that terrorist malicious actors seek to amplify certain messages online, either through public-facing social media platforms or on private messaging apps. You mentioned Wieambilla, but the first that came to mind when you were talking about that for me was actually in relation to the Bondi incident, which, whilst was not declared a terrorist incident, was feature of quite a bit of mis and disinformation very soon after the incident occurred, speculating both that the perpetrator was an Islamic Australian or a migrant, or that the perpetrator had extreme right-wing views, and indeed it was attributed to a Jewish individual as well at one point. In all of those cases, that could be first originating from a person with malicious intent, and then through either known associates of that person distributed or picked up by the general public and communicated in the course of deliberations about what the truth of the matter is, and lead to the assisting, if you like, the narratives of those persons who would seek to promulgate a view that certain types or certain groups of people are more violent or dangerous than others, or attribute motive where there currently isn't one to be found. In the case of Wieambilla, my understanding from the reporting that I have seen is that the persons involved subscribed to a collection of fundamentalist, Christian, religiously motivated violent extremist beliefs, and had access material online that went to conspiracies regarding the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and responses to that globally, and had formed a view that there was an impending rapture, and so we're preparing for that. Whether there is in that circumstance a specific set of actors behind that who are spreading information with a specific outcome of radicalising persons to a particular brand of religiously motivated violent extremism, or a particular milieu, have collectively in a sort of bubble of information, shared information, and sort of collectively radicalised one another, is questionable. I think it's hard to be able to fully draw out the truth of the matter, and ultimately we can't ask the people themselves. But we do ultimately see a clear linkage between mis and disinformation and being able to amplify the narratives that malicious actors seek to promulgate regarding particular groups and support their ideological cause and grievances that they have.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Ms. Wigland, do you want to add anything?
No, I won't add anything more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we might... well, it's a choice about running over. If people are prepared to go beyond 5:05... No? Okay. Senator Canavan, you can put a plea in behind the scenes if you wish, but the room has decided not to run over the agenda, which means we're going to move on now, which leaves you putting your whatever questions you have left on notice. I hope that's okay. Thank you so much for coming along and sharing your expertise with us today. You have taken some stuff on notice, so my deep and abiding apologies for the short turnaround for those things, but we do appreciate you coming along, your submission and your time and effort. Thank you so much. I would now like to ask our next witnesses from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts, and the Australian Communications and Media Authority to come to the table or pop on our screens however you see fit. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to roll through this piece of fascinating information that I have to read into the Hansard. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for that claim. For the Hansard record, would you all like to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? Mr Chisholm, I'll leave you to coordinate that, Joy.
Very happy to, Senator. Thank you. Mr James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary, Communications and Media Group, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, hereafter referred to as infrastructure. So, to my left.
Yes, lovely.
Thank you. Sarah Vandenbroek, First Assistant Secretary, Digital Platforms, Safety and Classification Division in the Infrastructure Department.
Andrew Hiles, Assistant Secretary, Digital Platforms, International and Policy Branch.
Sam Cursor, also in the same branch in the department.
And to my right.
Karina Chapman, Deputy Chair of the Australian Communications and Media Authority, henceforth known as ACMA.
Thank you, Chair. Autumn Field, I'm the General Manager of the Content Division at the ACMA.
Rochelle Zernama, Executive Manager of the Gambling and Disinformation Branch at the ACMA.
And Kelly Mudford, Manager of Disinformation and Platforms within the same branch at the ACMA.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for coming along. We will start the bidding with Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presence today and your submissions as well. Can I just ask to ACMA, first of all, what was your role in the policy development or the development of this legislation and the bill? Were you part of interdepartmental processes or consultations regarding this?
Thank you, Senator. So we were involved in discussions with the department as it pertained to the role that the ACMA may have under the legislation if passed. So broader matters were not necessarily discussed between us and the department, but certainly matters of how the ACMA might administer powers given to us and those kinds of things were subject to a number of discussions.
Okay. And have you been involved in has ACMA been involved in briefings of any parliamentarians about the contents of this bill?
No, Senator.
You haven't joined any meetings with parliamentarians? Okay. If you'd like to take that on notice, you're free to. I don't expect you to.
No, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. We heard earlier from the Victorian Bar Association and Professor Toomey this morning. I'm not sure if you're on that call. But their views about the sorts of judgments that ACMA would need to exercise in the implementation of its regulatory and oversight and potentially enforcement powers under this legislation. Would you mind just characterising those in your own words, what you see ACMA's powers will be under this legislation if passed, and what sort of capabilities and expertise you will need in order to execute those?
Thank you, Senator. The primary role of the ACMA will be overseeing and enforcing the transparency provisions in the first part of the bill, which deal with publications of policies, publications of risk assessment reports, publication of media literacy reports. We have powers in relation to information gathering and imposing record-keeping rules. We additionally have powers in relation to setting digital platform rules in relation to those issues and also in relation to complaints handling systems if we feel that they are necessary. That's the first part of our role. So it's to encourage an enhancement of the transparency by the digital platforms of their activities. The second section of our roles I would characterise as reserve powers, that if we make a decision, of which I should say that the parameters around which we can make these decisions are quite specifically set out in the bill, which I can go through if you would like me to. We are empowered, if needed, to request a code or register a code which either comes to us via a platforms group, most likely an industry group, or request a code of our own accord within the parameters that are set out in the bill, which, as I said, are quite extensive. And then once we've stepped through those processes, which has got public consultation, time limits, I think we have to give them 120 days to provide us with a code. We then are empowered to register that code, which again has got a number of requirements that we have to satisfy ourselves. I should say, in the number of limitations that we have to satisfy ourselves, that the code is actually reasonably necessary and doesn't go any further than it needs to do, and it fits aligns with the objects of the bill, including freedom of expression. And it can't cover private messaging, it can't cover VoIP communications, and a number of other things. Where then, and it's not permitted to require takedown of misinformation. We can then make a decision that code should be registered. That code itself then is a legislative instrument. We would accompany it with an explanatory memorandum and a statement of compatibility with human rights. And then it would become a document which is disallowable by the Parliament. And at that point, we would then, if that code then becomes registered, we're then in a position to enforce that code, and the legislation sets out in quite a bit of detail the enforcement powers that we have, which begin with formal warnings, remedial directions, infringement notices, and they range up to civil penalties, which are a matter for the courts. The next part of our powers is that if it becomes clear that there is no code, a code is not effective, we are then in a position where we are able to register a standard. It's a reasonably similar process, and it has a reasonably similar set of enforcement provisions. And I think that's a very long answer, but the reality is that the bill it sets out each by step.
Yes,
is there anything? Am I missing anything?
That.
I'm sure I am, but that's a broad concept of.
I just wanted to read you something from Professor Toomey's opening statement, which I think reflects what we've heard from a number of witnesses here. She says, and I'm quoting, "The bill is predicated upon ACMA making assessments of the effectiveness of industry codes in dealing with misinformation and disinformation in order to decide whether it should itself apply standards. ACMA would not be able to make such an assessment without itself deciding whether content disseminated by digital platforms amounts to the spread of misinformation and disinformation that is not being picked up and dealt with by digital platforms under the existing code." So her view is that ACMA will not be able to exercise your powers or make an assessment about the effectiveness of industry codes without yourself being able to reach a conclusion about whether misinformation is being effectively policed, whether certain exclusions apply. Do you share that view? Do you share that professional assessment of hers?
Senator, are you referring to the existing voluntary code, or
no, under the new legislation, under the bill?
A code that has been registered under the legislation by us. Yes. Well, the first point I'd make is that it's quite clearly set out in the bill that the ACMA role in relation to mis and disinformation is about improving systems and processes, how the platforms actually manage their mis and disinformation and how they're transparent. So as you can see in the objects under 11F, it quite clearly states that it's to ensure the ACMA examines systemic issues relating to the conduct of digital communications platforms. And to that end, it's quite clearly stated in the bill that we are not permitted to consider the content that has been the subject of decisions that have been made by platforms. that will remain their decision. We do not have any investigative power in relation to content. We don't have any complaints handling power in relation to content. They are matters that will be continue to be the role of the platforms.
How will ACMA then make an assessment about the effectiveness of an industry code? How will you, in a hypothetical, well, not in a hypothetical, in a quite plausible situation, how would you reach a conclusion? What's the scenario where ACMA would reach a conclusion that an industry code is failing to adhere to the objects and purposes of the Act?
Well, Senator, to some extent it is hypothetical because I'm not in a position to be able to comment about how we would enforce a code that is subsequently to be registered after a lengthy process, a 6-month process.
How would you be... OK, well then how would you be satisfied that a code is complying with the objects and purposes of the Act? I'm asking how the bill's going to operate in practice, so I don't think it's hypothetical.
Well, it's outlined how we would be... we'd undertake a range of factors that we'd look at. We'd look at the data that has been provided by them under their voluntary reporting systems that we're receiving now. We'd look at data that we may have collected from them under our information gathering powers or under the record keeping rules. We may well continue research that we have been doing. I would hope that we are able to rely upon data that's been provided by third-party researchers, etc., that are gathering information under the scheme. And by gathering that information, we are able to ascertain about whether their processes and systems are actually working. We would seek to know, for example, how are they handling their complaints? How many complaints are they receiving and resolving? We're not particularly interested in what those complaints may be about, but the system and the processes they've put in place. Have they employed fact checkers? Have they done what they would say that they have done under the voluntary code as it exists at the moment? We'd probably make an assessment against that voluntary code to some extent when we're deciding about whether there is a need to take the next step forward.
Can I you just said that you don't have a concern about what the content is. You're just going to see how the form's going, but you've said, have they used fact checkers? If someone comes with a code of conduct that says we don't care what people write, why would they have fact checkers if you're not going to be concerned what the content is?
Our role is to be concerned about what systems and processes they have in place.
But if you don't like the outcomes, because they don't have fact check there, if they've got an open source, you'll say that you don't like the systems there because there's content going on that you don't like.
No, the bill is very specific that our role is restricted to assessing their systems and their processes.
Okay. So if their systems say we don't fact check, that's fine. They're in compliance with the code.
No, if their voluntary code, for example, says that they have fact checkers in place and they are clearly not using fact checkers, then that is a system failure.
What is the requirement for them to have fact checkers? If their voluntary code says we're not going to use fact checkers, we're going to let people say what they want.
Well, I think the voluntary code at the moment says that they have to have in place processes to deal with misinformation, and it gives examples, and I think that is also one of the examples that is in the bill of a process that can be there. So we can look at the systems to decide whether they are actually complying.
Okay. We need to rotate the call.
Okay, happy to rotate, Chair.
Cool. And we'll go to Senator Grogan. There's been a lot of negative comments over the course of this inquiry about your role and your ability to regulate social media platforms. Could you maybe talk to us about how long you've been regulating broadcast media and how you found that?
I assume that the ACMA and its predecessors have been regulating probably content since 1942. Is that when the first legislation was put in place?
Since 1942.
Well, that was the first legislation in relation to broadcasting. I do know that.
Can I ask? And I should
say the blackout provisions are in the 1942 provisions. So there's an example. So we have extensive experience in dealing with broadcasting content, and I say broadcasting content in the sense that broadcasting content that is regulated under the legislation. There's two roles. Schedule 2 of the Broadcasting Services Act at the moment has specific provisions in relation to tobacco advertising, political advertising, and clearly we regulate those issues. And we also, in a co-regulatory context, regulate content on broadcast media through the codes of practice. And in those instances, we are required from time to time to consider particular content that is before us. But I think it's very important to note that the Broadcasting Services Act makes it very, very clear in the objects that that is the role that the ACMA has been given, is a co-regulatory sense to look at content.
Yeah, no. I get that, Ms. Chapman. I get that.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think you'd be hard-pressed to name that many people who've read the Broadcasting Act.
Yes.
What I'm asking for you to put on the record here is your role, the length of time that you've been doing it, because I think a lot of times people don't necessarily understand what you're doing. They don't understand, and not just you, but in many inquiries that we do, there's a lack of understanding about what certain bodies do because people don't have an interface with it. We're looking at this piece of legislation which will give you powers to regulate in the social media space, but it is a role, what I'm trying to get to, this is a role that you've been undertaking as an organisation for a very long time.
Well, yes and no, Senator. I mean, I would suggest that under the Broadcasting Services Act, we have a completely different role. We have a role in relation to content. This role, the roles that are here are about the systems and the processes and code making. Now, we do have experience in co-regulatory code making through broadcasting, but under telecommunications responsibilities, there are considerably more provisions which relate to processes. I would say, yes, we have extensive experience, but they're very, very different roles. Totally different roles. This is not about a role about us looking at the content and making a decision. We do not have investigative powers relating to content. They don't exist.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chapman. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit disturbed to hear that you don't have a policy or guidance or a process in place to assess misinformation or disinformation on the platforms, because, as Professor Toomey said this morning, this whole bill is predicated on you being able to make that assessment. You referred to the objects of the Act, and one of them gives you the powers to examine systemic issues relating to the conduct of digital platform providers in relation to mis and disinformation, which you were talking about earlier. But how are you going to assess if there are systemic issues if you can't make an assessment on whether the platforms are failing to tackle mis and disinformation in line with their codes?
As I said, Senator, we will be addressing the processes that they are considering. We won't be considering the content that they are making the decisions. The premise of this bill, which right through this bill, it talks about the fact that we are not permitted to look at content.
So, but how do you know if a code's working or not, if you can't look at whether or not it's dealing with mis or disinformation? Like, just having a process doesn't mean that
the code
it's doing its job.
That's the point of this, which I mean, the department may be able to give you some further information about the policy background, but the freedom of expression provisions that are contained in this bill are deliberately crafted such that the regulator does not have the role of considering the content. That is the role of what the digital platforms is now, and it will continue to be so.
No, if it's a bad, what's a bad code then? If you can't actually look at the mis and disinformation, what would a bad code be?
Well, a bad code would not have processes for how they will look at it. It would not have a complaints handling system in it. It would not have set out in it manners in which they will possibly deal with it. It would not have, for example, that they are required to take steps to demonetise misinformation, or that, it doesn't say that they can't take scam. I'm making it up. In fact, the examples that I'm giving are the ones that are actually currently in the voluntary code.
So,
I think
bad code doesn't necessarily mean that there'll be less mis or disinformation, which is what this whole bill is being sold as.
Senator, can I perhaps...
So I'm just keen to ask us.
A lot of it's going to the policy content that I might be able to assist you with.
Well, I'm interested how ACMA's actually going to
before I hand to Mr Chisholm, which I think is important about the policy aspect about it, what you've got to... The transparency requirements that are sitting in here and the data that we are collecting at the moment, and potentially the material that is collected by third-party academics, for example, then gives life to the code to actually give transparency to what they are doing. And that will be the information that they will then reveal whether the platforms are actually doing what they say they're doing under their code, they are actually taking actions. And that will be publicly transferable information that we will publish, with the exception of, as you're aware, there are a couple of exceptions. We will publish that information, and then that becomes a debate issue about whether the code is sufficient. And then, as I've explained, that code, if we are of the view that it needs to be updated, changed, registered, would come to the Parliament as a disallowed instrument.
So you're basically just saying, make a plan to deal with disinformation. All you're looking at, as long as they implement that plan, then that's fine. I'm interested to ask the department some other questions that were raised this morning. Professor Toomey and the Victorian Bar Association raised concerns over whether this bill is intended to apply to people's opinions. Because the bill says that it applies to content that is reasonably verifiable as false and misleading, and that may cause or contribute to serious harm. But when you look in the explanatory memorandum, it appears to be a different story. And just to give a bit of colour, Professor Toomey explained that the bill defines serious harm as, among other things, harm to the operation or integrity of the electoral process, which I think we might all reasonably interpret to be misinformation about how the electoral system works. And the AECs all across this, the way you cast your ballot, all those sorts of things. So that's what the bill says. But then if you look at the EM, it gives an example of Germany where disinformation drove people towards a right-wing populist party. So it doesn't appear to be about just the integrity of the electoral process. It does appear to be also to do with political opinion. And so I'm interested if you agree with Professor Toomey's assessment here.
Senator, yeah. So in the context of answering that question, I just want to make a couple of clarifications about the bill, just to make sure that's on the record, and the questions and answers that ACMA was providing there. This is a graduated series of approaches to managing the problem of mis and disinformation.
Could you do this outside of my questions, if that's all right, if you're making a broad
I'm very happy
statement?
to do it, but Chair, might I ask I put on record some of those clarifications after I've answered the question?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So maybe ask Senator Pocock's question, and then, because we'll have to rotate after that, and we'll give you an opportunity to put on record what you would like.
So just the discrepancy between the bill and the EM, as Professor Toomey pointed out.
So we don't think there's a discrepancy here, Senator. There's a pretty clear and tight definition in the bill of what serious harm constitutes, and as you'd be aware, it then points to harm to the operation or integrity of electoral or referendum processes. And there are examples that have been pointed to around the world where interventions, for example, by foreign state actors or other participants in the digital environment, seek to disrupt electoral processes through information that is verifiably false and misleading. So in that situation, we're concerned here about ensuring the integrity of the electoral process and ensuring that if platforms are carrying information that is verifiably false and misleading, and moreover has the potential for significant and far-reaching consequences. So again, there's a very clear definition in the bill about what that means, that is information that a code can deal with. and that if there are harms pursuant to codes that fall into that category as part of this very circumscribed categories of serious harm, then that is information that can be taken into account in terms of whether the code has been complied with or not.
But the EM talks about political opinions rather than the actual electoral process. The German example is not if you cast your ballot and don't mark boxes 1 to 3, it's invalid. It is things that were said that actually drove people to vote for a particular party. That's political opinion, not...
Yeah. The regime doesn't deal with opinion. The proposed amendments don't deal with opinion or debate, legitimate debates. It also, the proposed provisions also don't prevent information being posted that might be not factual. It still needs to constitute verifiably false and misleading information that would cause serious harm with significant and far-reaching consequences. So debate about political opinions doesn't fall into that sort of category.
So you disagree with...
We'll need to rotate the call.
Thank you.
Your last question, please.
You disagree with Professor Toomey about what the EM says?
So I would just need to look again at the section of the EM to clarify that.
It talks about directing the vote in a particular direction by tarnishing a party, so it actually impacted on the outcome of the election.
Yeah.
But that's not about the actual process, that's about who you vote for, which is a very different thing to...
The explanation memoranda there is citing research and information about the study on the impact of disinformation activities during electoral processes. We aren't concerned as much about the outcomes of that information in that particular example, but in fact whether the information is verifiably false and misleading and that would have significant and far-reaching consequences or harms. So I think it's important to sort of step back and look at that very tight definition rather than debates about political opinion.
My understanding is, though, that say this ended up in court, they would look at the EM to interpret legislation. So that's a
just
big concern for me.
My colleague, Mr. Hiles, if he wants to add to my answer there on that point.
So, look, I think the example that's been cited is an example of disinformation. So I think in that context, disinformation would have that kind of additional element of requiring that it sort of have some kind of element of inauthentic behaviour. So this is potentially foreign interference or some kind of, system of bots or trolls or something rather driving this particular outcome. So the bill says that. The bill talks about... The bill clearly defines disinformation in the context of inauthentic behaviour.
Can you not talk over the witness?
And so from that perspective, I think it's clear that it's talking about kind of that element of it. So, but, I mean, did you want to add anything, Sam?
I think obviously these need to be, clause 13 needs to be read in conjunction with clause 14, and we've set some very tight definitions when it comes to the types of harms in clause 14 to align with our international human rights obligations. It's very clear that they relate to the harm to the operation or integrity of a Commonwealth state, territory or local electoral or referendum process. It's the kinds of things that you see in, say, section 329, the offences you see there around misleading the casting of the vote. If someone goes out and says, damage this polling booth, vote on a Sunday, we know the elections are on a Saturday, it's very clear that we set some very tight guardrails there in clause 14. That's the intent.
If I could just then return to the points that we were talking about before, and just to reinforce some of the points that Ms Chapman was making here. This is a system whereby platforms are able to propose codes to the regulator that deal with mis and disinformation as defined in the legislation, in the proposed legislation. So we're currently in an environment where that information or that process is purely voluntary. The DigiCode is a voluntary process. It itself relates to a recommendation made by the ACCC in 2019 that a code process should be developed in relation to mis and disinformation. What the provisions then do is say that ACMA might accept that code and thereby through the provisions in the bill, give it a mandatory effect. But it still relies on mis and disinformation as defined in the bill, and only if participants in that code have breached the code might ACMA then trigger its own powers and functions in relation to that. But the contravention of the code still depends on mis and disinformation as defined in the bill, and it still needs to come from the industry itself. And then it's a graduated process. So going to your point, Senator Cadell, where you were concerned about, well, if they don't propose this code, then what happens? Isn't there still mis and disinformation? ACMA might request a code, and if industry refuses to participate in that process, there is then the ability for ACMA to go down the standards process, so that a standard could be required, which would be mandatory for industry, to deal with mis and disinformation on their platforms. But it again then comes back to that tight definition of what mis and disinformation is, and again whether or not they breach either A, the code that they have themselves proposed to reflect their own commitments to deal with mis and disinformation as defined under this bill, or the standards that ACMA has required, which would also deal with mis and disinformation as defined under the bill. It's not a world where if there is no code, nothing happens. It's a graduated response that starts with industry taking voluntary efforts, and only if that doesn't work are there graduated approaches to dealing with that.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Canavan.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'll just pick up where Senator Pocock left off. It is one of the most remarkable paragraphs I've ever read in an Australian bill, an Australian explanatory memorandum. The paragraph that Senator Pocock was referring to starts, the opening line is, "So far, the spread of misinformation and disinformation has not significantly damaged the Australian electoral process." So it's very clear you're talking about the process. Yeah. And then it goes on to mention the AFD example that Senator Pocock mentioned. I, though, just want to focus on another one here. The last sentence of the paragraph says, "A study of the general election in Italy in 2018 found similarly that exposure to fake news had a significant and positive effect on populist voting, and have effectively succeeded in nudging voters towards more populist electoral picks." Now, in reference to Senator Pocock earlier, you claimed that this paragraph was about the process of the election and potentially misinformation about that process, or false information, I think you said. But the article you refer to that is footnoted in this paragraph about the Italian election does no such thing. That article simply judges whether certain pieces of information are populist or anti or not populist. And it then seeks to run regressions on whether or not exposure to populist views has an impact. There's two questions I've got here. The key paragraph here in this article, and I'll just quote it, is the 2018 article you refer to. It says, "Moreover, the descriptive evidence presented so far show that in terms of social media exposure, misinformation in support of anti-establishment parties, and in particular of the Liga and the M5S, that's the Five Star Movement in English, spread much more successfully than that of their pro-establishment counterparts in the run-up to the 2018 general election. While this does not necessarily mean that the spread of fake news was an integral part of the populist strategy and campaign, it further confirms the pro-populist character of fake news, in line with what has been found for other countries." So I'm just trying to understand here your claim that this point is apparently only to do with the process, when very much this article in the Italian election deals with the content of the information from Liga and the Five Star Movement. And so can you explain that to me? Where in this paper does it hold up your point of view? And the second part of my question is, the Lega party, of course, are now in a coalition in the Italian government. They're a government party. Is it wise for the Australian government to be accusing another nation's government of spreading fake news when they're an ally? The Italian military have been here just in the last few months doing exercises. Did anyone check this to make sure that we weren't offending our allies before publishing the EM?
So, Senator, the question here is not so much about the author of the information, or even about the character or the characteristics of the party that the disinformation is in relation to. The question is whether or not it is disinformation. So the disinformation could be spread in relation to any political party, and as the explanatory memorandum says, that it could arise in the context of false or misleading claims about a candidate as much as about any other aspect of the electoral process. So we could have also used an example in the explanatory memoranda in relation to a party that was already in government, or it could have been another party. But what we did was just draw on an example here of an article and research that said definitively that claims were made that were satisfied the definition of disinformation, which thereby had an impact on people's electoral preferences. So electoral integrity here is concerned with ensuring that factual information is made available to the public rather than disinformation and misinformation about candidates or the electoral process itself. We're not concerned here about the party itself, its beliefs. We're not concerned about the authors of the information as much about the statements, the content, and whether or not they are mis and disinformation, which would thereby have that would then also need to have the significant and far-reaching consequences as defined in the bill.
Did you ask the Department of Foreign Affairs for any advice on the commentary in regards to other countries in this explanatory memorandum?
Well, I think we we consulted with all those agencies.
Could you particularly, maybe you'll need to take on notice, did you especially ask them about the commentary on the German and Italian political situation?
We'll certainly take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
But again, I just want to reinforce.
Yeah, I find it remarkable that we would make such commentary about an ally.
But it's not a comment about the country. It's not a comment even about the candidates themselves. It's about the misinformation that had an influence
the government party was spreading. The article accused the government party of spreading fake news.
Preferences.
Right. Okay. Unbelievable. Just another part on this topic on page 47 of the EM. There's further explanation. This is particularly an explanation of the harm to electoral or referendum processes, or process, just says. And in this paragraph, it said content that might cause or contribute to this type of harm, so that is harm for an electoral process or referendum process, could include false information about how, when and where to vote in an Australian election or referendum, fair enough, which could effectively prevent Australians from exercising their right to vote. Yep, that's fine. Now, there's a key bit. All false, misleading or deceptive information about electoral candidates or referendum proposals, which could have the effect of denying Australians the right to have a say in the conduct of public affairs based on informed choice. Now, there's no real caveats about this. I mean, obviously, in a robust political process, there's information said about electoral candidates all the time. Are we effectively giving social media companies the licence to decide whether there is deceptive information about an electoral candidate being spread online, or indeed a referendum proposal?
So again, Senator, it depends on the circumstances of the case that in this example ACMA might be looking at. But I come back to my earlier answer that this is about preventing the spread of false and misleading information about candidates irrespective of their views, and ensuring that the systems and processes are in place to deal with that sort of information if it's appearing on platforms. And again, it comes back to the commitments the platforms themselves have made about codes that deal with mis and disinformation, including electoral integrity. So the view here that's being expressed is consistent with the bill, in that the bill is concerned with the problem of mis and disinformation that has been evidenced in a number of examples around the world where attempts are made to influence election outcomes based on false and misleading information about either the process itself, and you pointed to some examples there which would have significant consequences to people exercising their rights, or about candidates themselves.
Have you had any advice about whether this bill will threaten the AUKUS agreement?
We've had no advice that this would threaten the AUKUS agreement at all.
Are you aware of I read earlier, you might not be aware of these comments. Are you aware of the comments of the Vice President-elect JD Vance? Only a few weeks ago he was asked about the EU seeking to threaten Elon Musk. And I won't read all that again because I read it earlier, but he went on to say in this interview that, so what America should be saying is, if NATO wants us to continue supporting them, and NATO wants us to continue to be a good participant in this military alliance, why don't you respect American values and respect free speech? It's insane that we would support such a military alliance if that military alliance isn't going to be pro-free speech. I think we can do both, but we've got to say American power comes with certain strings attached. One of those is respect free speech, especially in our European allies. Are you aware of those comments, and have you sought any advice, I suppose, particularly in the last week since JD Vance is the Vice President-elect, about the implications for the government's strategy on misinformation for our national security?
So, Senator, I am aware of those comments. What I would say in relation to your question is that there are a range of rights and protections that the bill strengthens and enhances, including under international human rights obligations, and that includes the right to participate in electoral processes and for votes to be recognised. Reflects rights for security of individuals. It deals with rights in relation to protections against discrimination. All of these are international rights, including the rights that you're referring to. There's a balancing act here in relation to making sure we get the bill right, which we are very confident that we have done, relying on advice about international human rights. We believe it's compliant with those requirements, and very confident that the bill strikes the right balance.
But have you sought any particular national... My question was, have you sought national security advice about those comments? You're aware of them then? Well, are you just relying on your own judgment, or have you sought advice from our defence agencies, intelligence agencies, etc.?
You've heard from the Department of Home Affairs today, and in fact, we would say that the bill is very strong on national security because of its concern about the actions. I realise I'm tight, Chair. This is now the third time. Yeah. Can I just get an answer? Have you sought advice from Defence, from Home Affairs, from other intelligence agencies about this matter, about these quotes from the Vice President-elect? I don't believe we've, in relation to those specific comments, we are in regular communication with those agencies about the bill.
Okay. Look, Chair, I've got plenty more questions, but I realise others have questions too, so I'm happy to come back if there's time.
Thank you. Senator Dunman.
Thank you. My questions are for the department. We've heard a number of claims about the bill over this, both today and other days of this inquiry, and I want to put some of the claims to you for a definitive answer, if I can. One of the claims is that the bill creates two classes of citizens, some with protected rights, for example, academics, and then some not. Is that correct?
That's not correct, Senator, but I'll ask my colleague, Mr Hiles, to further respond to that point, because I think that came up in evidence today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, the bill is very clear about what content would be excluded. So it carefully carves out those exclusions. They're very clearly defined. I think in relation to kind of two classes of citizens, yeah, the response to that is no, it doesn't. But Sam, did you want to add anything to that?
So as Mr Hiles has indicated, Clause 16 in the bill sets out those exclusions for dissemination. They include things such as satire, parody, professional news, and also the reasonable dissemination of content for academic, artistic, scientific and religious purposes. The notion that anything that an academic says is out of scope is incorrect. I think the operative word here in that clause 16(1)(c) is the reasonable dissemination, and it draws on court interpretations. There was a court case in 2004, for example, Brofer versus Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commission, and basically we draw on that, and it's the same principle applied to 18D of the Racial Discrimination Act, where there are similar exclusions under existing law, the RDA, for such academic or scientific content. And the key factor is whether the act of the dissemination is reasonable, which is determined through an objective test. And that's the context in which that information is shared. So if it's for a legitimate purpose and an academic is disseminating that content for discussion or advancing scholarly knowledge in their field, then that would be reasonable dissemination. But if an academic is actually disseminating content with the intent to deceive, to spread hate speech, then that would be unreasonable dissemination. So in that sense, it's not creating two classes of citizens.
Thank you. Another claim that has been made is that an average Australian could be hauled into a hearing or jailed about something that they post online. And this is worrying some people. Is that correct?
That is absolutely incorrect, Senator. There are no circumstances in this bill that an individual could be the subject of proceedings in relation to this. That's correct. So again, the bill is focused on platforms themselves, digital platforms, and the commitments that they make under the codes that they submit to ACMA. Not about the people that post information to those platforms. It's focused on the platforms, and then of course, if it's not the codes, it's standards that ACMA might have required if the code process was inadequate. There are circumstances in the bill where individuals with knowledge of the code's compliance of knowledge of the platform's compliance with the codes, such as employees of the platforms, might be asked to provide information to assist ACMA, but there is no circumstances in this bill at all where individuals would be the subject of such proceedings. I'm not quite sure where that information's coming from. It's absolutely incorrect.
Thank you. Well, that's good to clarify and get on record. There's also been a lot of talk about censorship. I'm sure you've been kind of following this as it's been going. So, you know, what is the situation around this bill basically censoring people? What do you say about that?
So again, there's no censorship in relation to this bill. The bill is about codes that digital platforms themselves undertake, and the codes at the moment, for example, the Digi code, which is a voluntary code, purports to deal with mis and disinformation. As you'd be aware, there was a process whereby one of the members of that code, X, was removed from the code arrangements because of its failure to comply with the commitments that the industry itself had made as part of the Digi code, based on the commitments the platforms themselves had made about mis and disinformation. And so the bill builds on that by bringing into the process mandatory obligations for the platforms to comply with those codes, to deal with exactly this situation whereby some participants might choose just not to comply with the code. And again, this would be a code that the industry itself had submitted to ACMA to deal with the very narrowly defined mis and disinformation content. And really importantly, as I think Mr Chapman referred to earlier, there's no circumstances here where ACMA is asking the platforms to take information out of the code, unless we're dealing with disinformation, inauthentic behaviour, bots, that sort of example. So it's not true that it has those curtailments. It's building on the existing regime, the existing system.
Yeah, thanks. I think that clears that up for me. Just in terms of definitions of harm, there's been a claim around imminent harm to the Australian economy is too broad and that it could capture things, for example, a debate around interest rates. That's come up a couple of times. Can you just talk through the definition of imminent harm to the Australian economy and whether a debate about interest rates would be picked up in your view?
I can't see a situation where a debate about interest rates would itself constitute mis and disinformation as defined under this bill. Again, it would need to be both verifiably false and misleading and have significant and far-reaching consequences and pose that risk of harm. So a debate with different opinions doesn't fall into that category. And again, there's many, many steps you have to get through before ACMA even engages its own regulatory function in relation to information that someone might say is mis and disinformation. You'd need to have a code in place where the industry itself has said how it is going to deal with mis and disinformation in relation to issues like imminent harm to the economy. You would then need that code to be registered by ACMA and then go through all those processes that we talked about before. But a debate about interest rates doesn't fit into that category.
So I guess kind of similarly this question about others claiming that the bill has a low threshold of harm in general, but I think you've just talked through that the bill doesn't cover all dissemination of content, so it's got to fit into those categories you've just described. Is there anything else that you would add, I guess, outside of a debate about interest rates in terms of the commentary about the bill having a low threshold?
Not really, because it's a pretty high threshold. It's a pretty high threshold. So here we're talking about, information, and the explanatory memorandum talks about some examples of economic harm. So, Mr. Hiles, would you like to refer to any of that?
Look, I'd really just reiterate the point that Mr. Chisholm's made about, the bill is very clear that serious harm, in that context has to have significant and far-reaching consequences for the Australian community or a segment of the Australian community, or severe consequences for an individual in Australia. So, people idly speculating about interest rates, isn't going to trigger that sort of thing. That the threshold is much higher than that.
Thank you.
To rotate, Senator Dunman, sorry. I know everyone's coming up short. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. My questions initially go to the department. Under the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, ACMA is responsible for taking action against a media company that has not followed the Misinformation and Disinformation Code. This would include allowing misinformation and disinformation to appear on that media company's own platform. Is that correct so far?
Senator, if I could just clarify your question, is your question that ACMA would allow mis and disinformation on their platforms?
ACMA would allow it in the sense that they do not take down what appears as misinformation on a media company's platform. Is that correct so far?
ACMA would require code signatories to comply with the mis and disinformation obligations they have signed up to under those codes. But that does not include takedown powers. But they still must comply with their code, which deals with mis and disinformation as defined under the bill.
Who decides if something is misinformation or not on the media company's platform? Because the media company publishes it on presumably either intentionally to misinform and disinform or unconsciously, unknowingly. So who decides if something is misinformation or disinformation on the media company's own platform?
Yeah, so there's a definition of excluded dissemination under the bill, but also, Senator, ultimately at first instance it's the platforms themselves, because they are creating the codes that are registered by ACMA.
I understand that, Mr. Chisholm,
yeah.
But where a platform honestly believes that it is not peddling misinformation, it's accurate information, but it is disinformation, who polices them?
Well, I'll just ask Mr. Hiles to answer that question, Senator.
So, Senator, I think you referenced, news content. So I think it's just important.
I didn't reference anything, just content.
You were talking about disinformation, though, Senator, just to check, rather than mis and dis. It was disinformation.
Misinformation and disinformation on the media company's own platform. Yep. Put there in good faith, probably, but nonetheless, misinformation or disinformation.
If Senator, sorry, Ms. Chapman was about to answer.
Senator, the first point is that if it has been content that has been created by the media company, and that is a media company that fits within the exemption that Mr Howells was referring to. For example, if we were talking about a member of the Press Council or a
No, I'm talking about, say, Facebook, Twitter or X. If they are in charge of enforcing the misinformation and disinformation code, but unwittingly they put misinformation or disinformation on their own page, their own page.
Oh, so
who would correct them?
So that's right, Senator. That would then come down to a question of, by keeping that information on the platform, are they or are they not complying with the code? And the code itself deals with mis and disinformation. Then that would be a question.
So who would be
then a question for ACMA to determine with
ACMA. Thank you. That's what I was after.
With the platform, and I'm just looking at the regulator to make sure I've got that right.
Yeah, but Senator, we would not be taking a complaint, for example, about a particular piece of information that has been put on the platform. Let's just say, for example, by Facebook. If there is a code in place in this situation, if there is a code that is registered, we would be looking to see whether that code has been complied with. Now, that code may, for example, it's a very hypothetical situation to try and envisage what may or may not be in a code in the future, but there are some.
What I'm getting at is
it'll be a matter for the platform.
Might not comply with its own code.
It will be a matter for the platform to comply with the codes and to deal with mis and disinformation in accordance with that code.
But yes,
and what about if it unwittingly did not comply with its own code because it honestly thought it wasn't misinformation?
That usually, Senator, is a question resolved between the regulator and the entity about.
So ACMA, okay, thank you.
But equally, Senator, if it becomes apparent that a platform, for example, has inadvertently done something that is not in breach, is not in compliance with its code. Let's say, for example, there are requirements inside the code which require them to take complaints from members of the public, and then if the platform itself decides that it is misinformation, it didn't realise earlier it was, but it now has made an assessment of that code themselves and realised it's misinformation, the code may, for example, say that they are then required to deal with it in a certain manner. It might be that they.
So if it did comply, if it didn't comply with the code, who would take it down, or who would be responsible for getting them to take it down?
There's no takedown.
There are no takedown provisions.
It's about whether they've complied with the code, and there are penalties for not complying with the code, but it doesn't require takedown.
And the code will only deal with systems and processes. It will not deal with particular. The role of the ACMA in dealing with that code will be in relation to its systems and processes, not content.
But ACMA will be the regulatory agency enforcing that.
The code, if there is a code registered. Yes.
Thank you. Does the framework that X has initiated of community notes provide a more suitable way of identifying and countering misinformation and disinformation? If not, why not?
I'm not aware of that. Does any... Just wonder if you're aware of this?
Senator, I think community notes actually is one of the measures a platform could actually undertake to address content. So I think, there are a range of things that platforms already do. Obviously, X has community notes, others have labelling, for example, but is one of the measures that they could actually do under a code to address potentially mis or disinformation on their platform.
So X right now, that's one way of them arbitrating the truth, having free and open debate amongst their community notes members.
That it could be a measure that they could undertake, yes, to address mis and dis on their platforms, yes.
If this bill passes, I can see a lot more people going on X. I want to look at a particular case study in the case of Special Forces veteran Heston Russell. The ABC was shown to have manipulated video to make it look like multiple gunshots were fired at a person when that was not the case. It was a single shot. So Heston Russell was a victim of disinformation from the ABC. But under the proposed misinformation and disinformation laws, the ABC would be exempt from punishment for spreading disinformation. Is that correct?
Can I just interrupt you? Roberts, you were in the room when we had the ABC in the other day, and I think their report found that was not disinformation being an intentional piece. I'll just clarify that. You can have whatever opinion you like. I think there's enough defamation going on at the moment.
That's what their insider review said. I agree, Senator Grogan. Now, the ABC's charter does not include balance, which fosters misinformation and disinformation. So why is the ABC exempt?
Senator, I think this comes down to a couple of things. One is the ABC itself is not a digital platform as defined by the bill. Then if information...
Should it be? Because it does have a website for news. Should it be included?
But then if the information appears on a digital platform, it would then still need to fall into the definition of serious harm and mis or disinformation under the bill. So then it would come down to how that's interpreted in that case if it's information that appears on the platform and then the platform's obligations under its code rather than the ABC, which isn't a code signatory in that situation.
So the ABC posting, having a digital platform itself, that doesn't have to have a code.
So again, it comes back to this point we're making that the provisions are not focused on individuals and what they post. It's about the codes that the platforms have and the information on those platforms, such as X or Facebook or Instagram, not individuals and what they post on there.
And Senator, the Department can speak to this more, but I mean, there is a definition of digital communications platforms in the bill, which who are subject, and it goes through in detail what is meant by an interactive service, etc., etc. And yes.
The ABC's digital website is digital, interactive. So let's move on. Who initiated
Senator Roberts,
this?
I'm going to have to rotate the call. We've got a lot of senators who want to ask questions, so I'm trying to keep everyone to a similar time block.
Can I just ask one more?
Can you try and make it quick?
Yeah, very simple. Who initiated this bill? The Department of Infrastructure, the Minister, ACMA. It first was released under the Morrison-Littleproud Liberal Nationals government, as I understand it, a misinformation, disinformation bill. Who initiated this?
Senator, the call for the initial call for a code process to deal with mis and disinformation goes back to that 2019 report by the ACCC, which was then dealt with under the Digi process that I talked about earlier. But this is the government's bill. It's a decision of the government to deal with the challenge of mis and disinformation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will go to Senator Cadell.
My concern is the consistency of a bill as important on freedom of speech and freedom of expression must be clear, must be concise and must be absolute. Today we've heard Senator Canavan raise what is said in the bill about electoral process versus what's said in the memorandum about voting or misinformation for candidates. Today we've heard Professor Twomey and the Bar Association point out what the bill says about opinions aren't counted, but in the memorandum it says explicitly in the memorandum that information is intended to include opinions, claims, commentary and invective on page 37. On the EM on suppression, you say nothing will be downranked or nothing will be cut off on a site, yet on page 100 of the EM, for example, they could be, this is talking about platforms, digital communication platform providers could be required to use automated processes and technology to detect and act appropriately on misinformation and disinformation under a misinformation code or misinformation standard. For example, they could be required to use technology or algorithms to downrank or reduce the spread of misinformation or disinformation, or to nudge a person to reflect on it before sharing. So there is a disconnect between the clarity you come here and say, what the bill does, and what the EM says it will do. In those three respects, if not more. So you sit here and we say we haven't made any judgments what is misinformation, but you could clearly say, not 15 minutes ago, that a discussion around interest rates would not fall foul of the economy side of things. So either you've looked at what is misinformation or you haven't looked at it and what is meant to be affected. What have we done here?
So, Senator, please, do you mind just actually clarifying that
15 minutes ago, you sat here and said you didn't think that a discussion around interest rates and what's going on would fall under the forms of this. It goes on. So how have you considered that if you haven't considered what is misinformation? If we're now going to consider this, why do we know that now? How can the department speak with clarity on what might and might not be considered?
Because again, Senator, it comes back to both what is in both the bill and the explanatory memoranda about the clear definition of what mis and disinformation is. Both the nature of mis and disinformation as two different types of content, and then the nature of serious harm and the consequences that it would have as mis and disinformation. So again, like we could talk about lots of different hypothetical examples, but they still have to have that characteristic of being verifiably false and misleading, with the effect of causing significant harm and far-reaching consequences. So debates about interest rates don't fall into that category. Making claims about a candidate wouldn't fall into that character.
In your EM it does.
But the EM references the fact that the claims were false and misleading. The EM references the fact that the claims were based on the material we referred to, defined as mis and disinformation about a candidate, rather than legitimate debate about a candidate. So again, I think it comes back again to that important limitation that the bill provides on what mis and disinformation is.
Would you consider significant stakeholder engagement on this bill?
We had very extensive stakeholder engagement on this bill.
How is it to this point of the day, not one witness who isn't a government agency, and only today only one witness who is a government agency says this bill should pass as it is? Not one person. We've had lawyers, we've had interest groups, we've had religious groups, we've had media groups. Not one of the interested stakeholders has said this bill should pass as it is.
I don't know that that's true.
Name one other than Anima today.
There have been many who've said that there's elements of the bill that
elements
they
of the bill
support,
as,
and there's
as
elements
presented.
that they would like to see amendments to.
Name one that said it should pass as presented.
Okay.
So, Senator, what we have done is referenced the significant concern that is there in the community, not just in Australia but around the world, about the rise of mis and disinformation on digital platforms, which is also part of a broader context that we've discussed here in other hearings about an online environment where information that is false and misleading or unsafe can have very significant and far-reaching consequences for safety and well-being of individuals or communities. And the bill deals with that by getting a balance between allowing legitimate debate, even allowing for claims to be made that are not correct. So information can be posted that's just not correct, but it still has to have that very narrow definition met of verifiably false and misleading with significant and far-reaching consequences. So again, we're responding to the concern that the community has expressed about what is perceived as a rapidly growing environment of mis and disinformation online. We've limited it to a series of types of serious harm in the bill. And again, coming back to the regime itself, and I think a lot of this, going to your point, does misunderstand what the bill actually does. It is again not about the regulator dealing with individual content online.
I've never said anything like that. I merely asked how you've come to a decision on mis and dis, on that.
Well, the bill reflects government policy.
Okay. I accept that.
Yeah.
So we have what I see is a misstep between what the bill says and what the EM says in a number of areas. We've gone there. You've mentioned, Ms Chapman, about this is about meeting codes or making codes up to spec when they are not. Which big tech companies' codes are not up to spec or aren't following them at the moment? Aren't being followed?
Well, Senator, as we've said in response to our reports, we've been doing annual reports after the signatories to the code, which the voluntary code, which, as you're aware, are not all major digital platforms in Australia. As we have said, we feel that there is a distinct lack of data and information about exactly what the platforms are doing in response to the code. It's inconsistent data. There's a lack of Australian-specific data. There's a number of areas that they are not responding to. So at this point in time, I think it's extremely difficult for the ACMA to make an evidence-based comment about the actual activities of digital platforms in Australia in relation to mis and disinformation. And I should say that's why the first part of the bill is aimed directly at the transparency requirements and our ability to collect more information.
At the point in time, you can't tell me one digital platform you think is not compliant with their own voluntary organisation.
You're talking about the digital...
the question whether that's the responsibility of Ms Chapman at the moment.
No, that's not the question.
Our responsibility at this point in time is to assess those transparent adversary reports, and I would say that they are inadequate at this point in time.
Why would the Australian Human Rights Commission, come out against this bill for its lack of balance in restricting freedom of expression? Why are we rushing to fix a problem you don't know exists? You've just told me this is about making sure these bills are up to spec and they're running with within their guidelines and up to their responsibilities. You've just told me that you don't know any are in breach of them. Why aren't we doing the first part and getting that clarity first before running to fix a problem that you can't articulate and putting every stakeholder we've had who's not a government department who doesn't think this bill? Where is the win in this?
Senator, we have asked for further transparency to assess that issue. It's a government decision about policy, about how where it takes that. I should say, and there's been reference to this already, that there's considerable research that has been released about community concern about levels of mis and disinformation in the community. But at this point in time, the ACMA is not in a position to give an evidence-based, sound answer as to whether the code is or is not being fully complied with.
And Senator, if I could just add to that, I think it would be a summary of the policy that the government does not believe that the voluntary code process is adequate to deal with mis and disinformation online, that it does need to be mandatory. It is the experience in regulation, economic regulation, that mandatory codes are a better way of ensuring compliance rather than relying on industry alone. And you've seen examples of how, in relation to the current voluntary process, because you're depending on voluntary participation, there are varying levels of compliance with those different types of requirements, that there is no way for the regulator to ensure that those obligations are being met. And the government's view, as expressed in the bill, is that a mandatory code process is a better way of safeguarding the online environment against mis and disinformation.
So from that point, every digital platform that operates in Australia must now have a regulated mandatory code?
Should the legislation be agreed to by the Parliament, there is a process in the bill whereby the platforms can submit.
They should.
Well, ACMA can also ask for a code, but if we agree that, if we consider that the information or the efforts made by platforms to try and deal with mis and disinformation is an important step in the right direction to deal with mis and disinformation, then a reform that provides a mandatory backstop for that to safeguard the online environment is a positive step in the right direction.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Can I just, I'll only take 5 or 6 minutes, I think, Chair. I just want to make sure I understand the powers that are available to ACMA under this new piece of legislation. So Section 63 gives ACMA the power to issue remedial directions, is that right? Is that your understanding, Ms Chapman?
That's correct.
Okay, and if those remedial directions are not followed, it's...
I should say, Senator, that's the clause in relation to standards. There's a corresponding remedial direction power in relation to codes, which I think is Section 53.
Yep, okay. And it's Section 63(4) that sets the civil penalty provision, right, at 5% of annual turnover or 25,000 penalty units, whichever is greater. I think it's Section 63(3) is the civil penalty. I think it's item 20 of Schedule 2 to the bill. That's your understanding as well?
Yes, that is the maximum. The maximum penalties are provided in the legislation, correct?
Okay. And now I understand Section 170 of the existing Broadcasting Services Act allows ACMA to conduct investigations. That's correct?
Yes.
And that power, except as limited by Section 68 of this bill, would apply to other elements of this bill. That's correct. So you can't. Section 68 makes clear that you can't initiate an investigation relating to a particular content posted by a single end user, but otherwise you can exercise those powers. So ACMA can conduct investigations with respect to this bill.
No, I may need to defer to the department on the exact clauses.
The ACMA can conduct investigations in relation to the bill because the bill requires that codes comply with their that platforms comply with their codes.
Yep. So no, I think.
Yeah, but not in relation to content. And
well,
I
think not in relation to a particular content posted by a single end user. I think that's an important clarification. So you can't initiate an investigation into a single tweet, but you can certainly initiate an investigation into a number of tweets. Or a series of content posted by a single user. That's my understanding of...
If you look at... there's some amendments to the ACMA Act...
Yes, the department would like
which are at the back, which are in 105, I think, somewhere.
While ACMA's looking for that, I'll just check in with Mr.
Just to confirm, under Part 13 of the Broadcasting Services Act, Senator, these are long-standing powers. So 170 and 171.
No, of course.
So 170 is obviously where the ACMA may undertake an investigation, and then 171 is where the Minister may direct the regulator to undertake an investigation, but importantly can't direct the outcome of that investigation given the independence of the regulator. But those powers would exist regardless of this bill.
No, I agree, but they will also exist with respect to the operation of this Act if passed, right?
That's right. So it's important to note that is the case. So this bill does not introduce a new power.
But it extends these powers to that new content of the bill.
It would still apply in relation to online content because it relates to the communications power under the Constitution. So it would apply to online content.
Okay. But to be clear, ACMA has the power to conduct investigations. The Minister has the power to direct ACMA to investigate. ACMA has the power to hold hearings. The Minister has the power to instruct ACMA to hold hearings, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Senator, I would draw your attention to the consequential amendment to the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act. This is on page 60 of the bill. ME refers to the ability to conduct investigations relating to misinformation, disinformation on digital communications platforms, which I think is what you're referring to.
Which provision of the bill are you referring to? Not the page, but the section?
This is Schedule 2, page 60. The explanatory memorandum refers to the fact that the function to conduct investigations into digital communications platforms providers compliance with their obligation under Schedule 9 BSA, which I think is what you're referring to, the digital platforms rules, codes and misinformation standards. Investigations and hearing powers in relation to the ACMA's misinformation and disinformation functions are intended to be limited in scope in that they must not relate to particular content posted on digital communications platform, by a single end
that's in
identifiable.
That's in section 68 of the bill. So I accept that there's a limitation that you can't initiate an investigation into a particular post by a particular individual, but it's clear that ACMA has investigative and hearing convening powers for the purposes of this Act. Okay. Just finally, and I'll finish up, Chair. I believe ACMA received some money, I think $366,500 for dis and misinformation regulation. It came out in a previous, I think, an FOI request. It was reallocated by the Minister, I believe. Do we know what ACMA spent that money on for dis or misinformation regulation?
Senator, we might need to take the details of that on notice. I can tell you at a higher level the budget and the money we've received to do this work over a period of years, including the forward estimates. But in terms of the $366,000, we'd have to take that on notice.
Take that on notice. It's not a number I'm familiar with.
Okay, if you could take that on notice, please. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. I would like to go to a couple of things that have been discussed over the course of the hearing and the submissions, and just to get a point of clarification from the department, that would be really useful. One of the claims that we've heard, and we've heard it throughout today and across the other hearings, is that the bill is inconsistent with Australia's human rights obligations. Is that true?
No, Senator. We have to do a statement of compatibility with human rights. There's an exhaustive assessment of that as part of this process, and our advice is that the bill is consistent with our human rights obligations. Yeah.
So, Senator, there's 16 pages in the EM dedicated to kind of Australia's, how the bill aligns with Australia's human rights obligations. So, the right to freedom of expression in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights is not absolute, it's qualified. Article 19.3 of the ICCPR permits limitations on the right to freedom of expression where those limitations must be provided by law, necessary for respect of the rights of or reputations of others, for the protection of national security, public order or public health or morals. And the bill ensures that any potential constraints on freedom of expression only occur where it's necessary to protect the rights of others or matters of legitimate national public interest. So each category of serious harm that's identified in the bill set out in Clause 14 has been carefully drafted to ensure any restrictions on freedom of expression are connected with restrictions allowed for under Article 19 of the ICCPR. So, for example, if you look at things like harm to public health, that aligns with the ICCPR Clause 19.3, public health. Vilification of a group or member aligns with rights of others under Article 2, freedom of discrimination, Article 20, freedom of discrimination, hostility or violence under the ICCPR Convention. It goes on, so, intentionally inflicted physical injury to an individual in Australia aligns with rights of others. Again, freedom from cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment, freedom from discrimination, hostility or violence. Similarly, imminent damage to critical infrastructure or disruption of emergency services aligns with the ICCPR's clause on public order. The list goes on.
So, in terms of those international obligations, the codes and standards that are made have to be approved through a process including through the Parliament.
That's correct, Senator. So ACMA would work with industry around drafting a code or alternatively come up with a standard. That would be a legislative instrument submitted to Parliament for consideration as a disallowable legislative instrument. So Parliament would have full scrutiny over those.
And so through that process...
Sorry, it would be accompanied with a statement of compatibility of human rights as well.
Thank you. So that is a lot more scrutiny than many of our witnesses have anticipated. So thank you for that.
It's not just a matter of ACMA doing codes and the codes coming into effect. They have to go through a parliamentary scrutiny process, as Mr Hiles outlined.
Okay. There has also been claims throughout this process of investigating this bill that the bill is actually a harm to human rights. What would you say to that?
We would say that the bill actually strengthens human rights protections for the reasons that Mr Hiles outlined, by strengthening and ensuring the online environment minimises or prevents information that would in fact have those serious consequences to the range of rights that Mr Hiles outlined, including in relation to individual safety and health and well-being, and to the sort of the rights that are there spelled out. So we think that they actually go a long way to helping to protect human rights rather than minimise them. But there is always a balancing act here, and we feel we've got the balancing act right and are confident with the advice we've received that can very confidently say that our advice is that this is compliant with our human rights obligations.
Thank you. The other one that's come up consistently is this idea, and we were just there a moment ago with my colleagues, that idea that you're going to lock up Granny for having an opinion.
You said that?
It was said, I think at the first hearing. But it's been perpetuated that individuals will be captured and caught under a bill that has no criminal penalties attached to it. But the claim that the bill stifles free speech, how would you respond to that claim?
So, Senator, look, I think one of the things that really is important to emphasise is that is how much kind of the bill goes to improving transparency. So improving transparency allows users to better understand exactly what's happening on the platform. I think we described in Senate estimates the other day that at the moment platforms are making a whole range of decisions about kind of how they are moderating content that are completely opaque to their users. So, for example, they might be, emphasising kind of particular posts, or they might be de-emphasising particular posts. They might be, monetising particular posts or demonetising particular posts. None of that, users don't have any transparency around that. So, the objects of the bill start with, enable end users to better understand the accuracy and credibility of content disseminated using digital platforms. Having the sort of the ability for users to be able to kind of engage in, complaints handling processes. If ACMA has a rule around complaints, establishing complaints handling processes, getting users to better understand how their complaint will be handled, how the timeframes around, a complaint being responded to. There's a range of people that have reported that platforms have, deleted their accounts, for example, for potentially being hacked and spreading, misinformation or disinformation. Those users don't necessarily have any clear way of going back to the platform and getting the platform to tell them exactly what happened and how they respond. So I think it's really important to emphasise that point about transparency, and then to re-emphasise the point about, we've spent many, many months working with experts in this field to understand and make sure that the bill reflects, the ability to preserves and emphasises the human rights kind of issue as well. So, rules and codes aren't being created that are contrary to human rights. The bill sort of emphasises that, again, an object is to ensure that ACMA examines issues at a systemic level. So they're not going down into individual posts or individual users. They're required to look at things at a systemic level.
So an important point there that Mr Hiles is making is that because of those transparency obligations, we believe that it's improving freedom of speech. At the moment, there is very little transparency about how content posted is being distributed, moderated, monetised or demonetised. So if in the context of that concern about freedom of speech, one of the things that hasn't been focused on as much in the hearings, in the evidence, is that by increasing those requirements on platforms, we get a better understanding of how they are handling information that people post online. So that is pro-freedom of speech.
Yeah, that's very helpful. So they'll basically just there'll be more transparency to understand how they actually manage their content, which is something they do now already.
That's right.
Okay. The last question from me, because the chair's telling me I have to move along because I'm running out of time.
Nasty chair.
I know. We had Citizen Go in this morning, and they're intending to challenge the legality of the bill should it pass. Does this bill hold up legally?
Yeah, we're very confident of our legal basis for the bill. As I think one of our witnesses said earlier, the communications power provides an important basis for legislation of this nature, and so hence the provisions are very carefully calibrated to ensure that it's entirely consistent with the Commonwealth's constitutional authority.
Cool. And this has been run through all the relevant processes?
With very extensive and comprehensive advice that we're relying upon to satisfy our confidence on the strength of the bill and its legislative basis, its legal basis.
And just to emphasise, the point, this has been worked on for many months. Continuous engagement with the relevant people from the Australian Government Solicitor and the Office of International Law and others. So
you've been through the Office of International
Yes.
Law with this piece of work?
Yes, and in fact we also had an officer from the Attorney General's Department with expertise in human rights and related legal areas seconded to the team developing this bill as they developed it. We wouldn't be able to bring this forward without being satisfied that we had strong legal standing. The government wouldn't be proposing this legislation if it didn't have a strong legal basis. We just wouldn't be able to do it.
And it wouldn't, in fact, it wouldn't have made it through all of the checkpoints that are in place to stop anything kind of that was deficient getting through.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to Senator Pocock.
Ms Chapman, the bill's graduated powers allow the ACMA to make a standard if they believe that a code isn't working. How will you assess if a code isn't working if you can't look at misinformation on platforms?
I'd firstly comment that is considerably far down the track in the graduated process. It may be, for example, that there are repeated breaches of the code, but I'd go back to an earlier comment that I made about how we would potentially make a decision about the fact that there's a need for a code. We'd be gathering information from a large range of sources. We would hope that we can rely upon research from third parties. It would be data that we would be collecting potentially under record-keeping rules, data that we're already collecting under the voluntary system or under a new code. It would be a range of information that we are collecting to look at whether the actual systems and processes that they're undertaking are not. Community attitudes and from our research would be one of those factors that we would include. Am I missing anything?
No, the only thing I would add, Senator, I guess there is the evidence of the existence of a code, and then there's evidence of the effectiveness of that code. And I think what we would need in order to make a standard would be the information that indicated that the steps that platforms said they were taking were not effective, or they were not taking steps that they said they should be taking in relation to their processes and procedures.
And I guess this is my question. I get if they're not doing what they tell you that they're going to do, that seems pretty cut and dry to me. But the other part of that is assessing whether or not there's more or less misinformation. But Ms Chapman's told me a number of times that you can't do that. You can't look at if something is or isn't misinformation. So are you going to be relying on researchers, or who will do that work?
We will be relying on a range of other sources. I think the important thing to remember is that
The bill introduces a series of requirements for platforms to report to us around a range of things that they are doing. That information will go a very long way to indicating to us whether those processes and procedures are adequate and are effective. And they might include metrics around how many people were prevented from seeing certain sorts of things, that sort of information, which goes to measuring the effectiveness.
But I mean, they could be throttling stuff that isn't, that most reasonable people wouldn't say is misinformation, but you'll have no way of ever knowing.
We will. We'll have, I think what the bill does introduce is it introduces a requirement for reporting on how platforms are making decisions about what they're doing about individual pieces of content. So that we'll need, at the moment they're making, platforms will be making those decisions, but we don't know the basis on which they're making those.
They are doing some reporting, Senator, under the voluntary code and the voluntary metrics. There are examples where they have advised us that they have taken action in relation to X pieces of content. I think, I'm hesitant, so I think they have given us some information, for example, in relation to The Voice, and that is public information.
Thank you.
So it is there. It's a question of whether it can be enhanced.
Can I ask about thank you for that. Can I ask about the threshold in the bill, which I accept that you say it's very high. The Human Rights Commissioner has said that the threshold for serious harm in the bill is entirely too low. And to quote Ms Finlay, the first point to be made is it doesn't actually have to result in harm, just to be reasonably likely to. The second point is it doesn't have to cause, just contribute, and there's no minimum threshold set around the level of contribution. Ms Finlay then goes on to say that the legislation is vague and imprecise and therefore too likely to put a severe burden on freedom of expression. According to the Human Rights Commissioner, it is not the narrow definition that you have told us that it is. I'm interested if you've met with Ms Finlay since this evidence was provided, and does the department expect that any changes will be made based on this advice from the Human Rights Commissioner?
So, Senator, in response to those comments, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. And yes, we have consulted with the Human Rights Commission through this process.
Since she appeared and said this?
When did she appear again?
On drafts, we've talked to them on drafts.
Through April to July.
Yes, but when the statement you're referring to was...
This was in the Senate committee two weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'll need to get you to wrap up, Senator.
Anyway, sorry, Senator, I'll be snappy with the answer, but...
So, sorry, just to confirm, have you met with her since...
I haven't met with Ms Finlay herself, but we do speak to the Human Rights Commission.
Since she appeared at this inquiry?
No. But again, we have engaged with them on the bill. The bill is not designed to deal with actual instances of demonstrated harm, but to prevent mis and disinformation from circulating in the first place. And that comes back to the point about systems and processes that platforms that have in place and prevent that information from appearing on digital platforms. If the bill was further narrowed to require demonstration of harm, you would then need to prove that the mis and disinformation had actually, for example, resulted in harm to an individual or actual harm to critical infrastructure. You'd have to prove, for example, that someone had set something on fire and linked it to the mis and disinformation. There are already laws in place that respond to those instances of harm, criminal laws. What this bill is designed to do is to prevent that from happening in the first place. So we don't have the sort of onus of proof in here that you would require in a really strict, say, criminal provision. It's more about systems and processes working with the platforms to not have mis and disinformation there in the first place.
If that's the case then why are you telling us that it's a high bar if, contributes to does seem like a low bar because you want to catch anything that could potentially contribute to it happening and not have to prove that this will definitely contribute to something happening.
Yes, and contribute...
That has to be your last question, Senator Pocock. I'm sorry, we have other senators who are waiting. We have to finish at 5:30.
Sure. Contributes to is there in the context of those other high bar words about verifiably false and misleading information that has significant and far-reaching consequences, and that would have that sort of definition met. So it's not just about contributes to, you still need to demonstrate those other things. And again, Senator, that then goes to the content of codes that the platforms themselves develop and submit to ACMA, or the standards that ACMA requires, not about the ACMA looking at individual posts or content. So that's the answer to the question.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. We might be able to come back to you. Senator Canavan has dropped out, but the others have questions. So if we've got time, we will come back. Senator Darman.
Thank you. Just a question for the department. We've heard a little bit, I think, and I think has been clarified, that the ACMA will not be the arbiter of truth. Their role is around setting up around frameworks and standards. So I wouldn't mind if you just comment to clarify my understanding there. But also, in addition to that, Professor Toomey this morning expressed concern about the bill on the basis that it doesn't outline how to determine the truth. So just wondering if you could comment on those concerns. She seemed to be concerned about the reliance on fact checkers and young people out of university, and that the bill outsources censorship to social media. So could you just make some comments about that, please?
Yeah, I think, Senator, I can start off and then others can jump in. I think what's important here is the point that Ms Chapman has made a number of times is, again, and I can't emphasise this enough because it seems to be getting missed in some of the evidence. I'm not talking about the evidence that you were referring to there, but some other evidence perhaps, that the definition of mis and disinformation is important because the platforms are required to have codes that deal with mis and disinformation. They then need to comply with the codes that they submit to ACMA. ACMA will make a determination about whether or not they're complying with those codes, and I anticipate, and again I will defer to ACMA on how it would go about doing that, but I anticipate that part of that would be in response to what people are saying about how the codes are being complied with or not. So there will be people who have an interest in that, citizens, members of the community, businesses who might say to ACMA, they've made these commitments to deal with mis and disinformation. We've raised concerns about information on those platforms, and they've said they would deal with it under their codes and they're not dealing with it. That might then trigger ACMA's own investigation about whether or not they're meeting the obligations they've signed up to under the code, and then all the other consequences that flow from that. So I think that's the point there about why the definition of mis and disinformation is in there. It's because the codes need to limit in those codes, the platforms need to, in their codes, limit it to certain types of things. And so that's why we've defined mis and disinformation. These are the things we want them to limit the content dealing with mis and disinformation to. So that's just an overarching comment, but I'll just check with other witnesses.
And I think in relation to kind of the commentary around fact-checking, I think the other important point to note is that fact-checking is just an example of something that a platform might do put in place to actually respond to potential mis and disinformation. There's a whole bunch of other things that are outlined in the bill as well. So things like, preventing advertising involving mis or disinformation, preventing monetisation of mis or disinformation, allowing end users to detect and report mis or disinformation, giving information to end users about the source of political or issues-based advertisements, policies or procedures for receiving or handling reports and complaints, authoritative content and factual information, so providing authoritative content and factual information, and then improving media literacy, for example, or digital literacy. So they're all things that a platform could do to to demonstrate that they're taking reasonable steps to actually manage mis and disinformation on their platforms. So there's a whole suite of different things that they could do. I think the bill has been quite deliberate in being fairly technology neutral. It's not sort of putting very prescriptive things in place. It's allowing those to be developed in consultation with industry as part of the development of codes as well.
And I think, Senator, it's also important to note that the department's been talking there in the context of a code, but the way that the transparency provisions are written in the bill actually require the platforms to be upfront and say what steps they are taking. Now, they are taking them now. I mean, and some of it is transparent. We know some of it, public knows some of it, but not all of it. So even before you get to the stage of dealing with a question about whether there should or shouldn't be a registered code or a standard, those issues of are they using fact checkers, how are they using them, how often, who are they, all of those, or are they doing different methods, are they looking at their algorithms differently, those will all come out as part of this transparency set of requirements that are sit upon them that's commenced from 6 months from the date of royal assent.
Thank you. So, in fact, the transparency measures in particular enable us to see what kind of censorship the social media platforms may already be undertaking now, because they can do it right now, but we don't see what they are doing. That's really the point you're making there, is that right?
That's correct, that they will, their transparency requirements will be improved, yes.
Yeah, thank you. This is my final question. One of the other, I think, claims has been made is that there is not enough oversight of the ACMA with regards to this bill. So I wondered whether I could get some comments on that claim. Maybe the department?
Yeah, I can. Happy to start out, Senator. I mean, the ACMA's the ACMA's exercise of powers under this bill is subject to review. Most statutory functions performed by agencies which are decisions under legislation are subject to forms of judicial review, and that sort of provides certainly an ultimate mechanism to ensure that the ACMA is complying with the law. So that's an overarching comment about the importance of judicial review in these processes, but I'll just check with my colleagues about other accountability mechanisms.
Yeah, so just to build on what Mr Chisholm said, so the bill requires annual reporting by ACMA, so to prepare a report on the operation of the bill and give that to the Minister and have that presented to Parliament. The bill also requires that a triennial review process, so I think the amendments to the bill that were made in the House the other day will make that an independent triennial review process. So that will go look at a range of issues in terms of the effective operation of the bill, but particularly around an assessment of the impact on freedom of expression will be included in that review, or particularly the first one.
Yes, and I guess the fact that also the codes, those processes themselves are subject to disallowance in the Parliament provides parliamentary scrutiny of what's happening.
Correct. And Senator, all of that scrutiny will sit on top of the current accountability measures that we are subject to, including Senate estimates, annual reports, performance statements under the PGPA. There is a range. I won't go into all of them. There is a range of issues that we are subject to day to day.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like a couple of questions on I think the world's largest viewing show, Joe Rogan's Hour, or whatever he calls himself. It's an opinion-based program. It's #1 globally, as I understand. It's a debate to get to the truth, and people, his guests, come on and, as you probably realise, they have an opinion, and then they discuss that and eventually arrive at some form of truth. Now, the COVID response initially banned the use of the word ivermectin. I was removed from social media and 2 platforms, Facebook and YouTube. Joe Rogan raised it, and he was not. Now he's since moved to Spotify. My first question about this is: does Spotify fall within the purview of your need for a code, because it is a digital platform? It's interactive, I understand.
Yes, so Spotify would likely fall under the definition of a media sharing service in the bill.
Okay, I see Mr. Hiles agreeing there. Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Now, as I said initially, the use of ivermectin, or the use of the word would lead to banning. Now we see that RFK Jr. in America, who's going to be very senior, if not the health secretary for Donald Trump, is saying he wants to hunt out people who were misrepresenting ivermectin. So the way to truth is free, open debate. So I'm very concerned that we've got uninformed and sometimes deliberately ignorant platforms that will have different codes. So X will have a different code, Facebook will have a different code because they're made themselves. Spotify will have a different code. On one, free speech will be allowed, on others it won't be allowed. How do you justify that?
Senator, I'll pass to the department, but I think the first point is that, yes, all of the individual digital platforms have their own terms of service. They have terms of service now, which they claim are the rules by which they dictate how they manage content of various types. Beyond just mis and disinformation, it deals with hate speech and other issues. This code, I think, this bill, as Mr. Chisholm has been saying, is about setting a definition of mis and disinformation that they are then required to consider. But they are making decisions on their terms of service in a manner which is not always apparent to either the users of the platform or the general public. Those decisions have been made regularly now.
So will there be more transparency? Will you require more transparency from the social media platforms in regard to the algorithms they use to suppress speech already? Because we can't get access to them.
The question of whether we would certainly be seeking information about the effect of the algorithms and the and like systems that they are using. I note that the voluntary code at the moment requires them to be more transparent about the recommender systems that they make, which I'm assuming are being run by algorithms. Certainly, one of the intentions of transparency is to have a far greater understanding of the basis on which they are making decisions about what they do and what they don't alter, either by downgrading or their policies. Yes, the intention is to be more transparent.
So we won't necessarily get access to understanding how the algorithms work across the various platforms, each platform.
I think,
Senator, we do have provided information gathering powers under the bill, and they could be used to increase the transparency about the use of algorithms and recommender systems on services.
So how could I, as a member of the public, not as a senator, but as a member of the public, ask you to investigate, not investigate with in a threatening sense, but to find out the purposes or the means or the impact of X's algorithms on sharing, on revealing content, suppressing content, compared with Facebook, compared with Spotify? How would a member of the public go about doing that?
So, Senator, I mean, one of the opportunities, I think, under the amendments that were made in the House is independent researchers will now have, after ACMA develops relevant rules, will have the ability to kind of request information from digital platforms. So, there's a process, or I'm sure there will be a process developed by which, you could feed into something like that. So it won't just be ACMA that kind of is able to look under the hood, so to speak, as the ministers use that term of digital platforms. Now independent researchers will get that opportunity as well.
Yeah, the other thing, if I can add too, sorry, Mr. Yep. Could I add to that response? Under the core baseline transparency obligations in the bill, Division 2, there is a range of information that gets published. So if you look to, for example, the risk assessment, so under the publication powers under 17, there may be a requirement for the platforms to publish a report with their assessment of their risk on their service. Obviously, there may be elements of confidentiality when it comes to protected information or source code that won't be able to be published, but we believe that there will be transparency potentially there. And then also under clause 17(1)(d) in that same provision of publication, ACMA could create rules or legislative instruments to require the platforms to publish additional information if necessary, and that would be consulted on. It would be subject to parliamentary scrutiny and disallowance. So there is a catch-all there in that clause 17(1)(d) for other additional information that could be published by the platforms as required by ACMA.
Thank you. As I understand it, Mr Hiles and Mr Cursor, you've used the word, in Mr Hiles' case, possible. It may happen. You've used the word, Mr Cursor, that it's potentially there, but there's no guarantee that we can get that information. And I'm not after code. I don't want code. What I want to know is how X or how Facebook or how Spotify is managing to suppress my posts or someone else's posts. I want to know the impact of their algorithms.
And so that's the last question, so if we can...
Senator, look, I think that the key part of that would, as I think we've talked about previously, would be the transparency that's created around a complaints handling process. So, ACMA could work with industry to develop up rules that go to things like complaints handling processes. So there'd be a dedicated process for a user to lodge a complaint. There would be timeframes that a platform had to respond to those complaints. There would be, requirements potentially around things like the reasons that a platform might choose to respond in terms of how it handles a complaint. So, look, I think all of this goes back to transparency. It's about bringing all of this stuff out into the open, not just in relation to the stuff that we've talked about previously, but also in relation to how platforms potentially are handling complaints handling processes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Thanks, everybody, for your time today. If you have taken to provide any additional material, it is due in the luxurious time frame of the 13th of November. So apologies all round. That does conclude our hearing today. I would like to particularly thank Broadcasting and Hansard and the Secretariat, as ever, for doing a spectacular job. And we will now stand adjourned.